Hey everybody. Hey Kevin, hey Anthony. We're back to a normal layout today. I moved the piano out of the room. Hey Dark. Happy first. Okay, let's move this and oh yeah, the other thing, I EQ'd my mic a little bit. It should sound a little bit better, but it shouldn't be super obvious. So as long as it doesn't sound bad, actually, I guess if it sounds bad, let me know. Because I tested it and I think it sounded good, but we'll see. Yeah, we're going to start with PRs. Then we're going to move on to rare items. Rare items should be pretty easy because it's just adding in this system of allowing for rare drops. But then what we use them for is going to be very, very difficult. I want to change adventurer progression, and I just don't know what the UI is going to look like for that. Oh, yeah, I was taking notes on this. Let's see. Okay, what changed here? Oh, I was testing out some different views into the enchanter. Yeah, we can just get rid of this. Yeah, I shared this with the team, but right now the enchanter has 3 books just on the ground. And I tried this, where what if they were on a long table? And I tried this, which is what if they were on short tables? Can they eat the rare items for breakfast? We should have like an omelet drop or something. Hey, Sinstella. I believe we have 2 PRs we have to look through. Yeah, and I suspect this one's a lot easier. So maybe we look at this one first. Dynamically accessed members attribute is required to prevent issues when running .NET format, where we'll believe that declared fields are not used. Remind us to add the attribute. That's good. Please annotate this class with this to prevent issues with analyzers. And then if it doesn't exist, add that. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. So everywhere we have localized messages, we're going to need this now. Okay. Medium rare items. A ribeye steak. There was one thing I wanted to do. I wanted to get rid of a comma in here, but I also wanted to check this out. GHPR checkout 840. And I wanted to search for RG-C2 localized messages. That's not exactly how I want to search for it. I want to like that. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. It's not here for some reason, though. Wouldn't this be an error? Where is that? Oh, that's the test that the diagnostics work. Okay, got you. Yeah. Wait, but still, wouldn't .NET format find that? Are we just not formatting that? .NET format -- help. There was some like verify. Yeah, verify no changes. And then -v detailed. Oh, this is a string in the test, and I can't tell because I'm not looking at the actual line of code. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, okay, never mind. Sounds good. Yeah, so all I want to do is fix a comma. There should be an edit file right in here, yeah. Okay, commit, remove, comma, commit. Okay, cool. Yeah, this looks good. Looks good to me. Now, what emote do we use? Clap. Squash and merge, and we're done with that. All right, that one was supposed to be easy. This next one, I think, is going to involve way more changes. And this is the updated 19 minutes ago. Oh, I see. All right, let me see. What comment have I not read last? This one. This is now in a good state for review. Excuse all the random commits. Had to rebase here a few times and clean up the diff. By the way, I don't tend to look at commits. I tend to just look at the change files. I'm sure you've seen that, but I probably wouldn't have even noticed if you had an extra like 14 commits. For now, the new container has in it the battle map and the adventurers. Once we integrate this, I'll spend more time moving the perks there too. The adventurers tab is also set up to hold a nested tab container. So we can add the new adventure progression systems there. The tab is also there, a bear control, but hidden for the moment. I forgot to add that I removed the special handling we had to detect when the game scale changed. With the new layout, I set up the UI behaves better overall. Yeah, I think this is good too. I also just changed it yesterday, which you might have noticed if you merged in. I also changed it yesterday to no longer do something. Forgot what. Oh, no longer center the camera. Screen. All right, that's just mean, Adam. It's just rude. Message I just typed. Oh, where did YouTube chat go? There it is. Okay, sorry, I just want to make sure. All right, what number is this? 821. And I might need to pull. Use get pull to merge, not possible. Okay, yeah, get reset. I shouldn't have any changes, right? Yeah, get reset, hard, Kevin, UI, panels, tab, container. All right, I'm gonna do a get pull here just to make sure we didn't do anything wrong. Good, perfect. Okie dokes, let's go take a look at this. By the way, I don't know if you saw on Discord, Mr. D-Boy is actually currently playing Skeleseller on his stream. And I was watching, and I wrote some notes. He might be in here today, and I'll probably just show him these notes at some point. Yeah, this stuff. He ran into a bug where he got the archer into 2 battles. I think this will give us more insight into how to repro this. And then the other things are all pretty minor here, because he's playing an old enough version where we've already kind of heard a lot of the feedback. So that's laying around. Thanks, Mac. Thanks for finding your Prime Gaming from the dusty boxes, the Amazon warehouse where they don't want you to access. I hope you're doing well. Wasn't the double adventure already fixed at some point? I don't recall. I truly do not remember. Okay, so what am I pressing on my keyboard right now? T. T, oh yeah, T used to go to skills. B would go to buildings, M would go to the map. P would go to perks, which we don't have. And even if we did have, I think Kevin said they're not in here. Yeah, they're not in here. And that's fine for now. Hey, Smack. Okay, and then I think he said something about a hidden control here. I mean, even if he didn't put a hidden control there. Yeah, yeah, even if you didn't, adding one should be pretty easy. So the only thing missing here is perks. No, we might also put buildings in there at some point. It's also another shortcut that just opens the last tab. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's worth adding here necessarily, but I also don't think anyone's going to probably understand what that does if they accidentally press it, but that's fine. Okay, let's go look at the code. Second menu, yeah. Yeah, I'll just write some notes here. I do think we should probably move the buildings tab there. However, it may not be as important once we do. There was some other change we wanted to do. Yeah, this 820. Either way, it doesn't need to be part of this PR. I think it would look great if the entire thing had some wooden texture. Yeah, the texturing definitely needs to be changed because right now we're using a mix of the bluish texture and the paper, and yeah, we have like 3 different styles in here. Okay, let's see. So battle panel scene, I'm guessing this stuff was moved somewhere. Just weird that it wasn't detected as a move. There should be some like large new file here, right? Yeah, it's probably this. Battle panel tab.tscn. Okay, that's fine. Party section. Font color has been changed. Oh, speaking of font color, this is totally unrelated, but I think this is broken and it doesn't probably matter whatsoever. Oh, interesting. Start battle moved. Yeah. This has white text here. Purchase hints can be seen. Yeah, I saw that when Mr. D-Boy was playing. I don't think it matters, but I guess I'll write that down too. The Explorer has white text here. Bing. And there. It looks like black text because of the negative colors. Gotta change start battle to the right. I think most people expect it to be there. I think they might. But I think what throws everybody off is the upgrade portal turns green, and then they're like, I want to click the green button. So, yeah, we'll have to see how people interact with that. Anyway, this is the font color on a party section. So I'm guessing we changed the theme at some point. Yeah, possibly that, but probably something else because that's the stone panel. No, there's no other T-Res thing changed. Oh, because this is now inside of the something with stone theme on the parent. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's fine. Am I always standing? I'm rarely standing, actually. I should be standing more often, Ion. I'm sitting right now, though. The way you can tell is because I can smoothly spin and because there's a chair behind me. Is close as a tab intentional? As a styling, I would guess it's probably not intentional, but I'm not sure we need that. There's one other little thing. I'd probably make this space not clickable. This space absorbs mouse clicks. And probably shouldn't. Or I guess, but probably shouldn't. Okay, anyway, reviewed this. So we have what, 28 files? I'm done with 2. But those are pretty easy files. Now this is new, although not really new, I'm guessing. Tab bar is there. I'm not sure how we can change that behavior easily. I think it should be easy. We just make it so that only the tabs themselves absorb the mouse and not whatever the panel or the background is. Unless you're saying that's a Godot control, in which case, actually, it might still be possible. But yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, so what do we have here? A lot of this already existed. And diffing the old version. How about we do that, actually? What did this used to be called? We should see a bunch of red somewhere. Skill tree. That's what it was. Okay, so let's go get the skill tree. And let's diff it against this. Unless you can do that inside GitHub, can you? No, I don't think so. Oh, it's not the scene file, is it? What am I looking at here? It is the scene file. Oh, well, I care even less about this. All right, so we want this compared with this. That way we're doing this in the right order. And it shouldn't detect... Wait, what? I am comparing... Oh, I opened the wrong thing. My bad. Adventure panel tab.tscn. We compare this against that. Okay, I guess all the IDs would have changed. It's going to be sort of tough to tell. And also probably the whole panel hierarchy changed. Yeah. All right, so this is not a helpful diff. That's fine. We don't own the tab bars, what I mean, as part of the container. We need to edit the hierarchy in code. Worth trying, though. I think I need to see... Like, I believe you and everything. I just... The way I'm picturing this, regardless of who owns it, it should be easy to do. But yeah, it might, maybe it's not. I'm not super concerned about looking through the specifics of the scene itself. think, man, this is not going to be something people expect, is having a horizontal scroll there. I mean, I get that there's not much we can do. But we should probably plan for the contents of this being a certain size. Like here, this is clear that it's just like, okay, the window shouldn't get this small. Which I guess if we're at the size that this window can actually fit, then we should be at the size that this can fit too. Yeah. Anyway, not something worth changing. I'm going to mark this as viewed. Battle panel tab is probably going to be the same way, and that as long as it's looking good, I don't think there's anything I really need to look through. You know what we could do? I guess we could open this up in here. Adventure panel tab. Yeah, I don't see anything unusual there. And then the battle panel tab. Yeah, nothing unusual in either of those. They render clearly enough in here too, which I think means this is fine. And then that's the thing that gets hidden. And I'm guessing this hides it. Where's the stats thing? Stats. What? How does it? How does it know not to show that? Because if I set this to enable, then it turns the other one off, right? Huh. How does it know? Is the tab container? Huh. Tabs are hidden in code. Yeah, but I searched for stats. I didn't find anything. Oh, it's not. I'm searching the wrong thing. Wait, did I? This is adventure panel tab. No, yeah. Where's it hidden? Guess we could search for hide. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm searching with capitalization. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I see. Okay. We're good. I forgot that I had that thing selected. Okay, this is all fine. So that's viewed. Now we have panels tab container.tscn. I believe that's brand new and had no equivalent before this. Although the max size container means this is similar to battle panel, I guess. This is control, a tab container. Does this have a comment by any chance? No. A tab container. Battle panel tab. Yeah, so what I'm curious about is what if we just turn off mouse handling on this? If I just say ignore, what happens? Like, does anything not work? We can click these. We actually still can't click in the background. And we can click here and stuff. What's absorbing that then? Debugger, misc. Click. Tab bar. Control tab container. It's this. And this has its own tab bar that it adds. Okay, I guess that's what's going on. That's... Yeah. Yeah, there's a tab bar. Oh, remote hierarchy. I see what you're saying. They added in at runtime. I think we can just turn off mouse handling for that though, right? Now, granted, we need to detect that a tab bar entered the scene. What do they have here? Tab alignment, clip tabs, tab close, display policy, max tab width, scrolling enabled, drag to rearrange. That's interesting. Scroll to selected, deselect enabled. Icon disabled. I don't expect anything to be down there. Can we just change the mouse flags on this? And why do we have two tab bars? One of these must be for the adventurers panel. So this is battle map and adventures. Yeah, this is the right one. So let's just search for mouse here. And let's see if we just turn this off, what happens. Okay, it stops listening completely. Didn't stop listening to close though. Also, I'm not sure what's causing that rectangle to show up. Maybe Godot now highlights what node you have selected. Like if I click town scene, does that get it? Yeah, I think that's how that works now. Let's click something we can actually see. I guess the in-game menu. Well, I can't tell. I want the town menu actually. I don't even know where the town menu is. Yeah, it does highlight it orange. Interesting. It's very subtle, but I think that's helpful. Yeah, interesting. So we don't have an easy way of stopping this, huh? I wonder if someone's reported this. Tab bar mouse events. Crash. Tab bar mouse. Well, I guess there's another thing we could potentially do. This is kind of dumb, but maybe we could render something between here and here and detect that and forward it to the background to basically say to close it. Alternatively, maybe we could make it so that the sizing of this is not as large and put a special close button over there. Although the close button isn't one of these tabs. Where is tab bar in the scene? It doesn't even let me see that, does it? Come on. Okay, well, we know where it is by clicking this. It's in UI, overlay visibility controller, panels, tab container, max size, control, tab container. Okay. Yeah, there's just the tab bar. I wonder what a tab bar is. We should be able to find out by going to its documentation, right? Godot tab bar. Like, is it a... It's just a control. Huh, I'm surprised they didn't even make it like a VBox container or something. Or an HBox container. A controller provides horizontal bar with tabs. That's weird. Why would they not have made this an HBox container? That is weird. We don't control the sizing. Close button is anchored differently. Yeah, we don't control the sizing, but what I was suggesting is we could probably just inspect this thing, knowing that it's laid out horizontally, and get the extents of the buttons, and then draw a giant rectangle. Well, not a rectangle, but a control ourselves. Also adds extra line color 2 to the shader material. The reason it does that is because the shaders all need default properties, and I added extra line color 2 at some point. But yeah, I'll do that after merging this stuff. Run the UID tool and push the changes to main. Switch to main. Yeah. Anyway, interesting that no one else has commented on this online. I wonder. Tab bar, current tab, right side of the interface. Move on selecting. Is this user types? I don't see anything here. Hey, Leftist. How you doing? I think I should file a bug on this and maybe just include a simple tab container with as a minimal repro. Because I think that players are going to find that a little unusual. It's not super confusing. Let's stop this. Stop this. I should have no changes here. I'm just gonna revert all these. Good luck with the coding. Hey, how's your Hawaiian food? I think it's just one component. There's no buttons or anything inside. Oh, that's true. Although, how do they... Man, it's so weird that they wouldn't have just used an HBox container and buttons. Anyway, I'll probably file a bug. It was good. Glad to hear it. Okay, yeah. Maybe we'll do that right after this. file a minimal repro for the tab bar, absorbing clicks in the background. Hey, noob. I'll write this. I may need to file a bug on Godot for this. New, welcome back. Once of 4 years. Thank you for the resub. You know, they have special handling inside. When it shrinks, they add pagination and such. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Yeah, I think the odds of this getting fixed are probably pretty low. I also suspect that someone else out there is going to have a similar issue at some point. So it's probably worth filing anyway, but yeah. What else could we do? Is there any other like trick we could use? I don't think so. Like I said, we need to get the size of this, and we might be able to. Alternatively, I wonder how much is tab bar doing for us that we actually do need what it offers? Because making this should be pretty simple, right? It's just pretty much a set of radio buttons, and when you click it, it shows a different tab. Hey, Deepness, I'm doing well. The whole thing of panels, so it's clear that area is not background. Yeah, we can make a visual change there. And I guess that's kind of what we're doing over here anyway for skills. It's not like this is just blank space. I don't think threatening it'll help. We need to follow through. And like, we don't know much about this thing. What does it hold dear? How much would it pay in a hostage scenario? Yeah, okay, let's mark that as viewed. Stone panel theme. We now have different font colors and different panel stuff for when this is disabled. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hey, Tech Workbench, how'd the music recording go? Not great. You know how when you're coding, sometimes you come up with an idea and you know that it won't work and that's still valuable? I think that's kind of how Friday went. I think we tried a bunch of music stuff and I don't think it really worked. And I think what I realized is I want to make the next town theme a little more upbeat and not even just sort of happy sounding, but also more lively. So I've got to put some thought into that. Yeah, we're going to mark this as viewed. Okay, this should be a pretty minimal change. This is just putting in the tab container, yeah. And the overlay visibility controller owns this. I think it's fine. If we want to have tabs on the side somewhere, we need to do it that way. Yeah, I just don't think tab container is probably providing a whole lot of value for us. And I'm not saying this was a bad way to approach this. I think this is fine. And it's probably not worth spending any time on if it's going to take longer than, let's say, like 30 minutes. And even then, it's not a high priority task. So yeah, I think we're good for now. Where did that go? Whatever I was looking at. Ah, here it is. Game settings menu. Okay, game scale control clicked. We got rid of this because we just don't care that something happens on clicking this now. As long as we can still change the game scale, I guess this is fine. And I don't see why that wouldn't work. Yeah, that works. Battle panel.cs.uid. This is because we deleted the file. Instance map.cs. We no longer export the tooltip because we pass it in and set this here. That's fine. Now I'm guessing that this is only ever passed in as the town tooltip, in which case we could just get it from the town. No, it's a panel tooltip. Specifically a different one. Okay, that's fine. But why did I see an export on Maybe I didn't? No, the export was below it, not above it. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Looks good. This is a rename and a little bit of a change. So we now have a tab container within this, and that itself is a tab container. And then tab container controller, tab controller. Okay, let's look at that. I don't know what that is. Adventure panel tab controller. Okay, pretty basic. Now, what do they say this is? Oh, this is our thing. Small wrapper around tab container that allows using type safe tabs in the form of an enumeration. I see. Okay, let's look through this. T tab ID. This is just an enumeration that gets passed in. That sounds fine. We get a tab container here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Wait. Hold on. There's something that's a little weird about this. Why does this exist? Why did we not just do this? What is this used for? No, I don't think there was any reason not to do that. Unless we had to. Can I just put this here? And then rename this? Name can be simplified. Use block body. Right, that doesn't simplify the name. What, we just get rid of the generics on this? I don't know what it's saying that I can simplify here. Not really care about that. Just so it doesn't get generated each time you call. Yeah. Man, I thought about that and rejected that in my head for some reason. Why did I do that? I don't know. Yeah. Okay, well, that's not a good sign. Hey, Fox. Learning not a lot of productivity. What keyword search are you using VS Code to jump around? You mean this thing? Where I type something like selected tab and it just automatically navigates as I'm typing. This is called this thing. Yeah. Is there a way to just set the container to not capture events? I'm pretty sure that's a property. No, so this is what's a little bit weird. You add in a tab container, and then without you knowing, it adds in a tab bar, and the tab bar spans the whole screen, if that's what you're talking about from earlier. So it looks like this is blank space, but it's all controlled by something that gets added dynamically at runtime. And if you turn off mouse events on this, then it stops listening for what look like buttons, but they're not really buttons apparently. Okay, so I haven't modified this right yet. No, I haven't. Oh, but I want to look through the rest of this too. All tabs hidden. Where is this used? All tabs are hidden. The container will not be shown. This feels like it should be an exception. I don't know why we'd ever hit this, right? Like something would try showing a container that had no tabs. Yeah, I think that should be an exception. It doesn't get hit normally. And that's all we have, right? Yeah, I'm going to throw an exception here. Throw new invalid operation exception. Cannot open a tab container whose tabs are all hidden. Yeah. Does it sound reasonable, Kevin, by the way? Panel starts with all tabs hidden, so if someone presses M in the tutorial, it should not open it. I don't think the tab container should know about that, though. I think whatever makes it so that we press M should know about that. Like, this is something that would be very strange if we ever... Yeah, this is something that would be strange. In fact, I don't even know if we should be hiding all the tabs in the beginning. I guess we just sort of naturally do it. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think we should stop that. Let's see. Toggle tab visibility. Toggle battle map visibility. We had some way of stopping this before, didn't we? I could have sworn we stop you from opening the skill tree, I guess. Maybe we never stopped you from opening this. But we just didn't show it in the thing. Okay. Yeah, I think we can stop this here. It's called from here, toggle battle map visibility. When do we add in this tab though? Because wherever I'm currently stopped, it's that all tabs are hidden. Something needs to eventually show this tab. Toggle tab visibility. I see. Oh no, that won't. That's only gonna open and close it. Something here actually hides the tab. I guess it's inside tab controller, has a set tab hidden. Here it is. When you hire an adventurer. I think this is fine. I'm not gonna do anything about this. I don't think it's worth spending the time on it. I think it's only maybe a little bit strange in terms of who owns the responsibility of emitting an error there. God, I used eye drops this morning. My eyes just stopped working. Oh yeah, I still have not finished that tab controller. I mean, we're gonna have to review this eventually anyway. Okay, so this makes sense why this is here. I do think we should probably have a comment somewhere. Either here or in the other one. Like what this is doing is very obvious. Why it's doing it is not super obvious. Or maybe where it gets used is where I want it to be. Yeah, maybe just here. I'll put this here. If all tabs are hidden, the container will not be shown. E.g. during the tutorial when you shouldn't be using. I'll just say e.g. during the tutorial, we don't let you open the map or adventurers tabs. Yeah, there. I think that's it. That's all we need to do. Hey, Pige. Pige, we're going to tackle rare items today at some point, and then we're going to revamp adventure progression. And I think we're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit because just something doesn't sit right with me about what we have planned. But maybe it'll be better if there's clear enough UI for it. Like I've watched enough people play Skeleseller now. And one of the issues, let me just relaunch this. I'm going to end up talking about this later, so I'll try to make this fast right now. One of the issues that people have talked about is when you get a bunch of different adventurers, they all level up at once. So this character's level 7, this character's level 7, and they all get stats at the same time too. So in order for your rogue to get more powerful, your mage has to get more powerful as well. And so on and so forth with all the characters. And people say like, well, what if I like the mage better and I want the mage to, oh, there's a problem with highlighting these, huh? Yeah. On all sides. I wonder if that was always the case. Anyway, we're probably gonna have to design that a little more. Hey, David. Finally scrapping the game. Yep, going back to Botland. Now let's take a picture here. The highlight rectangle gets cut off on on the sides closest to the edge of the container. This can happen on the right and bottom sides as well. I don't know if that's a new thing or not. It might be, it might not be. Have we finished looking at this? Set tab hidden, ID to value. Hidden sounds fine. Visible. Open or closed. I think we should maybe use the open or closed parlance. And then set tab titles. Okay, that's all fine. The open and close thing is what I want. But there's something that says visibility here. Open tab. I see. We're showing that tab. Okay, I think it's fine too. The other day when I mentioned your game is Skeleton Seller, I realized, what does the skeleton actually have to do with the game? Like, I don't feel like I'm playing the skeleton. He doesn't join in on fights. He just seems disjointed thematically. What does he actually do? So the way I was looking at it is you're like the mayor of the town. So it's almost like asking, what does the mayor of the town do? Like, you as a player are deciding what to build. And then, yeah, your skeleton is acting like a worker, so they're not just standing around. But yeah, they're basically you. I think where the problem kind of comes in is that you're not directly controlling the character, so it feels a little weird. So is the skeleton the mayor or the worker? I mean, both, but consider them to be more the mayor than a worker. And they just happen to be doing work. And I don't think the story is probably going to make that clearer for people. And I think you already know the story. So I guess probably people will be confused. But maybe not. These are the kinds of things where I don't get it. How do I say this? Like, there's this story reason for something, then there's the game reason for something. The game reason for any of this is just you don't directly control the skeleton. So yeah, they have to do something. They have to do something, and they act as a worker. The story reason is that I guess you could no longer adventure after you died. We don't really explain that either, though. Hey, Foolbox. I did say radial menus. Welcome in. How's everything going? I see you've been working on something else, and I haven't been able to drop by yet. What are you working on now? And how's the launch been going? Let's go search for Block Shop. Welcome to the Block Shop. This is Foolbox's game, everybody. If you haven't already checked it out, do check it out. Cannot leave where you died in traditional culture. So I don't think we need to make the explanation explicit in the game. I think there just needs to be something that you fill in on your own. So the example I use for this stuff is in almost every RPG, dying doesn't mean game over. Now, some it does, but typically there's some like revive item or a revive spell or something like that, right? How many games have you played where your character dies and they just shrug it off somehow? So this is not explained in practically any game, and people are just okay with it, and it's fine, right? That's just an expectation of the genre. It's kind of the same thing in FPSs, right? If you're playing a death match, it's like you should just be dead at the end of it, right? But somehow you come back with your same guns and you're at full life. Like, is that ever explained? Probably not. So I kind of think of it the same way in here. Like, you were an adventurer and you died, and okay, you just can't adventure anymore, and hopefully people don't question it. Launch has been good, still getting sales. Nice, nice, nice. So a little focus on the skeleton. I mean, the skeleton is at the core of this. There are a lot of skeleton puns. Yeah. Working on something new, but it's cursed. Are you sure you want to know about it? Yeah, sure. So you have that idea, by the way, is Skeleton Seller going to have a demo? It already has a demo. So the answer is yes, it's going to have a demo as well. Yeah, it's available now. I would recommend not playing it until probably a little under a month from now. We're gonna make a pretty big push in maybe 3 weeks. Can I share the link? Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah. We're gonna need some explanations about the implications of immortality in the afterlife here. All right, we'll put them in the game, but we'll write them on really tiny text on a skeleton's forehead. They don't have skin, so you'll just be able to read it. Anyway, for those who are coming in from Fullbox's stream and are wondering, what am I babbling about? I'm making a game called Skeleseller, and the short story is you send adventurers into battle. So we're going to send a rogue and a mage into the forest. Whoops, that button was not there usually. I'm not even sure that worked. They fight automatically for you. And when they win these battles, you get items that then you can go stock into your shops. So I put a potion here, and then these little slow-moving characters are customers. They'll come over here and probably purchase one of them. And you use the money to upgrade your town, upgrade your adventurers. And yeah, what we're working on now is we are merging in a PR from Kevin in chat to add in this tabbed control. So previously we used to have just different UIs altogether. So you'd open either the battle map or the skill tree. Now you open the combination of the two and can just use tabs to switch between them. Actually, you know what else, Kevin? Now that I'm kind of realizing it, this is very silly, but I just accidentally clicked up here and closed this. It'd be kind of nice if these secretly had a collision box that was like that big. And the only way we could do that is by making our own tab container. I'll write a note, I guess. Also, it may be nice to secretly extend the collision of the buttons higher than usual so that you don't accidentally close the dialogue when you misclick. Skill issue. It is a skill issue. It's not much. A cursed game. Ever wonder how it feels to dig all the way down in there? Well, look no further. Now you can live that experience for yourself. What was the game jam? Beegs Jam 2025. What was the theme? Also, it looks like people really enjoyed it, just based on the amount of comments. I'll have to check this out later. I'll write this down. Thursday. Why did that get auto-modded? Theme was, that's not a collectible. Fullbox, out of curiosity, what's the sort of medium-term plan? Are you going to do like a new game completely? Are you going to do game jam sorts of things? Are you going to support Block Shop? I'm curious. Okay, so I fully reviewed that other file. I need to look through this one now. So we have the skills tab and the stats tab in here. Stats doesn't show by default. Get adventure by class. Yep. Okay, this is what I call diff poisoning. This is not super important, but init moved way down the file. And if we just move this up a little bit, it won't poison the diff as much. I don't think it's important. Because the other thing is maybe this was done for consistency with our other files that have init below ready. Doesn't really make a difference. Did a mod thing for the first time? Bring a certain amount of nothing to Adam's chat? Why is he a mod? Yeah, every once in a while someone will come in from way back in the day and they've either got a VIP badge or a mod sword, and I'm like, why did I do that? And I know generally why I did it. The VIP badge and the mod badge were both things like, I trust this person. So, or they were helpful. I guess VIP was like, they were helpful back in the day. And I should probably dole out some more VIP things and maybe change some things up. Speaking of which, where's my VIP? I think we ran out. I think we ran out of badges. You can only give so many. Sorry, no more for you, Posh. Didn't realize I changed the order. Oh, okay. If this was not intentional, then yeah, I will change this back. Adventurer panel tab. Okay, so we just put this above ready. Okay, this looks good. Set up debug button. What is the debug button? Debug grant skill point? Yeah, sure, that's fine. Hey, crucials. So right now I'm working on multiple things, doing a contract for a company where I integrate a physical gamepad with Godot using an Arduino for some ADN-oriented games. ADN. Oh, DNA-oriented games. Also continuing the Snot game, thinking of bringing it to a longer experience and dropping it on Steam. And also, I just signed a contract to port Blockshop to Switch. Wow, yeah. That's great. Congrats on really all of this stuff. This is interesting, though. And then it doesn't seem like it fits with the other things that you're working on. But it sounds fun. ADN is in French. Ah. I actually did not know that. I only speak a bit of French. Show my distaste. I bought your game and I'm going to play for hours and maybe leave a positive review. What a sucker. Whew. No wonder he's named Poolbox. I got that contract through people I know. It's a nice opportunity. Yeah, and it like I said, it seems interesting. The only sort of real world stuff I've done in terms of devices, I guess one is this keyboard. The other is like a simple light switch I made out of what are those things called? An ESP dev board or something. And then a game I made a while ago called Path to VP. I think I have a video of that somewhere. Log Botland. Path to VP. Here it is. There was a video here. Where's the video? I really should put a video player, huh? Here's a video during development of one playthrough. Okay, let me open this in an incognito tab. Does it still work? Whoa, it does. Yeah, I made some game on an Arduino touchscreen thing that was, anyway, it doesn't matter. I've done very little with devices. I did not mean to close that. Wow, I hope that saved everything. I accidentally clicked slightly too far to the right. Thankfully it did. I'm going to just hit comment and we can just edit the comment later. I don't lose that. For the last 2 days, setting up and configuring the base app of my new project using the T3 stack. I don't know what the T3 stack is. What is this? What do the T's stand for? Is it because of these three that start with T? What does the name of this mean? Why is this name T3? I don't get it. T for Trio, 3 from Hio. Well, why don't they explain that? That seems a little strange, right? Huh. I feel like every unusually named technology has an explanation page somewhere. Been wrestling with NextAuth for several hours last night to try and make it do something it doesn't natively support, and now starting fresh. Okay, cool. You should call it the Q7 tech stack. Didn't do the Arduino side. Someone else in the contract did that. Only did the connection and the conversion of the data. That's neat. Is the controller like a special kind of controller? JS, weird name is just the baseline. I don't feel like JS had a lot of weird names, right? I think it had a lot of things with JS in the name. Maybe I'm not thinking of some like common example, but all the things I can think of off the top of my head were pretty sanely named. Okay, I think this looks good. This is just UID, looks good. In fact, how about we just mark all the UID files done already? And I also looked at tab container controller already, yeah. Project, why did the project change? Toggle tab panel, okay, that makes sense. All right, so how many more files do we have to look through? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, I think. All right. This isn't too bad so far. I thought, I mean, it might have been bad for Kevin, but I thought this was going to be some like, I don't know, ultra mega major pain in the butt kind of change. So there's a panel tooltip inside. There's definitely one inside a battle panel. Yeah. Why don't we just use the same tooltip everywhere, I wonder? This is a tooltip, right? Yeah. And then where do we there was something that now has an init dot star tooltip. Let me take a look at that. It's one of these. And I already looked at it. Where is it? This. Where, what calls this? The instance map from the battle panel. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's fine. Q17. Yeah. Sensors on which you place blocks. Each block is a letter. ATCG. And it represents one of the, yep, got it. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that full box. Bootstrap had a rather decent name. Yeah, I guess when I think of the things that I used, like, I didn't really use Bootstrap, but Tailwind, I feel like this makes sense. It's basically like saying this is going to give you a boost to your development. I use Pixie.js, which granted, okay, I guess the Pixie part doesn't make sense exactly, but it's kind of like Pixels and it was meant for rendering. 3.js was for 3D rendering, typically. React, which was meant to be for reacting to changes in the UI. I don't know. I feel like they mostly made sense. Tailwind makes no sense. You don't think a tailwind of like helping your development? I mean, I guess it doesn't pertain to what it's doing, which is CSS classes. But it's not like T7 or something, right? Where you'd be like, what in the world does that mean? View, you can't say view doesn't make sense. Come on, it's pronounced view and it's a front end. That's not. Maybe you're the problem. Having the tooltip in the hierarchy is useful for some tooltip on parent, so you set it directly in the editor. When he's a town, when you set it in init. Yeah, I think it's fine. How about Angular? Yeah, I know. I don't know. I'm not saying they all are perfectly fitting, but at least they've got names that you're like, oh, that's a word. I mean, imagine if I named my front end framework like this. You'd be like, oh, this must stand for something, right? And then I'm like, nope, it doesn't. Also, I wonder if there's a reason behind Angular. Like maybe this is just an ignorance thing. I don't know. Oh, I wonder if it's because you use angle brackets for everything to make components. That actually might have been what was behind the name. Yeah, I wonder if it was that. I think they start switching to different languages. Yeah, I think this is one of the issues with there just being names for everything that exists, because that's naturally how you refer to things. And we just have so much media now. If you think about it, you have movies, games, books, libraries, whatever else. I mean, tech stack libraries, that sort of thing. And you can't really collide with any of these. Like if you named your library The Purge, you can't really search for it anymore, right? It pull up the movie instead. Okay, this looks good. We no longer get the close button in here. That's fine. UI cancel. So what happens when we press escape on this? It still works, yeah. And it doesn't matter what tab we're in. Yeah, I think it's fine. The Purge JS. Gonna grab some food. Take care, Foolbox. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, things are progressing pretty well. Hey, Nick. Let's just toggle visibility. I wonder, this better exists somewhere now, right? Yes. But toggle visibility doesn't need to do that. So this just happens automatically now. Yeah, that's fine. And then we try to make sure you had adventurers, which we now do in a slightly different way. Okay. In here, we had some events. No. Something listened for, maybe it was the tab container. Something listened to make sure that we had an adventurer first. Yeah, here it is. And I want to make sure that this doesn't fail when we load the game from a save file. Save and load. Hang on, that might not be what it takes. Maybe I need to turn off debug. How do I even do that? I mean, I guess I could do this. When is the next Fest? You in there? I haven't applied yet because I want to make sure we're in good shape. Next Fest is in June, though. I think they're always February, June, and October. And the main thing that we're targeting for right now is what I'm calling Checkpoint 6, which I'm hoping is April 11th. Maybe the 18th if we kind of slip a little bit. But that, if that goes pretty well, then like May and June can pretty much just be polish, some content maybe. I don't know, probably just mostly polish. I don't think we can add too much more content to the demo. I think having about 1 hour is a pretty good length. And if we add more content, like let's say we got it to be 3 hours, people might not buy the game. We don't need to stop at some point. This can't be true. I refuse to believe it. Because this is mostly what JavaScript libraries did by putting JS around stuff. So there's got to be some .NET things that are like the equivalent of Angular. I know I'm harping on a very minor thing here. There's a limit date. Remember, you can always drop out. Yes, there's a date that you need to apply by, if that's what you're talking about. And yeah, I'll write this down. Make sure we've applied for the June Next Fest. I don't even know what the deadline is. Hey, Doc K. When is the next fest? It's June, like early June or mid June, I think. I don't think it's late June. Steam Next Fest June. Oh, yeah, mid June. Okay, so 16th to 22nd apparently. That's a little later than I thought. When's the registration deadline? April 20. Wait, whoa, what? April 29th? Huh. It's sooner than I thought. Okay, let's write that down. You know, I'm going to give Poolbox a point for the combination of the things that he said about Next Fest. I'm going to also put this on my Thursday schedule just to make a thing for me. April 29th is the last day. We should just do this now and pull out later if we don't want to be in it. Hey, Vex. Yeah. Okay. Did I launch this? Yes, I did. Okay, if we load now. Yeah, everything looks fine. Which means that we're calling this function Can I put a breakpoint here? Init, that's not the breakpoint I want. I want the breakpoint inside this thing. Which, oh, yep, you can. Okay. It sets it on both. I think the JetBrains IDs have a way of setting them on either part of this, and I guess VS Code doesn't. It just sets them on both. That's fine. This is good. Yeah, this is working. Nice. All right. I don't even know what prompted me to do that, but I'm glad we looked into that. Oh yeah, the whole what happens about if you don't have adventurers. We should probably write that. Disallow opening the battle map before hiring your first adventurer since it won't be usable. Yeah, we don't have a reason for that here. I don't think it's important. Okay. This used to be private and now it's not private. Make next. Just want to see if this makes sense. Overlay visibility controller is telling you to do this thing. I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay, we got rid of this completely. Looks good. All right, we're making progress. I think I've looked through all of this now by virtue of looking through all the rest of the code and coming across this. Yeah. All right, so we only have a few files left. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, interesting. Okay, that was just turned into one line. Set up instances manager. Where's that done? Set up instances manager. It's done on ready. So it's done on both a new game and unloading. Chose instance party. Okay. Wouldn't this have had to? Yeah, this was somewhere else. Okay, that's fine. Yep. This is interesting. Mark tutorial complete. I thought this was coincidentally already there. I didn't realize this was part of now loading from a save file. Right here. This may be done too early. I'm not sure. I don't think it matters for right now. And what does this do exactly? It sets this thing to true and then marks that we've completed this. What else listens for this? Is a spurious event going to be a problem here? No, no. Ooh, well, maybe. No. 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 Everything's fine so far. What about this one? No, that's fine. And what about this one? Yeah, they're all fine. Yeah, they're all fine. Yeah, I think the the moral of the story is people just, regardless of the language, name software whatever they want. Okay, that looks good. Total battle map, hide buildings menu. Interesting. I didn't notice that. So I've got the map open. It'll Wait, what? Oh, it's only when you click here? Oh, that's not what I would expect, I think. Because if you press M, it doesn't do that. Hmm. Okay. Well, I think we should probably change that town menu. Hide buildings menu. The town menu would have to be connected to the overlay visibility controller for that to happen. Or we need an event listener here too. I'm just going to put it in a note. Clicking battle map in the town menu will hide, I guess, causes the buildings menu to be hidden. But pressing, I guess, M or T to open the new tab container doesn't work that way. Pige, this goes to show you the pool box cares about you. Because 11 minutes ago he said gonna grab some food. And this is equivalent to saying goodbye. And now he's fielding your tech support questions. He's helping you solve your computer problems. Am I reading this right? Oh, I have food. Okay. What food did you get? I'm trying to make Pige feel bad over here. You're ruining that. He makes me feel bad on a regular basis. All right, this stuff comes from the tab container. I still think battle panel is a little weird in how it's accessed. Although I thought that before even this commit. All perks trees. Okay, and then another little note. I think all the stuff in overlay visibility controller, this stuff can be simplified. But a lot of it's perks. So maybe we don't worry about that yet. All right, mark that as viewed. We have 2 more files left. Hooray. Why is that public? Toggle battle map visibility. I'm guessing this used to be calling into the battle panel directly because it had its own toggle on it. So if I look at portal.cs, that's the change we should see. Yep. Okay. Anything else there? No. Oh, what else? Battle panel, that was the same as what we had. And adventurers panel is the same as what we had. This is another little bit of diff poisoning. I'm just going to undo. These things can be moved down here. Is that where it was? Town perks? Yeah. And they were in that order? Yeah. Let's say he can't prove it. Adam has a log of everything that's ever happened to him. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the document called Page's insults toward me in botland somewhere. No, no, just a sticky note. I think it'll shrink a lot of stuff when perks moves to a tab. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't have, so I do have a note called people being jerks, which might sound like a joke, but it's not. But what this contained was a bunch of people who I thought were basically like either trolls or just idiots on Twitch. And that way, if I eventually banned them, I'd have a log of every stupid thing they've done. At some point, I stopped keeping track of that stuff. Also, I feel like the trolling has really died down. There was a lot more trolling like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Am I on that list? No. You're on a different list. You'll never know the name. Actually, I wonder if you are in any of the lists. I don't have my private notes open right now. Yeah, I'm not going to check. Too much pies to track yet. I do a search as like 1 GB of pies result. Converts the enumeration to its integer value. This is helpful in cases where the enum type itself is a generic, since direct casting is not available. I guess I understand this, but I'm not totally sure why we have extension methods. I guess just for syntactic sugar here. Is this letting us do something we couldn't have done? To value. We would have called this as a 2. Can't you just do this? Can't convert T tab ID. Oh, because it's both a struct and an enumeration? What? The struct part, I guess I don't understand. What's tab ID? Why is that there? What if I deleted that? See, non-nullable type. Maybe that's just how these things work. I'm a little confused as to why this doesn't work though. Anyway, we'll just stick with the extension methods. I think this is fine. Lifebeard, thanks for the resub. How you doing? Happy 13 months. Working on a puzzle game for too long can drive someone crazy. I've worked on some puzzle games in the past. Nothing I've like really launched. There's this one game I made where you were on a grid board and there were arrows and you had some little character that moved around, right? And if you moved to the same row or column as an arrow, it would then move all the way down to meet where you are. So like this arrow would go from being here to being here if you move to this spot. And then it would turn into a wall. And I just made a bunch of random levels. It wasn't that fun, but it was okay. Yeah. Chain reaction chess. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. I've got some little notes here, but oh wait, no, hang on. I forgot to commit my stuff. I have very minor things I wanted to commit. Not this. But this one, for example, and there was one other one with an init changing somewhere. Yeah. This unpoisoned diff. I just moved some lines so that it'll be easier to read the diffs in the future. And then this was to just add in a comment. Yeah, clarify a comment. The what is obvious for this, but the why wasn't. Sync, and that's it. They do teach a lot about level design. Yeah, I always wondered for the really, really, like, how do I say this? I guess I'll give an example. My wife just told me about a feature on iOS, and I don't have an iPhone, so I can't confirm this for myself. Well, let's say you have someone named, I don't know, Bobbert in your phone, and you rename them to Rob. Apparently, you can still say into your phone, call Bobbert, and even though you renamed them, it'll still use the old name. And that is just it's like a quality of life and a UX feature that most people probably never even experience. And when they do experience, they probably don't even realize that, wait, I changed the name a while ago. Anyway, with puzzle games, I think it's the same sort of thing where you need to have such insight into what level of difficulty the puzzle needs to be at, which means following so many different people playing the game, saying where the spikes are, figuring out how to even out those spikes, making sure it's fun and progresses well. And I think a Portal is kind of a puzzle FPS, I guess. Although the S is kind of questionable because you're only shooting one thing. But they did a really good job of this. Like just the difficulty curve and the interest as you're playing the game. And I think their reviews reflect that. Is this still like a super highly rated game? Or yeah, it hasn't changed. Yeah. And do they consider it puzzle? Yeah, they do. You do shoot portals, yeah. Yeah, you have two things you can shoot. Anyway, the other game that comes to mind is Slay the Spire. I think this is a game that must have spent forever in the playtesting phase because everything is balanced pretty well for the majority of players. I don't know what it's like at the top level. Maybe it's not balanced then, but they did a very good job at making your choices actually matter in that game. Figure out how to make puzzles. You have to think through the puzzle backwards. I think there are a lot of different techniques for making puzzles. One is just kind of throw things somewhere and figure out if it works. Two is farm it out to other people. Although then they're just going to apply any of the other techniques anyway. And yeah, three is like think backwards or think of an idea that you want. There was a documentary, on crossword puzzles. What was that called? Wordplay, yeah. This was pretty interesting. I'm not really into crossword puzzles, but this followed a bunch of players and some of the creators of these puzzles. And it's mind-boggling nowadays to think about how they did this. This was a film in 2006, so it really captured everything up until probably whatever 2005, let's say. And one of these people would just sit down at a table and say, okay, my theme is going to be whatever, New York City. And then they just start like filling in words in their crossword puzzle and be like, okay, that doesn't work, or this clue needs to be different. And that's nuts. Like I'm nearly positive they use computers for this stuff now, but they literally just sat down with a pencil and a sheet of paper and just started writing out the puzzle. And yeah, it took them, I don't know, a day, 2 days, something like that. And by the end of it, they had a crossword puzzle that would just be in the New York Times and a ton of people would see it and have fun. I think there is some amount of brain tuning you need for that. And it kind of reminds me of how music composition has worked over the years. Classical musicians didn't have any other tools. They had their ears and they had an instrument and a pen and paper. And that was it. You didn't like you didn't write something out and then be like, okay, computer, play it back for me. See if that actually sounds good. It just wasn't possible. So you just honed your equipment. You need to play test and balance things for any games. You do, but I feel like for puzzle games, maybe it's more tenuous in that the player could get frustrated and leave. Whereas with other games, if a game isn't balanced, it's probably not as balanced for fun and not necessarily for difficulty. I know I'm speaking generally here, so yeah, I do think it's true for a lot of games. But maybe what I mean to say is that some games are more forgiving about it. Like let's say you're playing a Kirby game and it's, I don't know, you play a level that's not quite as fun. It's probably still going to be good enough. Like the tolerance is just greater for that style of game. Found it kind of lackluster considering the reviews. I think if it doesn't grab you in about 20 minutes, then it's probably not going to grab you. Oh yeah, I don't think of Slay the Spire as a puzzle game, just to be clear. I just think it's a game where they very finely tuned the player experience based on a lot of different variables. Do you like Sudoku? No. I don't tend to. I liked nonograms because I could just shut off my brain and play them. Sudoku I never really got into. One of the ways I learned is make very hard puzzles, then break that puzzle in little puzzle segments. Yeah. Yeah, you are still balancing for fun. And I mean, people staying in your game is always going to be about them enjoying it somehow. Okay, so I think we're good. Oh yeah, one last comment. I think the styles, we got to change those. We'll need to change the styles at some point. We're combining quite a lot of styles in one panel. Okay, let's merge this. Thank you very much for doing this, Kevin. Is your game supposed to start out easy and get hard, or start difficult and get easier, or something else? Who are you talking about, Skeleseller? I think almost every game wants it to start out easy and then get hard, at the very least for a tutorial or something. I kind of wonder what the Dark Souls like games do for this, or just Dark Souls. Like, is there a tutorial or some equivalent? All right, so we're done with this. We are now done with the PRs, I believe, and we can move on to some of this other stuff. So let's switch to main, and then as per Dark's request, let's run the UID tool. Reload, close, project, tools, upgrade. I agree. Invisible tutorials are the best ones. I just wonder what a Dark Souls game does for that. Like, are the monsters any easier? Or is it punishing right from the get-go? So this would have changed. Oh my God. What in the world? Why did this change 117 files? This has to be the UID cache thing, right? Oh God. Yeah. If I run this a second time, it doesn't change the output, does it? Okay, so all these are staged now. We have no changes. And if I run this again, because if this is an item potent, then I misunderstood this. Well, I think what's happening is basing it on some files in my UID cache. And the other people working on this have a different UID cache. So that's why we're generating different ones. No, it did generate 45 more changes. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, here it removed the UID. Did it add it back in over here? It did. Oh, man. This is bad. Okay, what if I what if I click the plus button now and then I run this a third time? Because maybe you have to run it twice and then you're fine. If that's the case, that's not so bad. I can just write that in my notes. Although I would expect a tool that takes this long to do that for me. Did it make changes again? Okay, no. Now it's stable. Okay, so you do have to run this at least twice. Hey, Thornity. Really like the logo starting screen. The Skeleseller one? I don't play games much, but I played a lot of Sims years ago. It was tricky at the beginning because you were limited in resources until you played a while. I think it's easier as you go. I see what you're saying. I think this all comes down to how do you define difficulty? Like, in my mind, that's a limitation, but it's not necessarily difficult. But I see what you mean. And yeah, I think a lot of games want to start you out. If there's going to be a power progression, then they want to start you out pretty much as weak as you're going to get in the game. And yeah, sure enough, a lot of games do that. Like if you play, whatever, Breath of the Wild, I think you start with like 3 hearts, a stick, no pants. And by the end of the game, you've got pants. Trust me, you've got pants. Okay, well, this UID tool is too bad. Run the exact same tool again. Seems like it sometimes requires two runs. to settle and become idempotent. You decide if you have pants. Yeah, now that's gameplay. Okay, well, this is a very, very important realization. And this has got to be a bug, right? Like why is this thing, what's it called? Upgrade UIDs. Upgrade UIDs. No fix is offered for existing duplicate IDs. I'll write this down tomorrow. Consider filing a bug on Godot for having to run upgrade UIDs twice. Just, what did I do here? Just pull the commit from before whatever time. Yeah, okay, so switch to main, we're done. Run the UID tool. I'm gonna go check this in. There should be nothing controversial in here, and I'm not gonna read through all of this. It's just whatever the automated tool did. So if I scroll down and see anything unusual, then we'll stop. But otherwise, I'm not looking through every change. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, so run UID tool twice. For whatever reason, I had to run this twice for it to make all of the changes it was going to make. I didn't know. I don't know if this was always the case, but it's in my notes now. Flower emoji. Is that the new stuff in 4.4? I think this is new in 4.4, yeah. So there are two aspects to this. One, there are now UID files for everything, basically. So it's like every new script that you add, you're going to have a UID file for it. And it's literally just one line. And it tells you the UID, which apparently is not referred to anywhere else. Hang on a second. What just happened? Nothing uses item drop? Oh, huh. I think I just coincidentally opened the one file that's not used anywhere. Wow. Yeah, this is pointless now, huh? Wait, no, it's not pointless. It just, oh, it's never referred to by UID because it's only used through code. Oh, that's even worse. I guess we have UID files that have no reason to exist. So you can reference stuff more easily. I actually don't think it's because of that, because there was always a UID cache. I think this is intentionally just to be so that your team doesn't run into UIDs changing on you. Yeah. Way too wordy. I mean, you can just read subject lines, right? It's just like anything else. I still follow the commit guidelines for subject lines. I don't know why this thing's so long to load. Yeah. So if you look through the commit messages, they're all going to be the same. Wouldn't you prefer to have more context if you were actually reading this? I don't know how often you actually read descriptions, but I don't tend to read them too frequently. I think I handled the tutorial part great. Tutorial fight is a boss battle. Doesn't matter if you win or lose. You get an achievement if you beat it there. Yeah, I think the important part of any tutorial is clearly that you've learned and that you've stuck with a game. If a tutorial teaches you, but you're super frustrated by the end of it, then it has not accomplished its goal. And if you haven't learned the things by the end of it, then it also hasn't accomplished its goal. Hey, Chris, how's it going? My commit message is 3 words or less. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I take it as criticism, but it works. I ran the tool and I got 3 changes. After pulling in the... Did I push this? Did I push this? I don't think I even pushed it, right? I actually don't know. Let's see. Yeah, everything up to date. How did it get you 3 changes then? I wonder if you do need to delete your UID cache. Can you send me what the changes are? Yeah, it's on themes. I'll run this one more time, but I don't think there should be any other changes here. And can you also paste in your Godot version? I'm doing well, Chris. Progress has been pretty good. Are you still using that the question and answer tool that you made? Did this make another change? It didn't. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I'm curious about what is any one of those changes and which version are you on? Because I just we can't do anything else at this point, right? Whatever caused our caches to differ, it's probably gonna happen again in the future. Posted a screenshot. It added in UIDs again. Okay, what is this for? Notification box.tsc. And it's line 4. It is weird that this doesn't have the UID there. I wonder if I need to run from Godot as well. I didn't try that. Probably should have tried that. Also, I should probably do this. Wait, sorry. Hang on a second. All right, there. Okay, did that do anything? No. Yeah, what's your version that you're on? .4 stable mono. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm on as well. You have the same commit hash, right? 4C311. Why would it change that? Same hash, yeah. I mean, you're on Windows. That probably isn't it, but it could be. Also, what is this in here? I saw there's a C# menu. Oh, just create solution. Yeah, I don't care about that. Okay, well, we're done with that. I'm not going to do this. Not now. Godot stuff. We'll just put this here. Get the same diff as dark. You can try running it on macOS later. Weird. Okay, you know what? Let's try something else really fast then. Let me open up this picture. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. How do you... Oh, did they... I think Discord changed. There used to be like an open in browser thing beneath the picture, but now it's at the upper right. I think that makes more sense, actually. All right, zoom out so we can actually see this. So what if I add this in myself? In notification box. Not that. This one. Notification box. All right, it's right here, and it's supposed to be DVV1. DVV1. Yeah, this. All right, UID equals UID. Okay, now if I run this, it shouldn't complain. There should be no errors. Yeah, everything's fine there. And it did not overwrite this. Now, if I do this, does it undo that change? It did. Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know what to do. That's... Huh. Well, too bad. we're not looking at that anymore. Maybe mention the thing about how it removes UID equals this for me. There are quotes around there, right? Yeah. Which shows up on the Windows versions. Very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. All right, well, we have other work to do. So let's go start the other work. Rare items assigned to yourself. Let's just a reminder, we should add some rare items. Allow for rare items to drop by changing the loot system. Yeah, so we only have 2 ideas for rare items right now. One is high value items. So imagine there's a sword that sells for 10 gold and there's a, I don't know, glowing sword or something that sells for 50 gold. So this could be a rare item. And then the other one is skill gems. and get enough of these, and you can get a skill point for an adventurer. And that's it right now. The ability to add rare items is what this PR is about. So it's just allowing us to have a % chance. Because right now, the way this works is you specify a minimum amount and a maximum amount and not a chance. Maybe it's just an older version since those IDs are very recent. Older version of Godot? Because I was going to say we're on the exact same version. We're just on different operating systems. Maybe open the notification box scene and run. It also adds the UID for me that way. I thought the whole point of that tool, though, was that we don't need to do this process anymore. Because I strongly dislike this process. That you just coincidentally have a file open that you'd never know that you have to have open. Yeah, this does add it. Ugh. Oh, God. All right. That's the worst. If I have notification box.tscn open in Godot and launch from Godot, it'll add that UID in. And it's different. Yeah. Oh man. I I just we're just never escaping this, are we? There's got to be something that they can do about that. It's not a problem for us, I guess. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I said there are going to be two kinds of high value items. We specify item drops from an instance data. Is that right? Yeah, item drops right there. And if we go to all instance data and we look at the item drops, it's just an array of stuff. So I think let's look at one of these like this one. So I don't want to go too complex if we're not going to use the complexity yet. I think it'd be nice to say something like, I don't know, glowing sword here. And maybe say something here like chance item drop versus these would be like range item drop. And here we could just say what the chance is, 0.01 or something like that. However, will these chances be modified by something later? I guess whatever drops them can figure that out. So these would just be base chances. But how do we want to do this? Because they don't even necessarily have to be manifested in the instances themselves. Oh, they could be. There could be like one high value item per instance. We even want to do that. I don't think we do. I think the early instances shouldn't have them at all. And then skill gems should be everywhere. And should probably, how should that work? Have different quantities? Probably have a perk for more rare items. Yeah, we could. Man, I don't think. Oh, man. I was hoping to not have to look at adventure progression yet, but we can't just add in the ability for rare items if we don't know how skill gems are going to work. I don't think we can do this until we figure out how skill gems are going to work. Yeah, I think we need to do a little bit of game design first. Because my worry is that we're going to be going a little too complex on this change. We have 3 main stats, health, power, fortitude, and then we have skill points, which if you consider to be a stat, then you got 4 stats. And I want all of them to be controlled by a different sort of meta currency, basically. And I'm not sure that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, Crucials. I had done something like this for like a prototype I was working on, and that system actually worked really well. I had like loot tables and then loot drop chances or something. The thing is, we don't really need a ton of flexibility in this system. And I don't want to add in flexibility if it's not going to be used. But yeah, I don't think there's any way around this. I think we need to go to the game design stuff again. So let me see if I can find the old design document for this. Adventurer progression. It's something I wrote pretty recently, so it should be pretty easy to find. Last modified sort. I think it's this document. This was on February 14th. Yes, this is about a month ago. And we talked about adventurer progression in here somewhere. Here it is. Okay, one problem is that we give skill points to all adventurers at once. So when you hire a new adventurer, you start with, say, 3 points, then you're, overwhelmed. High-level solutions cut down on the number of choices you have at any point. Currently demoing be the ogre get a skill point. Would a quest for only for a single adventurer and level them up as long as they weren't beyond their local maximum? Okay, yeah, we got to modify this. How long did this thing go on for, though? Oh, boy. We won't allow respecializing. If we ever do allow it, it should probably just be a reset button. Okay, I want to revisit this. Yeah. Revisiting adventurer progression. I'm not sure that the system I had planned is going to be the best for the game. It seems complex. You have 4 new currencies and X adventurers, and you have to figure out how to distribute these points to your adventurers. The currencies don't translate 1-to-1. E.g., the rogue with 50 health may require 10 food to increase their health. But at 100 health, it may require 100 food. There's a concept of resetting these allocations. And I guess there are 2 problems here. One, it makes it hard to know the value of a drop. If you get 50 food, how much is it actually worth? 2 is that it makes it hard to know how much you're going to need in the future. Yeah. Which further complicates things. I wonder, okay, what if we just didn't have that concept of resetting allocations? We would only potentially need it for skill points. We could get rid of resetting stuff. They're all power boosts. So only skill points could feel limiting. And even then, maybe they don't. I think this would be a big change. This would be a really, really good change because this would already remove quite a lot of like, oh, I messed up. How do I fix this? We have the same philosophy when it comes to perks that you buy in the game. If, let's say, you invested in this, so this costs 50. I just spent my 50 gold on it. You don't get that money back. You can't refund this, but that's okay because you just earn infinite money as you play the game. So you'll eventually be able to afford the thing you wanted to afford. So the only way you can really mess up is by just temporarily making the wrong, like changing the order of your decisions. And that's not a severe, like shoot yourself in the foot kind of mistake. With skill points, there's no way you can mess up because you can always just reset your skill points completely and even individually. So if I put a point there and I'm like, whoops, I meant to click that one, just right click that, left click that. And that's always going to be possible. That's fine. The thing I'm talking about here is for this character to even have gotten 3 skill points, you would have needed to use some skill gems or skill books or something on them. And that you might have wanted to reset. So like, oh, whoops, I gave the rogue 3 skill points. I wanted the mage to have 3 skill points. And I wonder, should I even care about that? Like, should we just consider all of these to pretty much just be purchases that use different kinds of currencies? Hmm. Yeah. We could treat these new currencies like how we treat gold. You can't screw up a character or a choice other than the order in which you choose these things. I like that idea. You could have stuff like food provide temporary buffs, so it's more about allocating what you have to survive the moment. I just don't think that fits Skeleseller though. Because one of the things that we've had with any sort of temporary buff we've tried in the past is that you want to automate it given that the rest of the game is automated. And automating a temporary thing is almost like giving you the permanent thing. So I think it would either just feel like upkeep or you'd just be like, just let me unlock this thing for good. I suppose you considered adventurers leveling individually and getting a skill point per level or something like that. What are the thoughts on that versus a currency to do the same? So I'm very opposed to experience points, and I think I've written about this in a couple of places. Let me see. I had a whole document on this. Find this up. Yeah, I had this. I think this was one of my biggest problems with experience points. It feels like a tax that you pay. In Skeleseller, you very, very easily could grind. Let me unlock auto battling. You can very easily grind a location. So like, okay, I'm in the forest, right? I click auto battle. And now I could just walk away from my computer. And when I come back, I'll have leveled up, right? So it's like, was that an interesting decision? Does this feel fun? You unlock a new adventure and you're like, I have to level them up. Or you haven't been using an adventure and you're like, oh, now I need to go battle with them. I think it's more fun in manually played games where the act of battling could be fun. So, for example, if I'm playing a Diablo style game, like I'm casting spells, I'm using different abilities at level 1 than I am at 5, than I am at 50. So, I think that's my biggest problem with this. What else do we have? The other ones are, I think, not as problematic. I think it's mostly that it just feels like a tax. Yeah. Means it doesn't scale with itself though, so you can't screw something up in the moment that screws you over days later. Well, the days later bit, I mean the playtime for this game is gonna be like 5 to 10 hours. So if you mean you're playing for like an hour every day and 3 days later you're like, oh, I messed up a few hours ago, I don't really think that's a big problem. Um, yeah. Also, as far as screwing up, we're just talking about like the order of things. So I think the perk thing is a really good example of this. Like I said, if you have 100 gold, you can choose to spend it, let's say here or here. If you spend it in the wrong one, which there is no real wrong choice, but if you spend it in the wrong one, then just get another 100 gold, right? Like it shouldn't take you, honestly, probably shouldn't take you more than like 3 minutes to get 100 gold. So basically what I'm saying is some choices can set you back by some small number of minutes. And I don't think that's going to feel bad. Obviously, no matter what we do, we have to play test this stuff because you can design something on paper that might not feel good. I can imagine leveling up is still enjoyable in a similar way. My new adventurer can only do a basic dungeon and maybe need some help. Eventually, they can do it themselves. I feel like I progressed. You can see how that's annoying when you unlock something. On the other hand, it's also free gameplay content. But think about what the benefits are, right? So if it's to feel progress, we can do that in a different way. But what's the cost? And the cost is like you get a new adventurer and they're bad. And then you perform some task that you just ignore for X minutes. Like, I guess the way it works is I just unlock the archer. Like, okay, I click this, I turn on start battle, and I'm like, all right, now I'll just ignore this for the next like 5-10 minutes as they level up. I'm just not sure it's an interesting system or an interesting decision. Or you do the other thing that people do, which is like, okay, I just unlocked the archer. That's weird. I can't click this. Can't click any of this. What? It's got to be a bug. What does it think I clicked there? It thinks I clicked the edit party button, but it just didn't do anything. Okay, something's wrong. There's a major bug. I think the party doesn't work anymore. I think this is something that the new tab container modified. So I'll need to look into that. Anyway, the other thing I was going to say though is you could be like, okay, let's go to a later location, right? So let's go to this place and let's take our new sucky archer and throw in all my like powerful adventurers. I just, it still just feels like a tax to me either way. It's like, why not just have them be leveled up automatically? Getting a new adventure that's opinionated about how it's played is interesting, since they seem bad at first glance, but you realize they're actually good when you spend time learning them. I just don't think this game has the learning them part. Have you tried Skeleseller before? Because I think if you played it, you'll realize it doesn't really fit the way this is being described. Like, this is how it works in a lot of manually played games. You've got, I don't know, your mage has like a long range fireball and I don't know, some sort of like ice shield or something like that. You're like, oh, cool. When they do get in range, they're going to hit my ice shield and I've got a long range fireball. So I need to position myself in like these ways. That just doesn't exist in Skeleseller. There are different abilities, but you're not learning how to use them. Yeah. I suggest trying the game. I think this happens in a lot of game design discussions. I don't mind people chiming in without having tried it, but I think if you're kind of circling the systems that we have so far, it's probably worth it to just check it out. There is something interesting about this though, which is that experience versus these currencies for stats. Either way, we want to... Actually, it's not even stats I care about. It was really only the skill points. The only thing I wanted to fully gate was skill points. And maybe we could have a different system for skill points. And this is because of the cognitive overload. We need to make sure new adventurers don't get them too quickly. And that I'm not totally sure I can do. Actually, do you think you learned them? I spent a good chunk of time trying to optimize my party to be able to do 2 high-level dungeons at the same time. Took a lot of different trying out skills. Yeah. Okay. So there are a lot of things going on in what you just said, and I think there's a decent amount to unpack, and it's a little bit difficult. So the end game had no real sense of like, we need to give you something to do. So I just like cranked up the difficulty, and that essentially like created a puzzle that then players tried to solve. I don't think that's going to be the experience when you're 1 hour into the game in the future. Because right now at the 0 hour mark of any game, you're just starting out. And then at the 1 hour mark, right now you're ending the game. That's not going to be the case. We're going to put a whole bunch of new lines in here so that this will be like at the 10 hour mark you're ending the game. So that what you experience at 1 hour would be like, I don't know, getting your 4th adventure or something like that. And probably it wouldn't feel like the difficulty is so much that there's still something you need to do. But also the adventure progression is going to change such that it won't just be use the tavern to get more power. The battle panel used to open itself should be a 1-line ad. Yeah, a PR would be good. Yeah, then we don't need to do anything. Easy peasy. I must be slow. It took me 3. Well, thereabouts. I mean, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Yeah, it's all in that general range, I guess. What I mean is, however long it took you for that, like roughly triple that, and that's kind of what we wanted the game to be. Like I said, like the 5 to 10 hour range. So I think the learning your adventurers could still be the case, and it might be helped by some of this, like let's gate skill points. There are other ways we can handle this stuff too. Okay, well, here are my thoughts. Option 1 is give skill points across all adventurers and don't allow like transferring them between adventurers. E.g., you get 5 points and you put 3 in the rogue and 2 in the mage. Then you get the warrior. It has 0 points. So option 2 would be give skill points across all adventurers and do allow transferring them. You get 5 points, you put 3 in the rogue, 2 in the mage, then you get the warrior. You move 3 points from the rogue to the warrior. This has the cognitive overload problem that we already talked about, which is what's steering me toward each character gets its set of skill points and it has its own internal reset button. So my rogue has 9 points, distribute them however you want, reset them, redistribute them however you want, but you can't give these 9 points to one of your other characters. They're always on the rogue now. I think this is the right decision. Yeah. I think the whole point of customizing an adventurer is that you stick to those customizations to some extent. Which makes me wonder if stats should have the same treatment. Should stats be modified from what I had planned? We had food, scales, and what was the other thing? Like power gems. Maybe they're all just one currency. I don't know how that would work, but we can figure that out. Would I not still always try to optimize my XP per minute or gold per minute to unlock things quicker? That's always going to be more efficient, I'm assuming, by being able to do as many dungeons as quickly as possible, which is the puzzle. Yeah, generally. I think after watching people play, though, how they end up doing that is different based on the player. I was just watching Mr. D-Boy play the game, and for example, they did something that a lot of players do, which makes me think that this is an us problem, not a them problem. They did something like this. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna have the game run at like super speed for a little bit, and you'll see something start to happen here. Okay, yeah. So you see items spewing out of the portal right now. This is because I don't have space in a filled warehouse, and they're all starting to disappear. And when I watch some people like this play the game, they don't think, I need to stock my shops or I need to do something differently. They just let these items disappear and still battle. And they still report at the end of it that they had fun playing the game. So they're basically like not optimizing their throughput of the town. And let's say they chose to, it would be faster for them. So I think it's like we need to give you the tools to do it. And for the players who want to optimize or like the sort of min-maxing aspect, then they will apply that effort. But like I said, it's fun for some players to just watch this stuff happen and make different decisions. So it's kind of interesting seeing it play out. It's like as long as they have fun in the end, I don't mind how they get there. How would an individual adventure level system affect the game? So for one, individual levels, the biggest question would be how do they get those levels? So is it like you pay some currency for them, you get experience on leveling, a combination of the above, you modify individual stats, and it's some threshold and levels are just a reflection of your stats. Is there any issue with letting it disappear? The cognitive overload isn't from the items, just to be clear. The cognitive overload is from this. When you currently, if you unlock a new adventurer, you are given the same level as all of your other adventurers. So like, let's say I just got the cleric. I'm not gonna go through the process to do that. But let's say I just got the cleric and I'm looking at them. I have 6 skill points. So I put a skill in here and then I'm like, oh man, there are 5 left. Okay, I'm just gonna click some of these. That's what I've seen a bunch of players do. That's where I think there's cognitive overload. It's like I have what, 10 things to read here, so I'm going to read none of them. And if we instead of giving you 6, if we had given you 1, then you'd be like, oh, I just need to read these 2 things. So I'll just read these 2 things. And for those, that works great. So that's, yeah. I think a little part of it is you might be underestimating how fun it is actually battling, even if you're just watching. I don't think I'm underestimating it. Like I said, I've seen people play the game. I've read through like dozens of pieces of feedback from people who comment on playing the game. I get that it's fun, and I get that some people want to optimize it. And I like, this is the whole reason that led to bosses for us in the first place. In fact, I think we need to make them harder than they currently are if we're going to change adventure progression. So I get that that's interesting. I think we're mixing like 3 different things here, because this started as a talk about experience points, and then it turned into a learning curve for adventurers. And now I'm not actually totally sure what it is, but it was somewhere about optimizing and like challenging battles. I think there should be room for optimizing, and I think there should be challenging battles in the game. I'm not sure if experience points should exist. And I think the learning curve will feel different when we have these new progression systems in the game. Maybe when they battle, they get experience, and when they level up, they get skill points, forcing the player to put more time into an adventure. Okay, so yeah, so what I was going to go back to here is how do they get the levels? What I'm not sold on is getting experience for leveling, or needing experience for leveling, because the way this system typically is manifested in games is you spend some amount of time and effort, and you get levels. With pretty much, I'll just say power. You get power for your character. And power doesn't mean attack power. It means just health, power, stats, whatever. And the time and effort is the interesting thing here. So this is an automation game. So the effort is 2 clicks, literally. And the time is just walk away from your computer. So it's not time you're spending. This is, in a nutshell, why I don't like experience in this game. Because I don't think it's interesting. There's just not really anything that goes into it. So I want there to be some choice you're making around this. And that's where I was thinking of modifying individual stats. And I still want to think about this and talk about this some more. Yeah, and by the way, I should definitely write that down somewhere, because I think this is I've never summed it up this succinctly, and I want to write that somewhere. Update. Quick summary of why I don't like experience. It's generally a system that rewards time and effort with power progression. But for Skeleseller, the effort is just 2 clicks, and the time can be skipped by walking away from your computer. I think that's the big thing. So I think what I'm leaning towards so far, conclusion so far, we don't need to allow resets between adventurers. E.g., if we give you 10 fortitude, you shouldn't, I guess I should say, if you give 10 fortitude to the rogue, you shouldn't be able to move that fortitude to the warrior later. And then the question becomes, well, one, we should definitely still allow resetting skill points within an adventurer. That part I definitely want. So, e.g., the rogue has 5 points allocated like this. They should be able to allocate them like that. Back to the experiencing, and tell me if you don't care for the specific feedback. I think it actually solves several problems. It lets you pace how often you get upgrades to alleviate the cognitive overload, and it gives the player agency of full idle walk away versus optimize and actively play. I want the feedback. Don't get me wrong about that. And I think it's especially valuable if you played the game, and I know you have. I just disagree with how this, I think, will pan out. So the pacing can be done with any system. And that's why I think it's worth saying, like, what are the pros and cons of a system, or why are you doing it? I guess the rationale as well. And with experience, if it's a part of it is for pacing, right? That's not a unique aspect to the experience system. I'd say the unique aspect is that battles are giving you something by winning them. More than items, giving you more than items by winning them. Because right now, that's literally all battles are doing. They're just giving you items, unless they're a boss battle. Then they're I guess giving you some progression as well. But beating the forest once is no different from beating it 1,000 times in terms of it's not unlocking the next area. You're still getting the same items. So experience would be something different in that respect, and in that way, it's unique. There are probably other systems that could let you accomplish that. As far as agency of like optimize and actively play, I think this is at the core of Skeleseller. There's always going to be a way you could improve it, and automated games are going to have many people stop before they've optimized. And this all comes back to one like crucial aspect that I talk about, which is the efficiency ratio between the floor and the ceiling of gameplay. So if the worst you can do is 1x, which let's just call that the worst because you got to start somewhere, and the best you can do is 10,000x, then you're very, very well incentivized to do better. If I said you can get 10,000 times better at anything, at writing it, speaking it, you're like 10,000 times, like, yeah, I'd be happy getting 3 times better. But if your floor is 1x and your ceiling is, let's say, like 2.5x, that's not significantly different for some people, especially in an automation game where now instead of taking 10 minutes, you end up taking 25 minutes. Some people are just going to be fine with that. Encrypted Cipher, I think, had fun playing the game and said it took them 3 hours to beat it. That actually is roughly 2.5 times, not exactly, but roughly 2.5 times what it took some people to beat the game. And if they both still have fun, that's fine. If it took them 10,000 hours to beat it, they'd probably hate the game. And Skeleseller intentionally does not have a large floor to ceiling difference here. So the incentive for players to optimize is never going to be so strong as it is in other idle games. And I've shown this on screen before, but if you look at Tap Titans, for example, not even sure I've played this game, but if we just click any screenshot here, this actually does show it off, right? Look at the amount of damage that these characters are doing. I don't even know what this means. It's some like decillion or I don't know what. And actually, this is kind of surprising. It says his character has 45,000 HP. Anyway, usually the bosses have like 10 to the 400 HP, which is a number you can't comprehend, and it's too big. And that is like the definition of a difference between the floor and the ceiling. Yeah, here. 32.28 AF. I don't know what this means. This is some like inhuman number abbreviation. Yeah. Like how many zeros does that number have? Yeah. I'm just saying that it's a good one. But like I said, that's where I disagree. I think that the way you would increase your experience is almost certainly going to be power leveling. Like I just unlocked the rogue, so now I'm going to put them with my powerful characters and just go to the place I was already fighting at. Is that fun? Aren't you just like a little bit slower for 5 minutes and then you've unlocked this new thing anyway? You're like fully leveled rogue. Yeah, I just don't think it's the right cost for that system of just do battles that are automated. Oh, I see. So it's like, what, 31 zeros or something? Actually, if they don't even have used A, must mean that they ran out of zeros that they could have naturally fit. Yeah, it's some huge number. Now, with that said, a lot of the reason why I even wanted to address this in the first place was because I wanted to gate how quickly you get skill points. And I need to make sure this new system actually does that. I'm not sure it's easy to do that. How do I actually gate how quickly you get skill points on a new character? Even if we do have skill gems, what would stop you from amassing them or getting them quickly enough that your new character I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the only real way is we would need to slow this down somehow. And this is what almost makes me think that, like, what if you just had a timer? Like, you got a skill point every 10 minutes until you were at the max. You know, one skill point every 10 minutes until you're at the maximum. It's like experience that you can't speed up and don't need to actually use your adventurer. Send the PR. Let me know if you see a better way to do it. I will take a quick look. Speed battle panel would show itself in this situation. Since in the tab container, we need to explicitly show it. I'm not 100% sure on having to pass use fresh instance slot. Oh, weird. The comment is on the removed line, not the change line. Show the panel last so the size of the tooltip container is computed correctly. I guess that's not needed anymore. Oh yeah, I know about this. I think this is fine. Regarding power leveling, an example solution that's at least a little elegant is about getting bonus experience for doing a dungeon in your level range. Oh, by the way, so this is another thing I wanted to explain about this. One of the things that I've heard a decent amount is you see like 10% crit chance, and people are like, is this additive or is this multiplicative? This is something that most people are never going to experiment to find out. And honestly, most people won't even know or care, and they'll just assume something. When you have experience, I think you have the same sort of general questions, like how much is each adventurer getting per battle? What are the restrictions? Like you said, like a level range, too high or too low, does that lead to a penalty? Yeah, how much experience do I need? And I guess the typical, like, yeah, how do I earn experience in the first place? These sorts of things about restrictions, if you start tamping down experience by saying like, okay, well, if you kill an enemy that's too high, you won't get as much experience. I think it's harder to tell in a game like Skeleseller. If you're playing a game like Final Fantasy, at the end of a battle, it might say, hey, you just got plus 400 experience. And because you battled and you're paying attention to the battle, you will see the results screen. You might ignore this after a while. Maybe they have bars animating or something. But in Skeleseller, since battles are happening constantly, you're probably not actually reading these results. And auto battle happens within 3 seconds anyway. So that's another reason why it's like, if we put in experience, can we just accomplish the same thing and have it be better? And like I said, I think one way is we just have a timer. We literally just start like a 10-minute timer when you hire your adventurer. And we're like, that's how long it takes. Maybe you spend gold to speed it up. I don't know. Maybe you don't speed it up. Well, suggesting it as a bonus has the same explanation cost, which is you still need to explain the bonus somewhere. Yeah. I never actually merged this, did I? No, I didn't. Let me merge that really fast. Thanks for fixing this. I should probably test it. Well, I'm glad we're talking about this because I do want to. I know we haven't come up with a conclusion yet, but I do want to figure this out. So we're going to do this. We're going to win this. We're going to edit. That looks good. Yeah, and if I choose start battle, it should use the same. Yep, good. Okay. Yeah, nice. Squash and merge. Got it. Would people want a way to speed this up? Is it better to frame this as experience and just give experience to every adventurer at once so that they don't have to be in the party? I feel like if you have an experience system, though, we have a lot of explanations. If it's just a timer, then you could walk away from your computer and come back more powerful. However, with automated battles, that's essentially what would be happening anyway. That made me walk away instead of at least doing the least effort in-game solution. Yes, but I think if you were walk away, if it were just a timer, I just don't like the idea of getting experience and then just automating it anyway by using a feature that's built in and that it's going to be functionally the same thing, right? Very bad outside right now. Well, at least you made it home safe. And hey, who cares? I wonder if there's like, how else could we solve the skill point thing? Excuse me. Because I already had talked about it up here. There are only so many solutions that we have. Where is it? Here it is. Cut down the number of choices you have at any point. You only have a total of 2 skills on each adventurer. Don't give you all the points at once. Don't let you spend all the points at once. Is there any other thing we could do here? Okay, there's one other thing I haven't talked about with this new stuff, which is probably worth talking about. Okay, so what would happen if we gave you skill points? What would happen if you got skill points across all of your adventurers, but had to assign them to one adventurer at some point? E.g., you have 5 unspent points and choose to give 3 to the rogue and 2 to the mage. Then you hire the warrior. Your 6th point isn't necessarily easier to get. Yeah, I guess the problem is you may have a bad skill loadout, not have an easy way of fixing it. But no, what if no, we could still solve this, right? We could We could say that at any point in the game, you are expected to have enough skill points for your adventurers. But then I guess the skills aren't really customized all that easily. Yeah, I think this could potentially work. Expected to have enough skill points for your adventurers, but you only get them every so often. Yeah. So basically, imagine, as an example, we say something like 50 skill gems equals 1 skill point. No, wait, no, we can't do that. No, it'd have to be an increasing cost, right? Does it have to be? Maybe we say you're... Think about this. Ultimately, any systems would be the same thing, it's just perceived differently. So getting gold and buying skill gems, getting experience, putting a timer. All essentially just timers at the end of the day with different skins. I think there are some that are the same system and are just perceived differently. So for example, a penalty on experience versus a reward on experience are practically the same system and are just perceived differently. But I think the interactions with other systems are where it's not just a perception thing. So for example, let's say you did just say gold buys level ups. Well, gold is an entire system in the game, and it has other things you can use the gold on, and it has different ways of getting gold. Like the way that experience points typically work in games is there's only one source of them, and it's fighting. And yeah, sure, some games like Pokemon have like a rare candy that lets you just level up an adventure or a Pokemon. But yeah, in general, it's like only the battle system feeds into experience. And I guess Pokemon also had the daycare. and now this cuts down the interaction with the other systems such that it's like, okay, well, yeah, you have to battle. There is no like, I just sold an item, so I got more powerful. And it's those little interactions that I think are worth figuring out the full design for. Otherwise, it would just be like, well, let's just go with any system, right? There have to be pros and cons for choosing one over the other. Is it concerned that people could just walk away and get a billion experience and the game becomes trivial? So you can have it so you have to level up the adventure periodically, otherwise they'll get no more experience. No, the two concerns, I guess, maybe not, I shouldn't say two. One concern is that right now, new adventurers start with skill points, which is overwhelming for players. I shouldn't necessarily say overwhelming. It's not doing the right things. I don't like where it's going. So let me just leave it at that. And then two is that I want to allow people to customize adventurers to some extent. Those stats, like who gets a skill point. It should be increasing so you can't just max one adventure in the beginning. Alternative is to keep the price, but block you from buying another skill point. Get behind elites. Yeah. That's I hadn't finished writing this out, but as an example, we say something like every boss you beat increases the max number of skill points any individual adventurer can have by 1. And skill points cost different amounts of gems based on which point number, not that the whole point number thing wouldn't exist, right? Based on how many points you've gotten so far. This is basically experience. And then yeah, you can't swap skill points between adventurers. There's no real reason why we wouldn't allow that, right? Yeah, I don't this is not important for this system. Swap skill points between adventurers if you wanted. It's not really significant in this system. One potential challenge there for the last system you were theorizing, I might opt to save all my skill points for my third adventure. Yeah, if you did that, that would be fine, because that's a choice that I think would be clear to you based on what I'm at least talking about here. Also, this is, and I guess every boss you beat increases the max number of skill points you could hold in total. Although it doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't have to. Yeah. Yeah, so with this system, and this is just for skill points, we haven't talked about stats yet. This would this. I guess scenario, you hire the rogue, you get 10 skill gems. This unlocks a point, which you put into your rogue. And then you get 20 skill gems. This gives you your second skill point. But you wait for your mage. You hire the mage. You put your second point into the mage. The next, you beat the boss. This raises the number of skill points per adventurer to 2. You need 30 skill gems for the next skill. Limiting how many you can hold, I think, is a good idea. Depending on, like, there are 2 ways of doing this. You either limit how many you can hold, or you just make it scale up exponentially. So it's like, if you're fighting in the forest, you're going to get on average, let's say 3 skill gems per battle. And then you just make the next thing cost 1,000 skill gems. You can't spend them anyway, because you'd be limited by beating the next boss. Or yeah, we just put a limit on them. And I think that would be fine. I don't necessarily mind. Cost, I guess, increasing amounts of gems. And we probably limit how many gems you can hold. But still, I wonder about complexity with this. Is this going to be apparent how this works? So you open this up, you've got a bunch of different adventurers, and you've got, I don't know, enough skilled gems to spend on a point for somebody. Okay, I got to take a break. I'm only saying this actually because I have to use the bathroom, but I think it's probably a good time to take a break anyway. And I still want to think about the stuff when I get back. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, have fun playing, everyone. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, again, close the game. Okay. I guess my issue with this is that the acquisition of skill gems and then spending them on an adventurer may be unnecessary complexity. The number of gems per point scaled with the current point of the adventurer instead of globally. It could mean I either choose to spend 20 to get a second point on rogue or 1 point in each mage and warrior. Yeah, and that was originally the idea. But the problem that I have with that is that, yeah, let's say your rogue is at 5 points already. So now it costs whatever, 5,000. And your warrior is at 0 points. So it costs 10. Then when you hire the warrior, you're going to probably already have, 300 or something. So you're going to immediately put in 2 or 3 points. And then we're back to the original problem, which is that we need to gate progression based on we need to stop your warrior from getting more than like 1 point in the first, I don't know, 5 minutes of using them. Essentially, what we need is some way to stop you from getting points, skill points, too quickly on a new character. And one way is by making skill points global so that you're getting one every like 10 to 15 minutes across all your characters while playing normally. Yeah, something like that. And another is just putting in outright time gates, which I don't want to do the outright time gating thing. And another way would be something like making skill points personalized, but then requiring adventurers to like level up in some way that is purposely slow. Should make it feel even more like a tax, I guess. And then also this makes it so that you probably don't want to spend points on new characters unless you've maxed the originals. So people would probably be customizing the adventurers they already have. We could address this by allowing for resetting all skill points. I think it would be tedious to reassign them all. You end up only maximizing your primary party and the rest of your characters are stuck in the town or forest. I'll respond to that in just a sec. See you, leftist. And thanks. Yeah, the whole primary party thing, I think this is something a lot of other games have experienced. Like, I remember playing the original Pokemon and just leveling up whatever Charmander and killing everything with it, whether or not types even mattered. And I think at the end of the day, if people play that way and they have fun, that's totally fine. But if they want to play a different way and can't, I think that could potentially be a problem. So I guess there are kind of two questions here. is there a problem with the player having a main party? And I'd say no, not necessarily. And is there a problem with the player not being able to change their main party? And for that, I'd probably say yes. I think the game's casual enough where you should be able to make different decisions at some point. Maybe there's another way we could think about this. Maybe you're actually like hiring in a new character altogether. That would make sense, I guess. Mm. Man, I'm not sure. I mean, I think I have it all written down right now, a system that would work, and I was just worried about the complexity of it. And then this problem. Although, is this a problem? Yeah, I guess we could also address this by just giving you enough skill points so that you don't have to reassign them. That would mean that your new characters would all eventually get skill points. But it may take like 30 minutes toward the end of the game. You can't see a good reason for people to have a main one that's way ahead. Yeah. Well, doing the farming for all your characters is naturally going to happen anyway, I think. Right, even if skill gems weren't in the game, wouldn't your strongest party probably always be at the highest level place they can tackle? Because that's going to give you the most valuable items. And gold definitely matters. I know my witch doctor will be in the fishing pot. Yeah. Oh, there's maybe another idea that I hadn't thought of here. What if you didn't even have the skills at first? Like, what if you had to find those? And then what if we don't need to do anything differently? I never thought of this until just now. That might not be a bad idea. Let me at least think about that, but I want to write it down up here where we had this. Where did we have this? Cut down the number of choices you have at any point. Only have a total of 2 skills on each adventure. We could allow you to slowly unlock the skills themselves. I never thought about that. And I don't, my gut says it's probably not a good idea, but let's talk about it. Where did I write this down? Yeah, what if you have to find the skills? Okay, so basically, like, you hire the rogue. They only have their innate abilities. This is actually how the game starts already. So in that sense, it's not too different. But then it's very different once you get your first skill point. So yeah, how it works right now, we have our rogue, we have our 3 innate abilities, we have no skill tree. And players won't see this debug button. So they'll just see skill point 0 and then the text on how you actually get a skill point, which is probably going to change anyway. So yeah, you have your innate skills. Then what if the idea is basically, what if when you unlock a skill finally, like this doesn't show up and none of this stuff shows up? So it's like, oh, you got improved quick strike. You can put a point in this if you want. And only in that, because that's all you have right now. But then as you unlock new skills, you could eventually put these into other skills. The other kind of interesting thing about this is this might satisfy the equipment urge from some people. Eventually find their skills as rare drops or something. This may satisfy the equipment urge. We could also We could also get rid of the concept of rows in the skill tree so that you just see 7 skills and can put points in whatever you want at any time. And you don't find abilities for adventurers you haven't unlocked yet. And we can internally time gate how quickly you can find them. E.g., you can't find 2 abilities for the same class within 5 minutes or something. Oh yeah, basic attack. We'd use it till. Oh, sorry. To be clear, what I meant is you start with all your innate abilities. Those would be there. So every character at level 1 would still feel the same. Like the cleric would still be healing and stuff. But what I meant is you wouldn't have. So let's say I unlock all the characters. Like the cleric would just have these 3 skills. You wouldn't have any of this stuff here. And then you finally unlock like Shield of Unity. You found this from a boss or something. I don't know what. And now you're like, oh, now you can put points in this. And ignore the hierarchy thing. You could just put a point in this. You don't need to get any prerequisites. You're just like, oh, cool. My cleric's invincible now, unless they don't have allies. And that might feel like equipment for some people, which might feel interesting, and it would let you customize the. Well, it wouldn't let you customize the order you get the skills in. Those, I guess, would be random probably. Although maybe you unlock them. Maybe that's a guild thing. Maybe there's a perks board over here, and the perks board has like. I guess it's kind of like your skill tree almost, and it's like unlock another skill for the rogue. Maybe they're just buttons like that. Maybe you pay for them. Maybe you find them as rare drops. It could just be unlock 1 new skill for the rogue and not necessarily unlock a specific ability. Hey, Dabu. Let me actually modify the today command. Adam is redesigning adventurer progression so that he can address a couple of problems. Cognitive overload with assigning skill points for new adventurers and the ability to customize adventurers. Can't see what they are till you find them. Would you find them in a fixed order? I don't think you need to find them in a fixed order. And I think it might be interesting to find them in a different order depending on your playthrough. Like maybe one playthrough you get Storm Intensity and Burn, and you're like, oh, that's not really a synergy between those two. And then maybe one playthrough you get the ones that are more synergistic. I don't know. We might need some amount of prerequisites, although we explicitly made these so we don't need the prerequisites right now. And you'd get even more, I guess, kind of expression in how you make the skills because, right, well, okay, I guess there was a technical limitation. You were only allowed 6 skill points. So not every character could max their bottom tier. But now, wait, is that true for everybody? Yeah. Like the rogue could never max their bottom tier. That was impossible because you'd only get 2 skill points. You either pick 1 here, or 2 here, 2 here, or just put them in earlier tiers. Hey, Ashton. I don't know why, but when you sent that command, my chat disappeared. Weird. When you scroll up, is it there or it's just gone for good? Okay, so all adventurers would still have their innate abilities to begin with, just like now. They wouldn't have any skills. They wouldn't, I guess, know any skills until you unlock them. I don't know how you unlock them. Analysis of this. Get rid of the concept of rows in the tree. Chat was gone. Weird. What if that happened for anybody else? Okay, this is interesting. This changes your playthrough. This may also add some replayability. And it's not a gigantic design change in terms of skills. It's not like we had skills that relied on one another, which I'm so glad we did not have. Not that that probably would have been that hard to accommodate, but yeah, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Huh. Oh, it would also drastically cut down our UI. Holy cow. Would probably greatly simplify our UI as a result. Like imagine if you just saw 7 skills in a line. I don't know if we can fit them all, but still imagine you have 2 rows of 3 and 4 or something like that. I guess that'd look weird. Because yeah, every class has 7 skills. So if you don't show them in one line, you can't show them in an even number of lines. But still, you can show 4 on top and 3 on bottom. And then yeah, get rid of like all the extra space we're using here. Okay, well let's talk about the elephant in the room then. How do you unlock these things? You probably can't just pay for them, or else we can't time gate this. Also, I like the idea of randomly unlocking a new skill. I guess the rare drops thing could happen. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could use the same UI and just not have labels or spaces yet. Although the whole, well, yeah, I guess we also get rid of the concept of rows and the prerequisites for that. Oh man, your battle simulator, Kevin. I feel bad. You wrote all that code for the skill row stuff so that we could test out different builds. I want to keep the scroll on top. Otherwise, I suggest to turn the panel itself into scroll. Yeah. The UI you're seeing of this needs to be changed for sure. This is problematic. Hang on one second. Let me clean my glasses. I clean them before the stream usually, but feels like they got blurry for some reason. Okay, there we go. All right, well, let's analyze paying for them. Paying for them. There could be a perks board at the guild that has 1 perk per adventurer. Unlock random skill. Well, like teach random skill, I guess. Oh man, this is starting to sound like a good idea. Oh man. All right, the problem with paying for them is that we can't time gate this. So a new adventurer could unlock many abilities at once. However, you already paid for a new adventurer. Maybe you just won't have the money for that. Assuming you have the money. We could change the costs. I don't know if I want to do that though. Get skill gems and unlock a skill with it. This could be a new guild tab in the panel. Doesn't have to work like perk panels. Could be something custom. Yeah, so finding them from battles. I like the randomness. I think that's going to be important. Conclusion. I like the randomness. As long as, well, maybe we even slightly control it so that you always get a cool ability at first. Yeah, so finding them from battles, I guess they're rare drops. They require the adventurer to have been unlocked already. And then the other thing is paying with gold for them with gold. And then paying for them with some other currency, e.g. skill gems. Basic skills via teaching, rare skills via drops. Actually, something that's kind of interesting about this that I never really thought of, if this is pretty much the equipment system, we have passive abilities here. In fact, all of these are pretty much passive. I guess there's only one active ability. Yeah. Yeah, these are already passive abilities. It's like customized equipment for that adventurer. But then you're putting points in it, and I guess you can swap them at any time. I still think the swapping them at any time is important. I don't think we should stop that, especially because you'd unlock your first skill. You're obviously going to put a point in your first skill because you don't know what any of the other skills are, and you don't want to feel like you're punished for that. So yeah, I think resetting is still important. Paying with some other currency like skill gems. I think this is just more complicated. Like I am leaning toward you buy them with gold, but I don't want you to get a new adventurer and it's like, oh, spend all your money and get 5 new skills immediately and then have the same problem you had originally. So I want there to be some variation of this maybe. We could have increasing costs whenever you unlock an ability for any adventurer. Yeah, we could have increasing costs. Unlocking an ability for any adventurer would increase the cost for all adventurers. Maybe having a town skill or something that allows you to set a preferred ability that increases your chance to get that. The thing is, you wouldn't really know what they are. And the whole point of me doing this system, well, the main precipitator of this was I didn't want people to have to read every single ability before putting a point in one of them. So if you could set a preferred skill, you'd still have to read them all. And then, yeah, the system wouldn't have helped a whole lot. And then if you don't get that ability that now you know about, you might be disappointed. Whereas I think the discovery aspect would also be good for this. In fact, I should write that down here too. Adds a sense of discovery and progression as you play. And I think this is pretty simple. This is pretty simple compared to what I had before. Played Guild Wars? No, I haven't. Your character collected many skills, but you can only take 8 into battle. Yeah, that's essentially going to be done here. Although I'd say a lot of games do something like that. Like, usually your skill tree is bigger than the number of skill points you get. In fact, I think rarely have I played a game where you can unlock everything. So yeah, so I still plan on having it be the same way. Everyone has 7 skills. Although I guess the more important part is everyone has a maximum capability here. It's what, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You can put 12 points in, but you're only going to get maybe like 6 or 7. So you're basically choosing like which half of the skill tree do you want. And you can allocate the points however you want eventually. But right now it's based on some rules that we have here. No problem, Cypher. Yeah, so I think I like the idea of paying. I think this also makes it consistent with everything else we have. And it gives the guild a purpose. Well, more of a purpose. AM2, happy Wednesday. All right, problem with paying for them is we can't time gate this. So we could have increasing costs. Unlocking an ability for any adventurer would increase the cost for all adventurers. We'd have to make that clear. But if we make that clear, I think it could work. What differentiates the skill points from the skills? Do you start with the 7 skill points, just not the skills? Or do you earn both? I was thinking you'd earn both still. But skill points could now be given to every adventurer at once, because you wouldn't necessarily have the skills. We would need to think about that for sure. Yeah, how do skill points work in this case? But I feel like this opens up a lot of freedom for how we could design that. One step closer to your cyborg hand. You'll become immune to fire. All right, I'm definitely leaning toward this. And I want to solve this problem, which is how do you limit new adventurers from getting too many abilities too fast? And I think putting a timer on it is one way we could do this. Like imagine you had, this said rogue, this said mage, this said cleric. And since you just clicked the rogue one, it's got a little timer saying you need to wait 1 minute. I don't like that, but that's a way you could design If this were a mobile game or something, we would do that. Hey, Zay. Yeah, so the increasing costs, I think, are interesting, but it's kind of counter to, kind of goes against being able to make any decision. I don't know. It doesn't really, right? Or not being able to make bad decisions. It gives another money sink to the game too. Adds another money sink to the game. How do you handle the tooltip? It's using built-in Godot mechanisms, but like a control node has a mouse entered or a GUI input or something event. So we listen for that to tell whether the mouse is over it. Then the tooltip itself is a panel container, which is built into Godot. So then all you need to do is just show a panel container at the right spot on the screen with the right contents when you hover over something. Oh man, I'm so leaning toward this. I just don't know why we didn't think of this before. It seems like a cool idea, but then again, it's easy to get hyped about an idea. I do wonder if it'll work, and it does represent a decent enough amount of work. Does it bind itself to the element and update on change? So we do a couple of different things. We have a tooltip on parent class, and the way this works is it will add itself to the parent, basically, and then listen for mouse enter on the parent. And then when it comes to updating this, something just needs to call like set text in it. So I'll show you how this works for this, for example. When you are hovering over the fishing pond, we set how many fish you have in the tooltip. Okay, increasing costs. Is there another way to do this? I don't think so. Well, there is for sure, but I think the increasing costs thing on its own could be fine. And I think we just got to be careful about how we do this. Like the rogue, you start with a rogue or a mage. And the first skill costs 25 gold. Maybe? Okay. No, I have an idea. What if there was a character selector and an unlock skill button, and the cost was the same regardless of the character you chose? And the cost went up every time you got a new skill. I guess the problem there would be you may get all 7 skills on the rogue and then not have enough money for the warrior, for example. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea. Typical controller updates view case, yeah. All right, so there probably should be differing costs. And yeah, possibly they should also go up. Or maybe just level 1 and 2 need to go up? I don't know. No, they should probably all go up. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward this. And I think we just need to communicate this. And we just can't make the cost be too punitive. Which, I don't know, that's a balance problem. Okay, let's stop at that for right now, and let's go down to this one. How do you get skill points? So right now, all adventurers get 1 point for every boss you've beaten. New adventurers start with that number of points as well. Costs money but doesn't go up. And gating happens by introducing something you need to find randomly as well. So it costs gold plus skill gems or something. Yeah, it's kind of combining the pay with gold and pay with some other currency. The thing is, I don't think there's a problem. Well, let's talk about this because this ties in very heavily to that system. This naturally lets us have an expected power level. At any point in the game. Let's say you pay for them. Paying for them with gold. So this would allow you to unlock all 7 skills of one class and put points in. Actually, it doesn't matter if you unlock all 7. This would let you get very powerful early on. E.g., if you happen to get 3 synergistic skills and max them out, then you may trivialize progression. I'm gonna put this here, but I'm stuck on my other train of thought right now. So, yeah, how do you get skill points? Because now we have 2 different things. You need to find the skill, and then you need to have a skill point. Maybe you can only, unless we force you to get a skill point as soon as you've gotten a skill, then you're going to have one without the other at some point. Can you have a skill without a skill point? Can you unlock a skill before you've gotten a skill point, or vice versa? If so, it'll probably feel bad to have a thing you can't use. I mean, we could just keep it the same way we already had it, right? And then you get a skill point, and now you've unlocked the ability to get skills. Is there a problem with keeping this? Not necessarily, but now this would have a question of how do we do the stat customization in the game? Because part of the reason for this, I guess you're still customizing characters by getting more choices. And I think this is going to feel good. Yeah, slowly unlocking the skills themselves. But yeah, should skill points be different? Maybe they're given by you getting enough stats. Depending on how stat progression goes, you could get skill points by allocating stats to a character. All right, we do need to figure out how does stat progression go. How will stat progression work? Oh god, this is so difficult. This is a real can of worms. So the way we said before all of this was pretty complicated, and that's why I wanted to change this. The tavern has you do quests, which give you power gems. The fishing pond has you fish, which give you scales for fortitude. And the farm has you harvest, which gives you food for health. That's what we had said. And then, like, there'd be scaling factors for all this stuff. I think it's fine to keep the skill point per elite. Just need to prevent you from getting more skills until you have points to use them. We don't need to prevent you from getting more skills. Because if you have a choice of, let's say, 2 skills and you only have 1 point, that's still interesting. You could get a skill that you like better than the one that you had. We just can't let you get a skill point. We can't let you get skills until you've gotten your skill point, I guess. Because it'd be really bad to purchase something and not be able to use it. So yeah, that we need to stop. It'd feel really bad to buy a skill and not when you don't have a point. So we should stop the guild from offering this until you beat the first boss. Okay, so original idea of the stat progression stuff is we wanted to allow for customizing adventurers. And like experience, you would need increasing amounts of these currencies: power gems, scales, and food. We want to allow for customizing adventurers. Okay, so my thinking here, we have 3 currencies, power gem, scales, and food, that are only used for one thing each. So at that point, if you ever have a currency that's only used for one thing, it's kind of like considering it to be an experience currency. Like experience points are only used for leveling up. You don't sell them for money. So should we have 3 different things? Should they be merged somehow? Should there be some other way to spend these things? But I guess that's not really the concern right now. The concern is just, yeah, how are you customizing your adventurers? And is it interesting to customize individual stats? Because I think the answer is no, but I'm not sure. I sort of like the idea of a glass cannon, and some characters lend themselves well to that. Yeah, I guess it makes sense to split them. I just wonder about splitting health and fortitude then. Is that interesting? Because they're both defensive stats, just in very different ways. Yeah. Nah, I think it is interesting. Your DPS classes may want more power. Your tanks may want more fortitude. Everyone probably wants health. Hmm. I guess we don't really need to change anything about what we talked about. We could just keep that system as well. And just don't let you reset stuff in between your adventures. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Could just keep the originally planned system and not allow resets between adventurers. Well, not allow resets at all for stats. E.g., when your rogue eats 10 food and gains health, they have that health forever, and you can't get the food back. It wouldn't make sense for you to get food back. They're not regurgitating the food. But for power gems or something, you could just say like, oh, they magically emitted the power gems. Could require a combination of currencies to buy some of those perks. I'm not sure how interesting that is. Well, I like the idea. If it were just buying them, then there's really no reason for the farm to exist at all, or the fishing pond to exist. And actually, I guess same thing with the tavern. Like, we have these 3 systems, and they're all interesting and work differently. And to just say, oh, you get the stats with gold, I think would be disappointing. I think we just keep what we had planned originally. So yeah, at some point you get, interesting though. We haven't talked about how this stuff is going to scale exactly. Because the tavern in particular, this is a building that's going to optimize your battle efficiency, because it's going to help you do more damage, and damage is pretty much the key thing that's going to make battles go faster. You can use food only to increase health up to some point. After that, you need food and scales to increase health further. Oh, I see. I think I missed some words in your second to last message. Mm, I got to think of what this is going to feel like, how we use this. First of all, you're not going to start with any of these buildings. And we probably push you toward unlocking one of them first, maybe the tavern. And the tavern is like, hey, you need 9 small blue potions, and we're going to give you 5 power gems. And then you go into your adventurers panel and you can upgrade these stats by spending your gems. And you can never downgrade them, so we don't need a slider or something. Well, I guess we could have like a spend all if we wanted to. But yeah, you never go back down. So just picking how many upgrades you want. I like that idea. And we can put the buttons right in here too. Okay, I think we keep the original ideas for this stuff then. Yeah. So I think we can sum this up into the main page here. Okay. So on, hang on one sec. March 19th, we redesigned the systems that we'd originally talked about in February. New conclusions. Can you explain what each doc is? Is there a separate doc for each subproblem? So this was one document here. I just opened a different tab. The documents themselves have different tabs, but this way I have buttons on my mouse that go between browser tabs. So this is all one document, which happens to be like super long. And each problem is its own header in here. So like we talked about, what do we need to do for fishing? What do we do for adventurer customization? What we've been talking about today has just been adventurer customization stuff. And that has to do with skill points and stat points that you get in the game. And we have 3 systems right now. We have what's in the game. That's system number 1. We have what we planned back in February, and then what we just talked about today. So we're going to ignore system 2, whatever we planned in February. That doesn't really matter unless the conclusion stayed the same there. And now we're just going to sum up, what do we want to do? And I think we know every part of it, but maybe not. There'll probably still be some questions here. Where did that go? Okay, so new conclusions. Adventurers only start with their innate abilities. The guild gets a, it's not really perks, is it? Gets a, I'll just call it a perks board for unlocking new abilities. This only becomes possible after you've gotten your first skill point. And I'm just going to write some random tasks, modify the tutorial stuff, tip system, tips that talk about this. Some other thing I had here. I don't know. Okay. And each adventurer, you can unlock a random skill for any of the adventurers that you've unlocked, that you've hired. The cost to unlock a skill increases the more you unlock any skills. E.g., if you buy 5 skills, I'll just say the second skill is always more expensive than the first. I'll just leave it at that. I don't think we really need an example. All right, what else? You still get skill points the same way. This is skill points and abilities by beating elite monsters. that anymore. Paying for them with gold, perks board. Problem with paying for them is we can't time gate this. Could have increasing costs. Oh, you may get 7 skills on the road and then have them all. Yeah. Okay, and I'll write some rationale for this here. This gives the guild more of a purpose. What else? This adds another money sink to the game. This feels sort of like equipment, which many people have wanted. This adds replayability. This adds customization. And this addresses... Shaky, thanks for the resub. Also, Dorlake Thor, thank you for joining the stream. You don't see a lot of first-time chatters. Game looks nice. You create the art. I did not make the art. The credits page has who made the art in there. It's hard to say mostly Quickie Joe at this point, but I'm going to give Quickie Joe most of the credit, even though there are still asset packs being used. This addresses the cognitive overload of getting too many skill points at once. Or at least it mostly addresses. All right, we have not finished writing everything down yet, though. Give the guild more purpose. Yep. Like the randomness. Oh, yeah. As replayability due to the randomness. How do you get skill points? We decided on just the same way. Stat progression works the same way we'd originally planned. This works the way we had originally planned, except that there's no reset button. I.e., after raising a stat, you can never lower it. Yeah, summary of the original plan is... I already have it written down. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, well, especially that battle map. Look at this thing. The greatest piece of artwork ever. I like this a lot. All right, is there anything else I've concluded that I haven't written down? Oh yeah, adds a sense of discovery and progression. And the sense of discovery, you won't know how many, well, you might not know how many skills there are. There even are. I'll say you might not know. And you certainly won't know what they are. Which I think is cool. I think this is gonna be cognitive overload in a slightly different way, maybe. But it all depends on how we price out these abilities. Because if you only unlock like 1 or 2 abilities at a time, then you'll read all of them that you have. And you'll figure out what you actually want. And if you want to do what we did before and just be like, all right, 2 points in that, 2 points in that, 2 points in that, not going to read anything, then that's still fine. This allows you to, did I write about? Yep, customization. Interesting customization stats. Yep. Oh yeah, this is much simpler than what we had planned. Reuses. The concept. Actually, I'm not sure it's simpler than what we have. But I don't think it's more complex. Oh yeah, and then also this makes it so that this will almost certainly result in a cleaner looking skill UI. Okay, and then the last thing is adventurers can still reset their skill points for free at any time. So here's the new system. All right, adventurer progression conclusions. So we talked about rare items and skill gems. Skill gems aren't going to exist now, right? So we just delete this? Yeah. Oh, and one of the other nice things about this is these. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say we already have the icon, so we can put these in the guild perks, but they're actually, you're not going to know what you're going to unlock yet. So we just need to have some icon that represents the rogue, an icon that represents the mage. And they could just be their iconic skill. Like this could be the rogue icon and this could be the mage icon. Would this work for everything? Yeah, I think so. We could always just kind of pick that middle icon. Yeah. Yeah. This is great. I'm gonna write that down. Where'd the document go? Here it is. Tasks. The icons for the guild board can be each character's like identifying ability icon. Usually the mage has a fireball, the archer has a bow and arrows, etc. So where'd the skill gems thing go? This is all done, right? Allow skill gems to drop. We don't want this. Make the guild into an item destination. We don't want that. Guild should store how many skill gems you brought. Yeah, no, we just delete this whole thing. Okay, copy this. Closing this in favor of the new system. Unlock skill, next unlock. Okay. I'll put this in the document. All right, so rare items. We don't need to even do this right now. Yeah, because currently the only rare items we have planned are going to be for high value items, which I think are still worth doing. I want to tackle this issue at some point, just not right now. Let's turn this off for now. So we don't need this. We do need to tackle this. Where do we want to start with this? Do we want to just start coding, or do we have anything else left to design? Do you work on the game full time by yourself, or is it open source? There's a brief FAQ about this stuff here. I'm not working on it on my own. That was what the credits document was for. This is my full-time job, essentially, but I'm kind of mixing it with some other things right now. Like on Tuesdays, I've been making YouTube videos. They're basically for marketing. They haven't really worked out that way yet. I've been trying to make shorts lately. And the latest one I made was, let me find it. Get shareable link. Latest one I made was this one. So it has nothing to do with game development. It's just about VS Code. But I'm hoping it can funnel people into the Steam page. It's gotten an okay amount of views. I think it's always based on what does the curve look like here, and it's linear. It's at least increasing. Oh, that's shown in feed. Yeah, this is increasing too, though. Yeah. Anyway, it is closed source though. Closed source. So yeah, not visible to the public. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, the thing that helps the most, by the way, for anyone who hasn't done this, is wishlisting the game. If you haven't already wishlisted on Steam, I think that really helps. Also, it is playable, but for anyone who is watching now and doesn't mind waiting about a month, it's going to drastically change. Like this system, this farming system is not in the demo. Same thing with the fishing pond. And I want to put these in the demo so people can test them out. Hey, press like Karada. All right, so the main thing that we're trying to figure out right now is can we code this, or do we need more game design first? And I think we just need to look over the conclusions and see if they are sound. So adventurers only start with their innate abilities. So it's just like when you do this. and you click adventurers, you're only going to see these three things. These are your innate skills. You can't level them up. You can't remove them or anything. Then the guild adds a perk board. And it's only possible once you've gotten your first skill point. You unlock a random skill for any of the adventurers you've hired. And the cost to unlock a skill increases as you unlock any skills. So yeah, so there's going to be a perks board over here. And how do we say upgrades are going to work? Just give me some perks board for that. So basically every single building is going to have a perks board. Oh man, okay. We'll need to think about that a little bit. But there's going to be some UI somehow that you pop up here. All right, you still get skill points the same way. Adventurers can still reset their skill points for free at any time. So what are we really changing here? It's just how you unlock your abilities. That's pretty much it, right? And then code the stat progression stuff. So we need to do some UI design for that. All right, so the thing we'd be coding is unlocking abilities differently. You'd rather see the Adam NPC in front of the guild. I think it's nice to have it as a rare customer. Shows up on average every 15 minutes, I think. Okay, well, somewhere we wrote about food and stats and other stuff. This, I guess. Oh, God. All right, I got to tweak this whole issue. But let's do that tomorrow. Update that. For now, what I want to do is make the new issue. I guess it's this, isn't it? Yeah, fine. Let's make a new issue. Because this is what I want to start coding today. Allow for unlocking adventurer skills. By the way, before I move on, it's much, much easier to address things in terms of text than it is in terms of code. Do people like the idea behind this? Again, in short, right now, the way that the game works is you unlock a skill point and then you get access to the entire tree. You can't actually put points in everything yet because you have to start by putting 1 point in here. But that's how it works right now. All 7 of your skills are always going to be accessible in sort of a predictable order. So when you put a point in here, you can start putting points in here, and then you can start putting points in the bottom tier. What we're going to change this to is you start with none of that. So for example, well, not that. Hang on. So for example, you just don't see any of these things. So you don't have any extra skills. You don't have any skill points. And then you have to spend money to unlock them. So maybe it's like unlock random rogue skill is 50 gold. And unlock random mage skill is 75 gold or something like that. So you click this button and then you would get 1 new skill. So maybe just this one. And that means that you have no choice here. You're just going to put your point into quicker strike. But then you unlock your second skill. Maybe it's exposed weakness. And maybe there's not really the best synergy between these things. Maybe there is. And so now you could be like, oh, you know what? Let me actually take a point out of here and put it into this one instead. Now you get your second skill point. You're like, oh, let me have 1 in each one. So you're slowly unlocking your skills. And that way, whenever you're looking at this dialogue, you're not seeing like 7 different options. You're only seeing however many you paid for. So does anyone dislike that idea? Does it seem like it'd be too complex or confusing? Are there any downsides people see that you think we need to address? Because we should address those now. I personally prefer seeing the skills if I can make builds, plan ahead. So just to be clear, you will still have this button in the game, reset skills. At any point, let's say you had 4 skill points and you put them in and you're like, oh man, I just unlocked this skill. That's like the best thing for my build. Just click reset and put points in the thing you want. So your planning is not going to be planning ahead like you could with this view, but you can still adjust if you made a bad plan without knowing what options you would get. Yeah. Okay, cool. Because I was going to say, they are 2 different systems. And in some games, I think seeing your abilities ahead of time can be good. I pull this up like once a week. But in in Diablo 2, you saw the entire skill tree ahead of time, all of your skills. As soon as you start a new character, you can just press T or whatever and open this entire thing up. And so you could see, oh, at level 30, I'm going to get this. And you could say, okay, well, I'm going to plan for that. And actually in Diablo 2, it mattered even more because there were prerequisites. So in order to get this, you need to put 5 other points in the skill tree. So for a game like this, yes, I think the planning matters. For a game like Skeleseller, I don't really think it matters. What does PoE do for reassigning your skill points? Does it cost money? Can you just do it freely? Like how do you swap PoE changing skill points? I know there are apparently many different things. Main way to reset skills is use the Orb of Regret, which gives you 1 refund point. These are the actual points that you use to reset a one node? Wait, seriously? Buy reset thing with in-game currency? Aren't there like a billion nodes though? I don't know how many points characters get, but do you need like 80 Orbs of Regret if you mess up your build? You can now pay gold too. I guess let me phrase it this way. For anyone who knows PoE, is it a steep cost or is it like a road bump sort of cost? You have to use 100 orbs? Yeah, and is that like a lot of wealth in the game? Or is that like, oh yeah, spend an hour and farm? It's fairly steep. Okay. Yeah, they basically want you to plan ahead long ago. Wow. Okay, that's more punishing than I thought. Interesting. Yeah, anyway, Skeleseller is definitely not that way. It is free. You can click this button as much as you want. And this is just a quality of life button. You could also just right click the skills themselves. I can take a point out of something at any time. Also, actually, it's not just quality of life. A lot of people didn't know they could reset their skills until we put this button in. Actually, it would be nice making a short on that. I should probably write that down. Add short idea. Adding a reset skills button. Because people didn't know you could reset regardless of everything else we tried. Yeah. Main thing is that you're restricted from choosing, so you're not overwhelmed with any skill point. You might only have a few things to choose from at the moment. Are you talking about Skeleseller? Oh, you loot the orbs anyway. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. As long as no one sees any like major problems here, I'm gonna get started on this. All right. Let's close out every other tab we have here. That's quite a lot of tabs. Okay, there we go. Talking about how games handle in general. Oh yeah, yeah. I agree. I think that is the main thing, and I think I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here, so sorry about this. And I was trying to find a more succinct way of saying this. But yeah, our main problem that spurred all of this on was players unlock a new adventurer and have too many choices. So they just don't make those choices, basically. So yeah, the problem we had is this. You're like, I just got the mage for the first time, and you have 6 skill points. You're like, okay, I have to understand what my 3 innate skills are so I can understand how they're modified and then put enough points to understand every single one of these things in here. And it's like people just ended up clicking buttons. And the game doesn't punish you for that, but I don't think that's very fun. It's like, why even have this stuff if it's not going to be interesting? So yeah, we're making it more interesting. Hey, Q Style. Did you change your name? I don't remember someone with this name. New issue text areas highlighted. Why haven't I realized that before? Oh, this is because I'm using ghost text. The way ghost text works is when I type in here, I'm typing in VS Code right now. You can see it typing over in the browser. And over here, I'm typing in the browser, and you can see it typing in VS Code. So what this lets me do is use all the VS Code shortcuts I'm used to, like duplicating lines and stuff, which is super nice. If you want the link to that, it's in my VS Code video. Actually makes people unhappy if I recall correctly. Something about a menu with only a few options to eat and a menu with many things. Huh, interesting. Okay, anyway, we're trying to come up with all the issues or all the tasks we have to do for this. So let's see. How do we want to store that you've unlocked certain skills? Because you putting points in them, we just need to hide what shows in the UI. I guess before we do that, here's a question. Should we try to hide how many skills there are in total? And I'm leaning toward no, but does anyone see a reason to hide them? Like, basically, what if we just grayed this stuff out and there was no tooltip when you hover over this? So you saw there are 7 skills. You don't know what they are. Does that seem like a problem? Because I don't think that's a problem. Yeah. Not really. Okay. I think we're going to do that. So skill tree changes. Gray out skills that you haven't unlocked. I guess we got to bump the game version for this. Make a new branch. Pretty much bump the game version immediately. Or the save version immediately. It really shouldn't matter. It's only going to affect the other devs, but yeah, I probably should do that. Actually, do I care? No, I don't care. We already have a bumped version from before. I don't think it probably matters. We're not going to push. Let's just do it anyway. It doesn't matter. All right, grayed out skills you haven't unlocked. Change locked skills tooltips to say that you unlock these when you unlock these at the guild. Hey, Godzilla. Add a perks board to the guild. Probably don't call it perks. Only show this if you only show this if you've beaten the first boss. And make sure this saves and loads properly. I've been doing well. I'm excited about some of the changes here. I feel like my gut is generally pretty good about knowing when something is too complex, but it's so hard figuring out what it should be. And I think we came up with a pretty good idea today. And I'll sum this up very quickly, but our original problem was you have all of your skills visible and sort of available so that when you hire a new adventurer, you've got a lot of skill points to put in. And what we're going to do instead is we're going to make it so you unlock the skills by paying money and you'll get a random skill. So now your mage might be different from my mage, both in terms of like what you put points into and even what you have to put points into. What are your thoughts on Godot 4.4? I've been using it for a while because we started using it during the beta. I think it's good. It fixes some of the things we had problems with. Doesn't fully fix all the UID stuff, but yeah, what are you gonna do? You unlock a random skill, show or like I guess come up with the UI for this such that you can see all of your, I guess there should be an adventurer selector that shows how many skills you've unlocked for each one. It should have the cost of the next unlock. And after unlocking, it should tell you which skill you just got. Increase the cost to unlock a skill whenever you unlock any skill. And that's it, right? Something about the tip system I think needs to change. Update the tip system. Yeah, update the tip system. And then what else? Should we just give you a skill, a random skill by default? No, I think we should teach you to use the thing. Maybe the first skill should cost you 0 though. Or like super cheap. And that way you can see the price rise as well. The first skill should probably be super cheap so that you don't have to save up and so that you can see the cost increase as you buy skill points. And there was another thing we had to write here. The cost, there should still be base costs for skill 1, skill 2, etc. E.g. 100 gold to 200 gold to 300 gold. Then we should add the cost increase on top of this. I don't know if it should be a percentage or a flat amount. I'm not sure. Pay for with real money. There's a special 8th skill that says win the game, and you pay $5 for that skill. Oh yeah, any icons for the board? Oh wait, there just wouldn't be icons for the board, I guess, right? If we have a character selector. If the adventurer selector isn't like the one we normally have, then we could use skill icons to represent characters. Fireball for the mage. Bow and arrows for the archer. Anything else? Anything else? See Kevin's mock-up. I think that's pretty much it. This didn't even work. What happened here? Okay, we're gonna paste this over here so I don't lose this. Does the tab need to have the focus? Did this just break? I don't know what happened here. Yeah, it's not connected anymore though. Okay, if I right click this again and go to activate and then paste in this. Huh, it's not working. Well, we can just paste it in here. Oh, there's another task I need though. Save/load unlocking the unlocked skills. After unlocking a skill, show it in the skill tree for the adventurer and allow you to put points into it. Don't let you spend points in a locked skill. Yep. All right, so this is what we're going to do, right? Oh, and we should probably put a link to this in here. Tasks, background, see this document. Okay. So what is this? Allow for unlocking adventurer skills. When did you graduate from a computer science degree? You will have to figure that out for yourself based on the information in this message. Oh wait, no, it doesn't have all the information. Oh no, it does. It does. Yeah. Here's the second command. Okay, well, it is 12:14. Do I want to do like a turbo speed lunch today? Maybe we just take a break for like 10 minutes. No free lunch around here. Because I really should take a break before I start this stuff. I mean, step number 1 is super easy, and step number 2 is too, but then none of the other steps are. Absorb the lunch. Just smash a sandwich onto my face. Slowly disappears. Here's your IV line. No, I don't think we can get this done today. And I think that's okay. This is the last adventure progression as a whole is the last major thing I wanted to do before stabilizing and getting ready for the next demo. So there'd be a lot of like polish, stylization stuff. And this will probably take about a week. So it is the 19th. I'm hoping by the end of the 26th, this can be done. And it's okay if it bleeds a little bit beyond that, but I'm hoping not too much farther. This task on its own will probably be done by the end of Friday. But then we have the other things that we need to do, which is this stuff, which I need to revamp. Making the branches 50% of the job, if only. Making the branches 0.01% of the job. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to do a sort of a turbo lunch. I'll just go take a break. Actually, what if I just chatted during lunch? Turn off my camera. I don't know. Do I have a BRB screen? Let me see. Probably have something set up somewhere. I haven't used this in forever. Eating lunch. Oh, that's a terrible UI. What is that? You know what? I'm not even gonna change that. Yeah, that looks terrible. But all right, I'll be back in like 10 minutes, I think. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, have fun, everybody. I'll see you soon. Okie dokie, we are back. Hello again, everybody. First redeeming those second chances. All right, hey Smack. All right, make a new branch. Let's go do that. Yeah, really speed ran lunch right there. Get checkout. Oh wait. First, skip poll. I didn't have anything extra, right? Yeah. Okay. Get checkout dash B. What are we calling this? Unlocking adventurer skills. Let me just type adventurer correctly. Okay. Step 1 done. This adds a new step at the end though. Merge into main and then pull and close this issue. That's part of the pull request though, I guess. All right, bump a new save version immediately. Let's go do that. Version equals 6. Yeah, I don't, that's it. Let's just check that in. Bump save version. This is in preparation for what I'm going to do on this branch, since it will certainly involve changing the save file around. We could save it for when I actually do that. I think it doesn't matter. Okay. So I think what makes the most sense is figuring out how do you store that you've unlocked skills. And we already save adventurer data somewhere, so we could save it in there. And we have an abilities component which tells you which ones which ones have points, but we don't have which ones are unlocked here. Let's look at a save file. Abilities component. Here we go. Yeah, so this is an adventurer. I think it would be weird to pull this information from the adventurer and not from the guild, but I'm not sure. Let's see how skill tree renders this stuff. Oh, it's not called skill tree. It's called, I don't know what it's called. Well, there's skill table. I guess that has it. How does this pull things in? Skill table data. What is that? Skills by row. How do we form one of these? Oh, it's just inside the adventurer data. All right, so this is static information somewhere, and that makes sense. These are the available abilities right now, and eventually we want to pull these from some kind of save data. Yeah, we get their abilities component for that. Skill table data. Oh, all the skill table stuff is going to need to change. Stop. Remove the requirements for rows in the skill table. Oh, I should rename the stream, right? I could do that really fast. Edit the stream. Changing how adventurer abilities are unlocked. Yeah, there we go. Still haven't figured out where I want to save this. If we're going to save it in the adventure itself, it's got to be a component, which we could do. We could make like an unlocked abilities component, and it's just a hash set of ability ID. No, first. Is there a chat command for changing the title? I don't think so. I think most bots end up implementing it, and I just didn't do that for my bot. Yeah, I don't see a title command. There's a lurk command? What does that do? What? Uh-huh. Yeah, so unlocked abilities. I think this is the most sensible way of doing things, especially if we end up having multiple um, types of the same adventure. Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. So it's going to be store unlocked abilities somewhere. I think it makes the most sense on adventurers as a component, especially, I'll just say it will co-locate the unlock data with the spent skill points. Spent skill point data like that. Yeah, I've seen people do it through bots. I don't know why I didn't code it. I guess because I don't usually change my title through the or while the stream is running. Also, since I also stream to YouTube, I would need the bot to change it there too. I really should do that at some point. I don't like coming up with titles. And I'm torn between just a description of the task, a description of the general activity. So like game dev or making X, or just some zany other thing. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Unlocked abilities component. So we have an abilities component. We would have an unlocked abilities component. Maybe it should be renamed as some, actually, maybe just abilities component should track this. I don't think it makes sense. This has a collection of the abilities right now. What we could do is we could just use what's already here. We could store that an ability is level 0, which means that it's unlocked. I don't think I like this idea though. Yeah, I don't think I like that idea. Oh, maybe it is better Twitch TV. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I think I want a new component. So then the only question is the name. Maybe it's a known abilities. No, not known. Yeah, unlocked, available, something like that. I think this is good. All right, let's do it. Component ID. There we go. Let's fish component. Let's save this as unlocked. Indicates which abilities an adventurer can learn. C, abilities component for which ones are actually known and what their levels are. Yeah. Why did that not work? Unlocked abilities component. All right, this has a public hash set ability ID. What do we call it? Unlocked abilities? We didn't call it anything. Unlocked abilities. Hash set can't be found. Ability ID can't be found. And we need to make this serializable like we do for abilities component. I think it just needs the serializable tag. And this comes from what system? JSON? Doesn't come from anywhere. Comes from system, yeah. Change to be read-only by removing that. Yeah, do we ever do this? I wonder. Game, source, where components? There they are. Entity, component, system, components. All right, I want to search for hash set. We don't. Dictionary? We also don't. Really? Huh. So all we ever use is a collection? Regeneration component does something different. What does this need collections for? Oh, for this. And fine. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, it could just be a collection. It doesn't need to be a hash set. I'm just gonna make it a hash set. Oh, I don't need to do this. I can say private set. And I want to take in the hash set of ability IDs. You don't even need a private set. It could just be a init. All right. So now we would give every adventurer one of these. And when loading adventurers, we'd make sure that it's set correctly and then populate the skill trees based on this. Add an adventure component, add an abilities component, unlocked abilities component. Adventure data doesn't contain this stuff. It just contained nothing. And then we add this thing. Okay. How about I'm not actually sure what I want to do here yet. Where does this get initialized? This is whenever you select a character. Yeah, this is fine. We should probably just pass in the adventure. Oh, it's only by class. We have the adventurer there, though. Why would we even get the components for this? We don't need to do that. Yeah, we don't. And where does adventurer data come from? Just from their class? I'm a little torn here. What do I want to pass in? We could just pass in components, I guess. That's what we've been doing. All right, so let's pass in their unlocked abilities component. I'm just gonna call this UAC. We'll call this AC. No, that's probably less clear. Fine. I'll use full names. Good and good. Yeah. So now add in that parameter. And now this is gonna be a little bit tricky. After unlocking a skill short on the skill tree. Yeah, we already had that written down. I want to make sure that task is being tracked. All right, so we add a button for every single skill no matter what. We should probably still do that, but the button should know whether or not it's unlocked. And it doesn't have a concept of that right now. And when it is locked, I guess we should show some kind of like question mark icon. Actually, no, maybe I don't have that open anymore, do I? Oh, no. I don't think I can launch a game, can I? Maybe I can. I haven't broken anything, right? Yeah, okay. All right, what I'm thinking is there's no problem with us showing exactly what you see here, darkened skill buttons. And then when you hover over it, instead of telling you what it does, it can tell you you haven't unlocked this yet. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. How do we gray them out to begin with right now? We just disable them, I'm guessing. Is this just setting that it's disabled? Hide buttons. What? Oh, because there are many buttons inside of one skill button. I'm like, why is this pluralized? But it's because each button is actually a minus, a plus, that thing, and then the main icon. Let's take a screenshot of this. What is on my clipboard right now? That, yeah, I don't care about that. No, maybe what we should do is get a couple more points and do something like this. Yeah. All right, I'll take a picture of the whole screen. I don't want to trim this down. I don't want to spend any more time on that. All right, so hiding is not what we want. There is a modulate here that just gets set to dark gray. I think that's okay. So that's what I want to do. So update row disabled state is actually kind of sort of what I want to do. Oh man, this is gonna be a lot. I'm gonna hack my way through this at first, and we're gonna clean this up. So we go through each row that we have. We don't care about points required. There's no has enough for row. And why did we ever get next row? Oh, because we would modulate the one after that? Oh my God. It's all gonna get deleted. It's all going away. Ah. All right, so we need to get the actual skill button in. Why is this rows I plus 1? Oh, because you don't ever need to do this in the current row? Okay, fine. Rows I. All right, good. So now hide buttons is going to be something like has unlocked skill. This is going to be... Ooh, we don't ever save this, do we? Do we save the abilities component? Oh, God, we initialize the skill button with it. No, no, no. All right, we're going to need another class. We need some other kind of skill button that inherits from skill button base that also stores whether or not this thing is unlocked. And that way it can know... It can know how to render itself. And in fact, we wouldn't even need the skill table to do this stuff. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Skill button. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Can't just complain your way through tasks, huh? At least that hasn't worked for me so far. All right, so what's the difference between a skill button and a potentially locked skill button? Really just whether it's gray. But this forms the base for purchase skill button. It doesn't? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, then we can just modify this. They have similar scripts, I guess? Yeah. Okay. That's a little easier then. Well, well, well. All right, that'll work. We initialize it with the unlocked abilities component. Now I want to generate this because this method doesn't exist, and hopefully it generates in the right spot. It did not. It didn't even generate it. What? Must have put it in here. Oh, it did put it in here. Nice. Okay, that is in the right spot. Okay. This goes here. So this is a different signature, so we don't have a base method to call. But we're not going to call it anymore with... I guess we have another method to call. It's init ability ID and abilities component. And then we need to store the unlocked abilities component in here too. Did we make the root one public? It was private. How did you access this then? You accessed it through accessors? Okay. What's the ID theme called? It is Atom One Dark Vivid. I always forget the last word. I think it's pro, but it's not. It's a novice theme for novice coders. Yeah, okay, let's say this off. So private unlocked abilities component that equals null. In init, we set this thing. Okay, so now that we have it inside the skill button should know how to fetch that thing. So we should be able to tell whether or not this thing is unlocked. But in that case, we shouldn't even care because the button itself can figure it out for us. So all we need to do is modulate this to either white or dark gray based on whether or not this thing is locked. Can we do that? That was something. Okay, so what is this? If the ability contains that, then we need to set the modulate of this, and it's of the whole thing. Yeah, there we go. And that's it. I think this function can just go away now. Okay, let's try it out. So here's what I'm hoping happens. We open up the skill tree, excuse me, and all the skills are just gray by default as soon as I have a point. Yeah, nice. Now we want them to not, yeah, you can't click them either. That's good too. All right, now we want them to not show a tooltip in that case. So we need to know, where do we pop up a tooltip? Probably in the base class. Why is that unused? Just because we didn't do it from this? Okay, that's not unused. Although I guess it has no reason to exist like that. Is this where tooltips come from? What sets a tooltip? Mouse entered is an action that we emit, and then the skill table listens for it. Yep. Okay, fine. Oh, and then it emits it even higher up to this thing. Show and update tooltip just with the ability ID. That's not going to be enough anymore. Oh God, this is probably done from another place. Dret. Why didn't we just do this on the skill button? Because of this? On hoverability? Okay, what's this for? Known skill icons. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that is a little bit different. Yeah, so the innate abilities are not skill buttons, but they're formatted almost exactly the same way. But now we're going to put a tooltip that says something like, you have not unlocked this ability yet. And we probably shouldn't even tell you the name. In order for us to do that, we need to have a different function here. It's a bit of work since it affects perks too. Yeah. Okay, let's split this up. So what does this do? Int index, show an update tooltip with the ability ID. Set the ability ID. Why do we do this? Update tooltip so that we can do nothing in this case. Where's update called from? Is it from process? Why do we even care? Show an update. Yeah, the skills needing to look different is something we've had on the list for a while now. I agree with that. Okay, I see how this works. Oh, we still have a lot of work to do for this though, right? There's no ability selected and just return. Otherwise, set the text of this thing. This can't be done this way. This. What are you hovering over when you do this? What is this thing? Oh, it's just a rectangle? Oh, God. I was thinking I could make a class here and have them both implement the same interface that just has a way of getting the tooltip. The other thing we could do here is potentially have just the icons use a tooltip on parent class and not these other things. That should work. But we need to go take a look at where we get the tooltip from. Actually, no, we don't. We must get it from the town at some point, right? No, there's a panel tooltip? Okay, then we can just use that. Yeah, so I think we change these texture rects. We always have 3 and we just override them or what? Adventurer panel. Yeah, skill icon 1, 2, and 3 are always there. Can we hack it and just check again and update tooltip? Yeah, we could. You're saying in here, just check to see if it's unlocked or not? Yeah. Okay, let's try that for now. I think that's a good suggestion. Bool is unlocked equals true. String text equals is unlocked. Get it from this. Otherwise, write something about this being locked. Okay, so now this part, we need to know if it's an innate ability. And if it's not innate, we need to know if it's unlocked. We get the abilities component. We need the unlocked abilities component. Oh, I knew what I wanted to do. Then I got rid of it. So maybe we should have a public bool is unlocked ability ID. Yeah. And I did this somewhere else, didn't I? Yeah, is unlocked. Okay. That's something. Now where'd that function go? Here. Is innate. So it's unlocked if it's innate or if it's unlocked like that. So now how do we tell if it's innate? Because I don't know. How do we tell if it's innate? Something needs to know how to update this. Known skill icons. Index equals I on hover ability. Get ability by index of selected adventurer. What in the world? What in the world is this? There's just always the first three abilities? That seems not very smart, but okay, sure. That's exactly what I want. Does it make sense to initialize it with the innate ones? Yeah, I guess that could work. I was just worried we might iterate over these inside that like guild perks board. But I guess that doesn't matter. How do they get their starting abilities? Create from ability IDs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, great. Well, then let's plug these into the unlocked abilities. Easy. This will contain innate abilities. So now skill table is innate, doesn't need to exist. It's not even in there anyway. It's right here. All right, that should work. Let's try it out. And then we should probably like fake unlock one of the abilities so that we can see it working correctly. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good suggestions. Thank you, Kevin. All right, let's fake unlock an ability now, as I mentioned. So we're going to do UAC dot unlocked abilities dot add ability ID. It's got to be something the rogue actually has. Where does ability ID come from? Yeah, I'm gonna fully qualified here. Game dot source dot abilities dot base dot ability. Yeah, there. All right, quicker strike, for example. So by doing this, what's going to happen is we'll see one of the icons get lit up and it'll have the proper tooltip. Everything else is going to have that fake tooltip, which then we need to fill in. Perfect. And we can spend our points here. Reset doesn't work anymore though. Oh wait. Yes, it does. Wait, why did I say it didn't? I don't know. All right, cool. Now let's go fill in the proper text for this. So write something about this being locked. To unlock this skill. Oh, I should probably call them abilities, huh? Should probably make a consistent name. Yeah, skill points, innate skills. Okay, so then yeah, and reset skills. To unlock this skill. What do we say? I'll just say unlock this skill at the guild by spending gold. Maybe just at the guild. Cough localized messages, cough. All right. I'm glad Kevin has a sore throat right now, or else I wouldn't have done this. Still doesn't ask me to use this. Oh, nice. It does. Hooray. And then this, I don't know where this one comes from. Huh. Where does that come from? System diagnostics? Why is it not suggesting that to me then? Yeah, it should be this. Oh, now it works. Okay. Messages dot skill locked. Or skill not unlocked. Skill not unlocked. Unlock the skill of the guild. Cool. Let's look at that. So these are correct. All right, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Okay, that's probably worth checking in on its own. Should call get skill. Oh yeah, my bad. Thank you. In fact, I wonder if that's an indication that we should somehow change this. Like, I guess we can't stop you from doing that unless maybe we make it internal to the namespace and we put them in a different namespace or something. But yeah, that would almost always indicate an error, right? Interesting. What was I going to do before that, though? There was something I was going to do. I don't remember what it was. You can define the const as private, and that should work. So just private const string. Because that would be a good change to make everywhere. And localized messages should probably make sure none of them are public or even internal. I think we should do that. Still works. Yeah. I'll write that down. Localization improvement. Anything marked with localized messages would probably ensure that any strings are private. That way you don't accidentally do messages.foo over messages.getFoo. Yeah, you got to protect against stupid coders like me, not paying attention to what I'm doing. All right, so what have we done? Store unlocked abilities somewhere. We've done this. We actually should automatically save this, right? If I save this now, we should see in the save file, which I closed, unlocked abilities. Yeah, here we go. Oh, I guess we're kind of saving this information twice now, right? Hey, Sylvan. Always have to safeguard against future you as a dev. Yeah. By the way, in this case, it was code that Kevin had written that didn't predict for the level of ignorance of a different developer, me. I'm not. That was a jab at me, not a jab at Kevin. Kevin did a good job. Okay, so two sources of truth here. I don't like that. And to me, it kind of means we probably shouldn't show. Oh God, how are we gonna do this? How do innate abilities even work? No, this probably just shouldn't be here. Yeah, I don't think I like this. I don't think it's right to do that. We could just not save those abilities, but I think the best, man, they're technically communicating two different things. It kind of indicates to me that maybe there should just be one component that tracks all of this stuff. Where'd my save file go? Yeah, what if abilities kept track of which ones were unlocked? We could just store them as level 0. By doing so, we would know that they're unlocked. Is there any problem with that? Maybe there isn't. What if we stored unlocked abilities in abilities component with a level of 0? Is there any problem with that? Let's see. Create from ability IDs. What does it do? Add an ability. This is what? Level 1 ability? Clone an existing one? What? Form ability dictionary. Is this forming level 1 abilities? Create instance of base ability. Yeah, its level is 1. Okay. Aren't you supposed to ask AI overlords? I mean, there's still some AI being done here. I'm using Copilot. I just don't tend to ask it stuff. All right, well, this makes sense from an outline perspective. How do we even, where is the outline? There it is. All right, so here are the methods I'm looking at. Add ability, get by index, has ability. This might be a little bit confusing because I think this checks the level against 0. Yeah, it does. We could rename it. How often is this used? Wait, what, never? Are you serious? Never? Huh. Okay, well, I guess that's not confusing then. We can just delete it. Yeah, okay. I think this can work. Kevin, what if it just says no? Would this game be better served by having an equipment system? Nope. All the decisions you've made have been correct, Adam. And I promote it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this change. I'll do it in a separate commit though. I'll write it up here. Get rid of the new component I just made. Store unlocked abilities in abilities component. This is kind of weird. I'm going to be adding code just to delete it, but I want to have a working point in the commit history. There was one other task I need to do here. Oh yeah. Change has ability to like has unlocked ability and compare greater than or equal to instead of greater than. Okay, now let's clean up the commit that we are doing. So this component's probably going to cease to exist, but we don't worry about that yet. This shouldn't be here. All that's fine. We're going to come across a lot of commented out code pretty soon. Yeah, this. None of that should be there. And presumably everything else is okay. Yeah, it's looking good. It's going to get cleaned up a little bit by this other change I want to make. All right, let's go get rid of this function. Where art thou function? What is it called? Skill table. Ah, okay. Yeah, so delete all of this. So we never need to do this again? This should have been every time you spent a point or when you initialized the skill tree. And now the buttons itself can figure that out. Okay, you know how we can test this? We can put 2 points into this ability. And if this disables this button correctly, yeah, it does. Okay, then this should work fine. Yeah, we can delete all these. And that was it, right? Yeah, that's all of them. Let's run that one more time. All right, I've not hacked in the unlock of quicker strike, so all the abilities are going to be grayed out. Whoops. Other than the innate ones. Innate ones are all fine. These all say unlock it at the guild, which you can't do yet. Oh, does it make a sound when you click it? No. Maybe it should make a bonk sound. All right, write that down. Clean up. Maybe we should make a bonk sound when you click a locked ability. I don't actually know. Also, I don't really think it matters. The tooltip makes it very obvious that you can't get this thing, as does the color of the button. But it's nice to have an audio cue as well. There are a lot of people who do not read as they play the game. Yeah, everything's looking good. Okay, cool. All right, what do we say we did for this? Save which abilities are unlocked. I made a new component for this, which I'm not super happy about. Yeah, I'll probably try changing this. This saves and loads correctly, although nothing modifies the unlocked abilities. Okay, now we test this out. We get rid of what I just did. So we get rid of component ID. Delete this. Delete the component itself. Oh, one of the tiny problems, I guess, is that this is a collection. There is no quick lookup here. It's always O of N. Whereas with a hash set, it would have been constant time. But I could have a lookup, and I'm not going to do that. We're not going to worry about this. The number of abilities they have is like 10 anyway. It's not too bad. All right, delete you. And delete a UID file, which never even got created. All right, so now this doesn't exist. Which means this doesn't exist. Oh, this should have an abilities component though, which it doesn't. Or does the base have it? The base has it. Yeah, we don't need this then. So this goes away. This whole function goes away. No, it doesn't. It's just base dot init. Yeah. And has unlocked skill is going to be... What is the capitalization of this? It's private? The abilities component? Seriously? Why is it not protected? Okay, protected. Now we got to put this down here somewhere, right? Get private set event should not follow property. Well, la di dot. Oh, there was another property here. All right, then we capitalize this correctly. Yeah, it could have a shadow hash set. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't think it's worth pre-optimizing, prematurely optimizing. Where do we leave off of this? This thing? Yeah, so this should be abilities component. Is unlocked doesn't exist, but it's about to. Has abilities going to be changed to this. Whoa, whoa there. What was it called? Is unlocked? Has unlocked ability? It's just that get ability exists. I think this is fine. All right, so this is gone. This is gone. This isn't needed. An ability is unlocked if AC dot has unlocked ability. This we delete that. Okay, I think that's everything. Now I want to add in another ability here. Add ability. What does this take in? An ability? Oh, darn it. How do you make an ability? Well, what happens when you unlock an ability in the skill table, I guess? Skill button. I'm trying to add point. Here. Modify ability level? Set ability level? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that has a way of doing this. Okay, let's just call this function then. I'm trying to comment this out. Modify ability level. All right, so ability ID dot quicker strike 1. All right, there we go. So 1, I hope it builds. It doesn't. But that's because I never renamed this function here. This is has unlocked ability. Yeah. Oh, and then this needs to be override void. Whoops. Uh-oh, that's almost certainly not going to work. Let's just ignore this. I don't even care if it does work. Because this should be override, which means that the parent now needs to be marked that it should be overridable. And I think this should be a lot cleaner and still do everything it used to do. So let's take a look. No, it's fully broken. Well. Why does that have... Oh, I know why. Because in abilities component, we return 0 from get level of ability if it doesn't exist. But if it doesn't exist, then it shouldn't be there at all. So we'll just say get ability is not null. There. That should work. Yeah, perfect. Cool. All right, let's look through all the code. Lots of red. Lots of red. I think this is better. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay. Let's look at the save file. Save file should look pretty much the same. I might have even forgotten to save. Let's save. What did I have? Let's just put 2 points in and then save. Okay, so abilities component. We have to find that. It doesn't exist. Abilities? Ah, there it is. Level 2 of quicker strike. Level 1 of all the innate abilities. Yeah. And does it load correctly? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's check that in. I think it's a good change. Oh, but then we should write in abilities component something about unlocked abilities. Abilities that are unlocked will exist in this component, but will have a level of 0. Abilities that do not exist in this component have not been unlocked yet. Yeah, out of curiosity, let me try something here. Fix this comment by making it more succinct. This is stupid. That's why I just don't use this for anything. I just don't like that. All right, great. Refactor how we store unlocked abilities. It's now in the abilities component, which prevents us from having to pass around a brand new component everywhere. Whoops. Done. And back to this. All right, so what do we finish? Store unlocked abilities somewhere, done. Gray out skills you haven't unlocked, done. Don't let you spend skills, done. Change locked skills tooltip, done. And remove the requirements from rows in the skill table. We have not done that yet. Oh no, Crucial. Oh no. I wonder what the risk level is for that. They say that you shouldn't let your cat lick your hand or something if they scratch you there. My cat scratched my wrist. I had to be very careful that she was not touching that again. I was playing with her and then she got a little overstimulated and she swiped at me. Do I have any adorable Abby photos to share with everybody? A lot of these are not photos I can share for various reasons. Because my wife is in a lot of them. Yeah, no, I don't have any I can share. All right, rule requirements for rows. Where's that done? Skill table row. So a skill table has rows in it, which is just a list of controls. I guess we're still gonna have these. This all comes down to what's the most aesthetically pleasing way of rendering skills. And right now we have kind of a honeycomb shape. Well, I guess like a hexagon. Should we keep that? Can we fit them all in a line? Is there even enough room here for 7 of these? I kind of want to try that out. All adventurer data. All right, so what if we just delete the array boundaries here and then put in 2 empty arrays? That's 7, right? Yeah, does that fit? Because I feel like that'd be the best. It expanded. With that said, this isn't bad, but I don't... Actually, should we even worry about this? What if we just made it a flow container or something? I haven't unlocked any of these, so I can't see what the buttons look like. Let's just keep the shape we have right now. It doesn't matter. Plus, we can always change this in the future. Okay, so we still have the rows, but the concept of rows being locked is not going to be a thing anymore. Oh, and also the UI around these rows showing... Oh, well, the UI, I guess, is still going to show that way. What happened to the text? Okay, I am very turned around right now. We are... Oh, did I check that in? I did not mean to do that. Undo last commit. Yeah, this change should not have been there. Only this one should have. So subtract that file and only add in this bit. Yeah, commit. Okay, now we click that button. What is going on right now? What happened to the text? What did happen to that text? I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Not enough points 1 and not enough points 2. Not enough points. Oh, the function I deleted must have turned these on before. Let me go check that that was the case. Adventurers tab. Not enough. Well, let's search for it here. Not enough points 1. Yeah, I opened up the wrong file. So here's the thing I wanted. But now why isn't it finding it in the code? What? What? Did I need a percent sign here? Something is wrong. It should be in this file, right? Maybe it's in skill tree? Or skill table? Oh, we fetch it with an index. That's why I couldn't search for it. But yes, this is where we did things. So I should just be able to delete this now and probably clean up some of the spacing. So these two things can go away. We never show those. Where is the main UI of this now? There's nothing because we don't add anything in the editor. All right. Well, let's delete the lines as well, which means that nothing's going to use this separator graphic. Separator.png. It was used. Oh, no, it's still used somewhere. Player ability tree and adventurer panel. Where are those? Okay, there's one. That one's fine, I guess. And then the player ability tree is this, I guess. Yeah, okay, those are fine. Yeah, we're still using it. So I just won't use it in this skill table. I'm going to just turn them off. Let's see what they look like with those off. I don't think this is going to look too dense. All right, let's unlock those skills. That one's crit and that one's expose weakness. Let's go get those. Crit and expose weakness. Because I want to see... there shouldn't be anything stopping us from getting the later abilities. I actually kind of... Oh, it's still removing the skill points when I do this. I got to make it not do that. Make sure right-clicking a skill in row 1 doesn't remove the points from row 2. And vice versa with... No, that's the only way it works. Maybe we should also show the buttons, but modulate them to be transparent so spacing is always the same. I feel like there's too much vertical space being used right now. Although removing those horizontal rules definitely helped. But like we still have to scroll this. Why is there that much blank space at the bottom though? Oh, because no. Why is that the case? That ends right there at 200. The skill table ends at 200. So is there blank space at the bottom of this? Stats. Oh, stats is a totally different tab. Table not unlocked container. No, it's doing that. When it adds too many cars to cart. Yeah, I think keeping the buttons there might not be bad. We don't even need to make them transparent. We could technically just lock. No, we should probably make them transparent. Oh, wait, I think I know what's causing that extra space. Although, no, wait, no, I don't. Never mind. All right, I need to look into that. But yeah, let's see what it's like when we just make them transparent. Where do we do that? Hidden. Skill button had a way of doing that. Has hide buttons, but where is this used? Wait, literally the only place is here? Oh, because we used to only hide them in the other way. Okay, got it. Hey, Baba. How's it going? All right, so the modulate of this can be fine. Hide buttons shouldn't do what it's currently doing. Are they all inside the same parent here? Where's skill button? They're all inside controls. And we don't have a way of getting controls, but let's, I guess, do that. Yeah, and then get that from skill button base. We only made these protected so that we could get them individually. Or setting visibility? No, we didn't do that. Add points button. Why is the remove points button not exposed? This sets the text. Okay, fine. For whatever reason, we just didn't need it, I guess. Oh, because only skill button has that. That doesn't even exist for purchase stuff because you can't undo the purchase. Oh, drat. I lost my train of thought then. I have to unwind up the stack too far. Oh, yeah. Controls. For visibility. Okay, sure. Protected control button container. I'm going to rename that to button container. It is a container too. It wasn't even a control. I think it just had the name control. It's, I mean, for all we care, it's a control. And now the child class can get this, and instead of doing all of this stuff, we can just set modulate equals hide. Yeah, like that. Our demo crashed for the client, so that was fun. Was it like, did the client say, oh man, I don't like this anymore, I'm not interested? Or was it like, oh haha, that happens, yeah, demos are tough? I'm doing well. Man, every once in a while I have some nagging feeling about a problem in the game, and there were a bunch around adventurer progression and things like cognitive overload and no customization of adventurers beyond a certain amount, and probably some other things. And we spent some time today thinking about it, and we came up with this system that's in the game now. Well, that I'm working on adding to the game now, which is that you will only unlock certain skills, and let me put it this way. You'll have like a buy rogue skill button, and it might say like 50 gold. And when you do that, maybe it gives you this one. And maybe for me, it gives me this one. And then, press another 6 times, you'll get all of them. But that'll change how you play the game. And it might make the game difficult for beating the first boss. So we definitely have to test that. We probably just need to script it so that the first boss is auto beaten. Probably need to script the first boss so that you always win as long as you have 2 adventurers. Since, yeah. Do you need to disable the button so they're not clickable? Yes, that is a good point. Because even while transparent, they should still be clickable, so I do need to mark them disabled. Wait, if they're disabled, then they'll still make a sound, right? And they'll still have tooltips. Oh, man. Node not found button container. What? This is for perks. Why is it trying to find those? Oh, I see. Whoops. This shouldn't be here. It should be here. But this doesn't solve the other problem, which is how do we properly handle this? This can be private at this point. And we can rename it to button container. And then in here, do that. And put this in ready. We could stop it from, no, we can't do that. I was gonna say we could stop it from taking mouse events. But I don't think there's an easy way to do what we want to do here. I think we just need to have some kind of like minimum size on the button container and then hide these things anyway. Yeah, that's probably what we do. So whatever size the tallest of these things is. Or wait, we don't even need to do it that way, right? We just set the minimum size of this to 37. Problem solved. Except for probably not really. Accessibility must be more restricted. We don't even need this anymore. I guess I'll just remove the Unique name. We'll try that out. Hey, Kaz, how do you make the front end of the game? So Godot exposes some UI controls that you can use. Yeah, this is probably good enough. Except for when none of these are on, it's going to look like there's just a bunch of blank space. It kind of looks dumb. I don't know how I feel about any of this. I kind of want to just arrange them all in the line. Actually, the way this works is you can never unlock a skill from this UI. So you'd never be able to see these controls expand apart from one another. Although that kind of makes me wonder, why can't you just, why isn't there just a buy next skill button? Yeah, why do we even have you do this in the guild? I think it should just be in here. Well, the guild rationale as part of this was kind of weak. This gives the guild more of a purpose. We don't really need this to be at the guild, but the rest of this is all the same. There's still a money sink. It still feels like equipment. There's still replayability, customization, still the rest of this stuff. It's obvious that the price is global, not per adventure. We could just make it clear in the button itself. I like that we're not saying, hey, go do this thing in another UI. The only place where that currently happens in the game is the Explorer, and it is kind of weird. You unlock the hint, and then it says, go look at it in the map now. So then you open up the map, and you have to go find the thing, and yeah. The space of the buttons is nagging me. What are you talking about? The space in between these? Because when you do unlock a skill, that's where the skill buttons are going to go. Or that's where the plus and minus buttons are going to go. So it's a question of should it look dense until it's unlocked or what? Yeah, no, and I think it'll be clear once you play the game, you'll see that happen. It doesn't necessarily mean it's aesthetically pleasing. It still kind of makes me wonder, should we just have them all in a line? Actually, these are SVGs, so we could make them any size we want. But we need to be able to fit these controls here, and this is the minimum space you need for that. Maybe we just show a question mark label there when it's unlocked. You mean when it's locked? We show a question mark beneath this? I don't know. Yeah, I'm torn, but I don't think it's very important right now. We can just approach this later. Let me take a picture though of each way. So this is having a minimum size so that we have space between them. And if we get rid of that minimum size, then it would look like this. Wait, yeah, like that. When everything's locked, I definitely like how this looks. When everything's unlocked, it's going to be spaced out anyway. I don't generally like it when the UI jumps either, though. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. But I think we should figure that out later. So, yeah, let's leave it as is. So what did I even change here? I think it's notification box changed. Nope. Got rid of a theme from here. Got rid of not enough points because I guess the theme wasn't used anymore. Wish we could keep it like that somehow. We can't. I don't think we can because we need to show you your level, and I don't want to cover the artwork for that. I guess, oh, you know what we could do? We could make these buttons larger and then put the label inside of them. So how big is this right now? This is 64 by 64. Yeah, what if we just increase this to like 96 by 96? And then put all this stuff up here. You can't do that. Anyway, whatever. We figured it out and we put it up there. I still think it'd probably not be the best. No, well. Separator 2. What is that? Where is this? Oh, it's in skill table. Oh, wait. These separators are still there? What are these? Yeah, these shouldn't be there. Wait, I thought I deleted these. What did I delete? Oh, the not enough points thing. But nothing caused the separators to show, right? I don't know what that was. I don't think those ever showed up. Separator 1? Yeah. Or were those just not used? No, it was just never used. Huh. Hey, Potato. Hey, Appleseed. They have empty boxes as placeholders when locked. Yeah, the button itself is the left and right click target. At least here in Diablo 2, you couldn't right click skills. But, and then the number showed up on the right side. Like I said, we'll return to that at some point and make this look good. I'm more concerned about functionality for right now. With the reset button being there, do you think it'd be an option to just put the level in a corner and only have the icon? Yeah. Although people do click this minus button. And maybe it's because they see reset skills. And I'm concerned that if they don't see it, that they'll be like, oh man, resetting skills is really tedious. And even the button even tells you can just right click the skill to reset that skill, but people don't read that. Yeah. I think we'll return to this. We'll do a like a proper UI pass at some point. I'm pretty much convinced, by the way, that buying a new skill should be in this dialogue. So as soon as you have skill points, all of these are locked. And you've got a little thing here that says like, unlock a random skill, 50 gold. This price goes up every time you click it. Something like that. Or maybe it even looks like one of the perk things that you get. It should probably look like a button. But the way these look is that you can show the cost. Well, you can show something per level. I guess we could just show you the cost of each of these. But you'd have to know that they go up. It'd be a tooltip on the button, which I guess we don't technically ever do, but there's no problem with that. All right, well, we'll figure that out next. I'll write this here. Instead of add a perks board to the guild, what we're going to do is add a button to the skill table that the skill tree that lets you unlock another skill. Only show this if you've beaten the first boss. Make sure this saves and loads correctly. I don't think we need to write that anymore. Come up with a UI for this. There should be an adventurer selector. I don't think we need to do this either now. Increase the cost to unlock. So show a tooltip on this button that tells you how the cost increases. And then I guess like disable the button when you've unlocked everything. And it shows if you've beaten the first boss. Increase the cost after unlocking, shown in the skill tree, save and load unlock skills, whether the button is disabled, etc. Okay, save. All right, well, going back a step, because I definitely like that idea. Did that just close everything? No. I like the idea of the button being in here. So where we left off was, why don't I have those skills anymore? What? Is this, what happened? Uh-oh. That's not right. This is correct. Why didn't I see that earlier? Because I removed points? No. Oh, weird. Yeah, there we go. Switching between these doesn't restore the unlock state correctly. Interesting. That's a bug. It's a bug I very likely just added right now. So there's on adventurer selected. Yeah, here. No, there's a character selector. Character selector must have a when you've selected it. Yeah, here it is. So what is this doing? Base ability, skill table.init. There should be a skill button somewhere. Oh, we never had that concept before this, did we? Yeah, it's all coming from here now. But we clear them out and then we set them correctly. And we initialize this here based on which abilities you have unlocked. So that means something's going wrong. All right, let's put a breakpoint there. And then just click the rogue. So the abilities component should have 4 things in here, right? Or I meant 6. It's only got 3. Why does it only have 3? That's weird. Oh, because we removed the ability. We don't set its level to 0. Oh, that is very tricky. Yeah, where's that? Here. On try to remove, that goes up to this. This calls into this function, and this calls modify ability level. And if the ability hits 0, I'm guessing we delete it. Yep, right there. All right, that should never happen anymore. Yeah. So this should just be changed to if level is greater than 0. And then just delete this stuff. I set the level. Yeah. Okay, good. That's good. Okay, so that should fix that bug. Should show a table with a sliding window of cost. The current price is the middle, and it shows the previous 2 and the next 2. Would that be clear? Well, there are only 7 abilities you can unlock. I think it'd be okay to just have the table with something like 0, like level or ability number and cost. And here it says not applicable, and then 1 says it's whatever, 50 gold. 2 says it's 150 gold, and so on and so forth. And then we just have 7 of these things. It wouldn't be such a large table. I don't know why I didn't just mock this up like this. Yeah. But I'm not sure that's even needed. We don't do that with perks right now. We only ever tell you the cost of the current one. And I don't think you need to know the cost of future ones. You know, something kind of interesting about this, you could unlock an ability that allows for multiple points and then save yourself some money. That could potentially shaft people for this stuff, right? Like suppose you have 3 skill points but you unlock 2 skills that each only have a max level of 1. So now you can't spend all of your skill points. Whereas most characters are not going to have that happen for them because the odds of this happening are going to be pretty slim. But that's just the game. I don't really think it's a problem necessarily. All right, this should be fixed. Let's try it out. So we click this. These 3 things are highlighted. I'm going to right click. That broke. That definitely broke. What is going on? I'm just duplicating skill points? All right. I don't know how that's happening. We're setting the level down to 0, aren't we? Level equals math.max of 0 and the level. And the level is current level plus delta, which is going to be 1 plus -1, so 0. So we set it to 0. Then we get the ability. Oh my god, we only set the level here. Oh. Maybe we should have just done this. Yeah, that's better. Problem solved. Okay, let's try this again. Hooray, we did it. Okay, now I make the next adventure. Come back here. Yeah, nice, it's fixed. All right, if I save and load, it should save and load with 0 points and everything. Good. Is the price to unlock skills going to be per adventure? I thought the idea was that it was global. That's why I thought it makes sense to do what I said in the other comment. No, so there are 2 aspects of this. One is that the cost, so like the rogue, the cost per level is going to go up. So imagine something like that. And then there's also an additional either absolute value or percentage based on how many skills in total across all characters you've unlocked. So that the mage doesn't necessarily have these same numbers if you've already unlocked skills on the rogue. Maybe this would be like 75 and 200. Does that make sense? So basically every point you spend on, it's going to increase the cost of every other point you have to spend, but it naturally would have increased anyway within an adventurer track. Yeah, because if we had a like a static cost, or not a static cost, but if we had a single cost for any point you spent on, so like the rogue's 8th point is equal to the cost of the warrior's 1st point, I think that would be a problem because you would then just put it in your rogue and make them like super powerful. I think it's going to be tricky to communicate this. I think when you hover over the button, if it just says every time you unlock a skill, all other skills become more expensive, I think that would be clear enough. And I think you would eventually realize that it's happening because you'd be like, oh, I just unlocked the mage. What? Why does it cost 200 gold for a skill point? And then you'd probably hover over it and realize, oh, it's going up. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. I don't think we need to tell you how it goes up. I think we just literally can say something like every time you unlock any skill or a skill on any adventurer, the cost of any new skill rises. Something like that, worded a little bit better. So a tooltip. Yeah. Okay, the whole right-clicking things in certain skills, is that a problem? Yes, that is a problem. Strangely enough, it's not a problem for adding the skill points, but it is for removing. Easy to change if people say it's not clear. Well, it'd be easy to change a text, but I feel like the system probably still has to remain that way, where the cost goes up. Because otherwise, you'll unlock a new adventure and you'll just be like, oh, let me just get 5 skills immediately. And I think that would be a problem. Hang on, let me get this thing out of my eye. Yeah. But we'll see. We have quite a lot to play test. All right. Where do we do the right clicking? It's here. Is it? Removed skill point. Yeah, this. Should we call it anytime a skill point is removed, it'll remove points from rows toward the bottom of the skill table. You no longer have enough invested points in previous rows. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing anymore. You just delete this, right? I guess before we do, let me copy the name of this variable. Adventurers panel.modify ability level. Why is that showing up there? Oh, it's not. It's just highlighted for some reason. Like, go to the whole other game. I mean, it wasn't just me. You also coded the whole other game. Dark also helped. Switching from a PS5 controller to Switch controller after 5 months of hiatus feels weird. Trying to move the joysticks the same way I'd move them on PS5. I think the hardest thing for me is switching between Switch and any other, I guess pretty much is Xbox at this point. Because A and B are swapped and X and Y are swapped. And it just breaks my brain no matter what. At least with the PlayStation, you've got symbols. So I guess there technically is an X key, but other than that, they're all different. But yeah, it's also annoying when I'm playing a game on Steam using a Switch controller and the game doesn't know that I remapped the buttons through Steam, I think. Anyway, that's always tough. Sometimes you're panicking and there's like use health potion, press X, and I press X on the controller and it's really Y in the game and I do something else and die. Fun stuff. All right, anything special in here that also needs to get deleted as a result of this? Num skill points invested in rows up to index. I think this can be deleted. Where else is this used? Yeah, only there. Okay. Sure, we never add this back in. Points invested in previous rows. You get all the skill buttons in the other row. Modify ability level, update label. Okay, so we just delete all this stuff, right? Hopefully update label happens automatically. How? Yeah, no, it must happen automatically. That was only for other things. Num skill points allocated. What is this? Skill button? What is a skill button? Oh, yeah, sure. I like the Switch Pro controller. I think it's pretty good. Trying to think what's my favorite controller I ever used. I played PlayStation 5 earlier, pretty recently, just to play maybe 10 or 15 hours of Final Fantasy VII. And I thought it was nice. I think the battery life wasn't very long, but it's got a lot of features in it. And it's also the first controller I've ever used that actually can alter the pressure of how much pressure you have to apply to press down the shoulder buttons. I think the GameCube controller, I have pretty fond memories of this. They didn't last very long, I feel. Like the sticks started to go bad on these. Oh, that's kind of an all old controllers problem. Hopefully the Hall effect controllers fix that a lot. I think some people fondly remember the N64 controller, but it just feels like this whole left bit here was unnecessary and that this was the controller. And if you're going to just have that be the controller, you might as well make it less awkward. But it's certainly iconic. And I, for one, miss this era of see-through plastics. I like that aesthetic. Gotten too used to resistance, yeah. Well, the Switch Pro controller, in case you haven't seen it, it does look pretty much like all the other modern controllers at this point. 2 sticks, a D-pad, bunch of buttons. All right, how are we looking now? Let's go try this out. We made some pretty good progress today. All right, so if I right click this, it should not take any other points out. This number should go to 2, not 4. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is pretty good. So let's put 2 points in this, save and load. Just make sure nothing's going wrong there. Yep, it's looking good. PS3 controller, I don't even know what that looks like. Oh. I thought this was the PS2 controller. They look very similar to me. All right, let's check this in. 2 points required per row. Oh, this on its own is something I should probably check in. Yeah, what is that? Abilities component? Is that all I need to fix the bug that I had? Probably. Does it really matter? Fix bug with unlocked abilities disappearing. So this was caused by removing an ability that should have had its level set to 0. Okay. And then this commit, I mean, we got rid of some separators here, which weren't important, but I think that was kind of the whole point of this. Get rid of skill table requirements. What does skill table have in it now at this point? Shouldn't it be pretty basic? Oh, that's not needed. It has rows of buttons. What is this? Oh, that's fine. That's it? It's just rows of buttons. Sure. I think that's okay. Yeah, whatever. All right, anything else? Adventurer, we're not checking in. Skill table, we definitely are. Yeah. Did we give this thing a minimum height? No. So this is just me renaming stuff for no reason? Yep. Yep, it is. That's fine. We can check that in too. Okay, so remove skill table restrictions or constraints. It used to be that you, I don't even know what I did. Let's just read this. I guess like clean up skill table. Right clicking an early ability no longer removes points. Or right clicking a skill no longer removes points from dependent skills. I'll just delete the quotes. And 2 is removed some separators. I'll say visual separators. Okay, so there's that commit. And then the final commit we want to make here is just rename controls to button container. Great. Where are we at now? Done, done, and done. Well, kind of, sort of. We still need to do this, and that's technically in the skill tree now. That's fine. All right, add a button in the skill tree that lets you unlock another skill, show a tooltip, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's go try that. So where do we put this? In here, I guess. So this, we hide this at some point and we show something else. Reset skill points button and skill table. Okay, so we're going to just need to show another button as well. So let's add another button in here. Do we have any buttons already? I guess we have... I just want this to look like a regular button. I think we can just add in a regular button. This whole skills thing should probably move to another control at this point. This scene hierarchy is getting pretty tall. All right, where's the parent for that? Here goes up to this. So we just add in a button. Oh no, let's get the wrong style. All right, well, let's say Testeroni in here for now. How do we make this not look like that? Theme, quick load. I want it to look like the game settings menu. I don't even know where that is. Oh, that works. Yeah, close button. Yeah, that's what I ended up choosing. All right, what's this button called? This is going to be the unlock skill button. And instead of saying Testeroni, it's going to say set via code or set through code. I think via is probably better. I know we need to standardize on that at some point. All right, cool. So it is called unlock skill button. Let's go get that. It's just the button. Oh, it's going to have a tooltip on it at some point. All right, and when you click it, it's got to do something. Oh, hey, cool. Sort of, almost. Unlock new skill. Then we need to set the visibility of this thing in, I don't even know where, here. Okay, what are we doing here? If it's unlocked, we do that. Yeah. All right, now we make a method for unlocking a new skill. Is there a sound for this? We could use that sound when you unlock a skill, I guess. I don't think we have a better one. Whoops. Sound ID. Button click. Music. Fish. Hover. Skill up. I think that's what we're playing right now is skill up. All right, let's look really quickly to see if there's something else for that. All sound data, skill up. That came from confirm 08. All right, let me go take a look at this. And here they all are. So where's all the confirmation stuff? All right, fine. I'll type it in. I thought it'd be easier. All right, the problem is, what folder is this in? Book Parchment UI. Aren't there multiple of these? RPG UI SFX. Where is that? Oh, it was collapsed. That's why I didn't see it. All right, so we were using this one. Yeah, what do the other ones sound like? These sound bad. Yeah, let's just use the same sound effect for it. It's fine. All right, so play skill up for now, for lack of a better thing. And then we want to randomly grant you a skill that this adventurer has access to. So we could do that in, We could do that any number of ways. I guess let's just code it here for now. I don't want more code to exist in this file, though. Where do we do the other adventurer stuff? We have some abilities component thing that knows how to unlock the base abilities. I guess adventurer does that. Yeah, this abilities component create. We could say something like unlock base abilities. Hey, Darth Maul. Or what else could I do? It's all stored here, right? I guess the skill table has it. Yeah, we could just ask the skill table to do it then. It has the data too, right? Yeah, it has the data in there. Well, it started with the data. I guess it doesn't store it, but it makes the buttons. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. So let's get a hash set of, well, let's just make it a list so I can sample it more easily. Doesn't really not have a hash set. This is locked abilities. And we could say get locked abilities from here. And if there are none, then play a bonk sound. No, if there are none, this should just be disabled. You shouldn't be able to get into this state. Yeah. And we need to make sure you have enough money. I'll write this stuff down. Make sure you have enough money. Compute the cost. What else do we have to do? I guess if you don't have enough money, we'll play the bonk sound. To do play bonk sound if you don't have enough money. All right, let's go write this function. It should be very, very easy to do. Oh, these are all public. Guess that makes sense. I just want to see what the AI writes out. All right, let's see. So locked abilities, go through each button. If the ability level is 0, then add it. That's not how that should work. It's actually the skill button itself knows if it's locked, doesn't it? Maybe I didn't code that. It should know. I'll just make this a property. Public bool has unlocked skill. And this is based on the abilities component has unlocked abilities. Yeah. Just like that. Caching this actually doesn't really matter. It is technically slightly faster. Okay, so that looks good. Now we can just use that in here. Has unlocked skill. So if it hasn't unlocked it, then add the ability IDs. Yeah, that's good. Now we can do this better by just saying return skill buttons dot where. Yeah, there. All right, now back over to here, we get all the locked abilities. We're just gonna unlock one of these now. And we're gonna do it the same way we did in Adventurer. Which is like so. There might be a better way to do that. I don't know. But let's get ability ID. Actually, there's, yeah, I guess it's fine. Ability ID equals lock.sample 1 0. And then we want to unlock it. So now get their abilities component. We should have this already saved somewhere, right? We don't? What in the world? Why? What? Did we really do that? Ah, man. Yeah. This is potentially null. Although this can't be null here. Yeah, let's just put an exclamation mark then. Name adventurer does not exist. What is it? Selected adventurer? Okay, then modify the ability ID by 1, which is probably just a wrapper for set level to 1. Yeah, that's how we unlock it. I guess we can just do that. It's not different. It doesn't matter. Okay, and then play sound. Sure, let's go try that. A method should not follow a class. Yeah. I'm used to putting things in the very bottom, but now I got to be careful how I localize messages. All right, so unlock new skill is what's going to be called. This should just work. If we click it an 8th time, it might fail, but we got to make sure it gets disabled properly. So let's take a look. All right, so I click this. It presumably enabled one of these, and we just can't tell. But if I were to save and load, we should see it. Yep, it enabled that one. Oh, wait. Oh no. That set it to 1. We actually have to set it to 0. So I even messed up that one line of code. Wow. Because all we're doing is unlocking it. In fact, maybe we should have an unlock ability that just calls set ability level to 0. Yeah, I think that probably makes more sense. Unlock ability. Done, 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 done. And technically, the way we could do this is by doing modify ability level 0. I think that should work. Current level, that's going to return 0, which is going to do 0 plus 0, which is going to call into this and add the ability if it didn't exist. Yeah, all right, that works. All right, so call that unlock ability. Why didn't adventure have... Ooh, delete that. Oh, I got rid of it. I don't remember getting rid of it. All right, so when you unlock an ability, it needs to update that skill button now. It should be pretty simple. All right, so what is there, a get skill button or something? There isn't. Are you serious? How do we do that? AC.modify. Oh, hey, what's that? Modify available skill points. I guess the button itself knows how to do this thing. Ooh, that's... What does this do? Modifies the UI. Okay. How do we do this? Did skill button have this coded into itself? That when you click it, it modifies itself? Is that why we had tried to add point here? No. I'm a little confused right now. I'm just trying to see where we get this from. Modify ability level, show an update tooltip, num skill points allocated change. Okay, that's what we need to do. These two things. Yeah. Except for you didn't change how many skill points you allocated. It updates the label of this thing. Is that not public anyway? It is. And if we're going to pass in the button anyway, then we don't have the button. And there's no reason to update the tooltip on this thing, is there? Maybe there is. Is this only if it's showing? Yeah, it's only if it's showing. So all we need to do is just update the skill button. So we need a way of getting the skill button. And I just don't know how to do that. We apparently never wrote this. I guess it was just never important. Wow. Okay. Well, let's go write that then, huh? Public skill button, get skill button by ability, or just get skill button. Ability ID, ability ID. So this is just return the one that matches the ability ID that we're passing in. This might return null, in which case I guess this shouldn't do anything. And now we can update the label on this. Skill table dot get skill button It's technically a question mark. I don't know how it ever couldn't exist. But there we have it. All right. So now we should be able to unlock skills. It's still not working. I wonder if switching away and coming back would cause that to work. Yeah. Oh, I know what's going on. We're not updating the modulate of this. Yeah, these things are only set once. This needs to get updated, I guess, maybe when we update the label. It's more than just the label at this point, though. And now this wouldn't be needed. I'm guessing update labels called automatically from the base of this. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah. Well, it should just all work. It's all coming together. Look at that. Look at the UI jump all over the place. Okay, we gotta fix that. Now, if I click this an 8th time, I think it's gonna break. Yep. I expected that, though. We gotta disable the button. I think it's already written as a task. Yeah. We just haven't done that yet. Okay, fix the UI jumping. Let's go do that. I think this is gonna look ugly. We gotta come up with a better way. Hey, Wendy, how's it going? Where is skill button? Here we go. Yeah, so we set the minimum size of this to 37 pixels. And that fixes the jumping. Neat. Yeah, so Wendy, I don't know if you saw this. We're changing how... Oh, interesting. We're changing how you get abilities. So the way that this worked originally is as soon as you got a skill point, you could put it into either one of these 2 abilities. Then if you got, I think 2 skill points or something, you could put them into one of these. And then if you got 3 or 4 or something, you can put it in these. So there's like a little bit of progression in this thing. Now what we're going to do is you'll have a button you can press that's going to cost money and it'll unlock a random skill. And it just so happened to have chosen the first one there. But like, yeah, you might get this and you might get that and you might get a different one. And you still need skill points that you spend on them. But that way, each character is going to be a little different depending on the run you're going through. And you won't know what the abilities even are. It's going to just say something like this. Unlock this skill. Well, it shouldn't say at the guild anymore, I guess. At the guild. Unlock this skill using the button at the bottom. Let's see, something like that. Could really push that mechanic too if you want. I like. Yeah, well, so the main reason why I wanted to do this is because, well, pretty much all the things that are written here for rationale. Ignore this one. This is probably not going to matter. It adds another money sink to the game. It feels sort of like equipment, which a bunch of people wanted. And yeah, if we do want to push this mechanic, we could just be like, oh, you unlocked the, more armor skill. And if you want to put points into it, you can. Or maybe in the future, we could give you certain abilities that you can't remove points from, I guess. Anyway, we can figure that out. It'll add some replayability, customization, and this was one of the big reasons. There was a lot of cognitive overload originally. You'd get a new adventurer, they'd already start with like 5 skill points, and you'd be like, I gotta read everything now. Well, now you can't probably afford to unlock everything, so you'll just read the ones you've unlocked. So it at least reduces the cognitive load. And ideally, we set the prices correctly so that you only can unlock 1 or 2 when you get a new adventurer. And having to read through 1 or 2 things is not bad. Having to read through all 7 things is bad. Okay, show a tooltip that tells you how the cost increases. Okay, let's go do that. So we go into here, there's already a panel tooltip. So we just instantiate a tooltip on parent. And we say set via code. Okay, so we need to set the label of the unlock button. We need to set whether it's disabled as well. So I guess let's set both those things in here. Put that like this, set the label of the unlock button correctly. I don't know. It should probably include the cost on it. If you had a pool of random skills that a hero could have, that would mean you could have interesting builds in rare combinations. Either way, sounds like a fun move. Yeah, so the way it is right now, every adventure has 7 unique abilities. So like the cleric has healing abilities, the warrior has damage reduction abilities, the archer just shoots a bunch of arrows. We could make that pool a little bit larger. I want to be careful about that. And we could also possibly make it so you can only unlock, let's say, 7 of the 10 abilities they eventually have. So that maybe you just don't even get the abilities that you might have wanted, but you wouldn't even know they existed. So there's not really much of a point, I guess. If the secret and random could have some debuffs. I mean, it's very important that we don't punish the player for basically anything in the game. This adventure dances while fighting. Yeah, I like that if we wanted to add some sort of equipment, we could just throw them in here as skills. Like it could be demon helmet. You just +5 defense. You don't even need to put a point in it. Think I may have found a bug? Yeah, sure. What's the bug? Okay. I'm not sure I understand what's happening in this video you sent. Is it this 1 frame black square that shows up? And if so, what's causing that? Like, did you click something or is it just flickering constantly for you? Scrolling to the right when I first opened the game, and it was a few seconds of a black box. Scrolling to the left when I first opened the game, and there's a few seconds of a black box. Is this something that happens every time that you first open the game? Because I don't think I've seen this before, so I just want to make sure I'm... Huh. I don't know what would be this size that would cause a black box to show up. Like if it was in the center of the screen, I'd be like, okay, maybe it's a dialogue that's not showing up. Not sure what would cause that. Scrolling to the left. Okay, I'll write this down. It was a few seconds. And there's no way this is like happening outside of Skeleseller. Like, is a window covering this up somehow and there's just a black rectangle there? Because it looks like that. Wait, let me see. No, never mind. I thought that showed up twice. I don't think so, though. Yeah, strange. I'm not sure what to do about this exactly. Try and see if I can redo it. Yeah, because it might be a graphics card thing. It might be some other window that's trying to like just take the focus or something from Skeleseller. Regardless, thanks for reporting it. I do appreciate that. What was I doing? Tooltip, right? Tooltip. Let's go do that. All right, so we'll say, whoop. This is here. Unlock skill tooltip. All right, that is a tooltip on parent. Unlock skill tooltip. Got it. Okay, that just needs to say, we could actually just set this at runtime. I'm not positive, so let's just put this here. Unlock skill tooltip. I'm going to put in the string we have for now, and I will, I don't know, I'll massage that later. All right, then we want to set this in init. Unlock skill tooltip is equal to, actually this is equal to the panel tooltip, isn't it? Where's that? There it is. Let's put this down here. Let's actually type things correctly. All right, then we need to set its text as well. Set text is equal to messages.get unlock skill tooltip. All right, let's try that out. We still haven't set the label on the button, so it still says set via code. It says every time you unlock a skill on any adventurer, the cost of any new skill rises. Yeah, that should probably be changed a little bit. It's possible it's not updated. So that's why I haven't written anything down, is because I haven't heard anyone else report this, and because it looks like a graphics card issue. If it goes away on its own too, and it's not something you seem to be able to reproduce constantly, then yeah, I'm not sure it's worth writing down for now. Okay, the cost to unlock a skill rises every time you... Anytime... How about this? How about anytime any adventurer unlocks a skill? I think that's clearer and more succinct. Cost to unlock a skill rises every time any adventurer unlocks a skill. Yeah. And this is the kind of thing where if you never read that text or if you didn't understand that text, you'll still see the cost go up. So this is just a fallback of teaching people what this is doing. Cost to unlock a skill rises every time any adventurer unlocks a skill. Yeah. All right, so we're done with that, and we're done with that. Now we need to set the label of the unlock button correctly. For that, we need to figure out how much this is supposed to cost. I don't really want to come up with the formulas right now, but we need something. So let's go and write out something basic out over here. Unlock skill costs. Oh, what should these be? Excuse me. I feel like the very first skill you ever get in the game should cost you like 1 gold. And then there's some formula. I guess we could have a formula that has both a percentage and an absolute value. How easy is it to obtain gold? Oh, it's super easy. I mean, that's pretty much the whole point of the game. Like, very early on, immediately you unlock the ability to battle. And then very early on, you unlock the ability to auto battle. So you'll pretty much always have a battle running, and battles will give you items out of the portal. You'll bring them to the shop. You'll probably have auto battle on, and then customers will just buy this stuff. So you should always have a pretty steady stream. Yeah, like I just got 3 gold there. Now I'm gonna get what, 15? No, go away. That's supposed to be for that person. Yeah. Nice. Oh, by the way, something I did not test. Let me check this out really fast. Oh, interesting. That makes a bonk sound. Huh. I thought it was the auto repeat button, but I think it's a repeat button. Auto. Write this down. I think repeating the very first battle made a bonk sound is the first time. Yes, it does do that. Doesn't matter if it's the first battle or not. Yeah. It's definitely before the PRs, because I was watching Mr. D-Boy play, and he encountered that. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna set this to 1, and then what do we want to do? So how many skills do you have? You have 7, so we need 7 costs in here. I'm just gonna make up numbers. I have no idea. Maybe they shouldn't rise that quickly. Maybe like I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna make up numbers. 250. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Now, what should the formula be? I think I'm going to take a break, and then I think what we're going to do is where I left off, figure out a formula for these. You have at least 7 adventurers and 7 skills per adventurer. Yeah, that'll be our foundational point that we use for this. All right, I'll be right back. Is it jump time?
It's jump time.
All right, GG, everybody. Close the game. Is this game still a thing? I mean, it's just what we do on the breaks here, so there's not just an empty screen. What is RR? Check this out. There's a how to play thing there. Remember the first day? Yeah. Well, it stuck around. All right, so figure out a formula. I think Kevin said he wanted to see if Copilot could come up with a formula. But I think I want something with a percent component and an absolute value. Thanks, Savatoxin. I appreciate it. So what if we did something like plus 1% times x plus x? I want to write out a program for this. Main.js. We can just reuse this thing that I had. All right, so the cost of so let skill cost equals this. This is within a particular character though. So how do we even want to test this out? I know how we want to do this. We'll print out for each of these. We'll do like, what if you unlock 0 skills, 5 skills, 10 skills, 15, etc. Thanks, Sins. Yeah, we had another game that we played on longer breaks called Animal Royale from a long time ago. That was a game where you connected as a sheep in Minecraft and shot TNT at each other. It was fun, but it's a little confusing and doesn't work as well as a 2D game. Okay, so let percent component equals 0.01, and then the absolute component equals 1. And now what I want to do is I want to iterate over all the costs for, or level, I guess. So level equals 0. Level less than skill cost on length. And for each of these, I want to print out a certain number of intervals. Num unlocks already. 0 is less than, I don't know, how many do you get? Right now you'd have a total of 49. So how about we just go up to 50 and we do this plus equal 5. Okay, so now it's just a matter of how do we print this stuff and make it readable. It's probably gonna be difficult. All right, so level plus 1 unlocks cost. Yeah, it's pretty much fine. Okay, so we put compute cost level num unlocks already. Good. And then function compute cost. Wow, isn't this great? Unlocks already is, I don't know why they're adding 1 here. And then we don't need parentheses around this. Okay, so the absolute component times this, the percent component times the cost. Yeah, then the absolute component. Yeah, this is right. Then we just need to round this. Math dot round. Yeah. Cost equals all of that. Okay, I'll try that out. Hi, Silas. Good afternoon. You tweak a quadratic formula for that? Is this going to actually produce a table? It looks like it's doing something. Oh, there it goes. Well, so I think it's probably worth just figuring out what are some of these points that we want. Like your first skill, as I mentioned, should be pretty cheap, something less than 25 gold. But then what happens when it's a new character's first skill, but you've already unlocked like 2 characters before that, and you've gotten a few points? I just don't know how that's gonna work. Like your rogue would have cost 1 and then 50, and then I don't know what. Your mage would have cost like 10 and then 75. And now you get the warrior. The warrior should probably cost like 20-ish, something like that. Hey James. Oh, everyone's popping in. But maybe just the first cost should rise by a decent amount. So I'm confused what's going on. I see C# and Godot. Okay, that makes sense. And then JS. Well, so what I'm trying... Okay, I'll explain what I'm trying to do right now. We're changing how skills work in the game so that now this button, imagine that it says unlock. We need to figure out a cost for this button. So when you click it the very, very first time ever on any of your characters, so like I've got a rogue, mage, warrior, whatever, blah, blah, blah. When I click it the very first time, maybe it should cost like 1 gold. So I just got my first skill. Now when you click it the second time for this character, it should be quite a lot more because you've already gotten a skill for this character. So maybe it's like 50 gold. Now when you go to a new character and you unlock their skill, it should not be 1 gold the first time. It should be something more expensive since you've already unlocked some on the rogue. So we're trying to figure out what are the costs it should be. And that's where this JavaScript comes in. It's just a quick way of running just an easy simulation here of like, here's what the costs are. The whole thing we're trying to avoid here is I don't want new characters to get like 1 to 3 skill points or more than 1 skill point super cheaply, because then the player has too much to read. That's what I'm trying to avoid here. So that's very important. And I wonder if we just modify how much the first point costs, that would actually do it. In fact, that's probably all we have to do. I didn't even think about that. Oh, that's kind of interesting. What if we always use this as our progression formula? But the very first number is X. And X is based on how many unique adventurers have at least 1 skill point. So your first character, so at 0, it would be like 1 gold, X equals 1. At 1 character, it might be like X is equal to 10. At 2, yeah, something like that. I don't know what these numbers would be, but if we just modified that, it wouldn't make sense then if the second one was eventually like if you had 7 characters and X was equal to, I don't know, 250. It doesn't make sense that it drops in cost after that. So I guess we do need to base it on what is the number there, which is, I guess, what we're pretty much doing here, right? Although the other ones could be based on what X was. They're just X plus this amount. But at that point, they might as well be times a certain amount. What if each cost is based on how many skills of that level were already unlocked? Yeah, that could work too. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what we could do. We could just generalize this so that it's like X, Y, Z, ... X is based on how many adventurers have greater than or equal to 1 skill point. Y is based on how many have at least 2 skill points. Z is based on how many have at least 3, and so on. And there's some base amount too. I mean, I think it's kind of just a reformulation of the same thing. And I think it still kind of just depends on what values do we want. So we're pretty much defining a matrix of what all these things should be based on how many adventurers there are. Although defining a matrix means that we're going to have a small number. We should be really just coming up with a formula. Just transposing the costs. Yeah, let's plug in some numbers. So yeah, first level 1 cost.
I think could be something very cheap, 5 gold. Anything less than 15 is pretty cheap. So yeah, 5 sounds reasonable. That way you just know that there is a cost. Then your second one, because at that point you will have had 2 adventurers. So probably they can both be pretty cheap. But then you're going to start to get your third. Yeah, I think just having some control over this is pretty important. And I don't know what this is going to eventually work out to be. It's such that it's still reasonable. But then we need to consider how does level 2 work? Yeah, level 2 should probably be some. All right. I'm going to put some thought in this when my brain is fresh, and we're going to just code this as though it's a constant cost for right now. Yeah, I'll write this down for tomorrow. For the cost to unlock skills, I want the initial, well, the main thing to accommodate is wherever I wrote it, this thing, is that I don't want new adventurers to get their first skill points super cheaply. And I like the idea of this suggestion. Each skill level cost based on how many skills at that level were already unlocked. It means that the cost might go down. If we do this, it means having your 10th adventurer get a 5th skill point could be more expensive than having your first adventurer get their 6th skill point. But yeah, like I said, we're just not going to do that right now. All right, so set the label. We're going to go just set it to whatever. I don't know, this, sure. Define the cost progression for the first skill, then the progression of the second skill starts where the previous one ended. Well, we might eventually have like 15 adventurers in the game. I mean, I don't think we're going to hit that number, but at that point, your second skill, or maybe you're just saying basis on how many skills in total have been spent. Maybe that's all we should do. Maybe it should just be a much easier formula that I'm talking about. No, it's got to take this into account. These are basically multipliers is what I'm thinking. This is like 1.1. Okay, fine. I'll put some more thought into it right now. Maybe we have multipliers for a single adventurer. Like 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7. And then a simple formula for skill costs. Like X times 5. X is the total number of skill points across all, or not skill points, what am I talking about? Skill unlocks across all adventurers. All right, so if you have 50 skills, which is all of them, then it would be 350 times the multiplier, which in this case would be, I mean, I guess it's not exactly that, but it's this, which would be 1,200 gold, which is way too much. But something like that would probably work. We just got to tweak the numbers a little bit. Yeah, fine, let's go write this out. So this isn't skill cost, this is now skill multipliers. In fact, let's just copy the entire program and paste it down here so we still have the original if we want it. And we'll put skill multipliers. And the progression is not going to work the way I had it, but let's still write it out that way. And then we need some formula here. So cost, this is going to be a multiplier now. And then some formula. So it's going to be number of unlocks already times 5 times the multiplier. And now if we run that, there's an unexpected token. Where is the unexpected token? What line does it say? 50. Oh, I didn't comment everything.
was like, I'm pretty sure that code looks good. All right, now skill cost is not defined because I call them skill multipliers. We should probably just say like const. It doesn't matter. All right. Unlock 0, cost 0. Whoa, because of num unlocks already? I guess this +1 then. Okay, now we're cooking. Yeah, so across everything you've unlocked. This doesn't work. I do think we should do how Human Puppet said. Yeah. I think that's the thing that makes sense. It clicked with me as I looked at those numbers and I'm like, this will never work. Would you allow a case where skill number 3 is cheaper than skill number 1 for another? No, I don't think that makes sense. Which is why I think we need to go with what Human Puppet said. So yeah, it would be based on how many other characters got to that level before. So yeah, we go back to this. Your first unlock per character is like 5x, where x is how many other characters, or 5x plus 1. Where x is how many other characters unlocked their first skill. And we define some number of formulas like this. So now your second one is, I don't know what. Yeah, 25x plus 1. That's probably too expensive. So we definitely need some formula here. And so on and so forth. And figuring this out isn't too bad, right? Because this is 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. This would just be 10, 20, 30, and so on. Yeah, we probably need some base amount here. So that when we eventually get to like the 4th unlock per character is going to be like 50 plus 15 times x plus 1. So it goes 50, 65, 80, 95, 110. What's the max goal do you think a skill should cost? So it's really hard to say because we've only developed enough game for characters to get 2 skill points. So I don't know what kind of scale we're going to have by the end, but probably something like 1,000, 2,000, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, something along these lines. I'll write this down. I think the typical idle game route is to go with numbers like 100 trillion or 400 times 10 to the whatever. I want to avoid that for this game for sure. I want to eschew all of the idle tropes. And it feels to me like if you ever have a game that gets to numbers that high, that you are essentially making an infinite game, and that any progress, if you zoom out, is meaningless. All right, so let's delete that and let's put this in over here. Where'd this go? Yeah, here we go. Compute the cost. Okay, so cost equals compute cost. This is of the selected character, compute cost to unlock skill. private long that return 100. And I mean, obviously, to do come up with a good formula for this. All right, so there's the cost. Now we have make sure you have enough money. Don't we already have something that does this? Purchase skill button must do this. No, there's just like an attempt to raise skill thing, right? Player ability tree. Purchase money. Huh, where does that happen? Where does that happen? Modify ability level. There, oh, there's something that inherits from this. A perks tree. That's what. Perks tree. This must take money into account, right? Yeah, here it is. Can add skill point. There's just a town.money is less than cost. All right. And I don't think there are any other prerequisites, so I think we're fine. All right, we apparently don't have the town here. I find that surprising. No, we do. It's just not called town. Called underscore town. All right, in this case, we want to play a bonk sound. I don't know what our bonk sound is. When you press a disabled button. Button with sounds. Add button sounds to parent. Button hover, UI decline. That's what I want. All right, and just return. Otherwise, town.modify money minus cost. Done, 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 and done. Yeah, cool. All right. All right, let's try that out. We probably want to disable the button, actually, if you don't have enough money. I think that's where what we do elsewhere, in which case it can't play the bonk sound. Share the same appreciation for the finite. The thing is, I feel like the infinite games are appealing because of like short-circuiting our psychology. And that's why I say if you zoom out, you realize it's all pointless. I think good games obscure that at least a little bit so that it still feels like what you're doing is meaningful. I've been playing World of Warcraft recently, and I'm playing classics. So I don't know how this works in modern World of Warcraft, but whatever level you are, you can fight things that are like X minus 4 to X plus 4. And no matter what level you are, that's pretty much always true. I'm sorry, you can always fight things more than 4 levels lower than you. You can always fight a level 1 thing still. But in general, this is the range they want you to stick to. And this is the range where they balance the game. And that's why you pretty much only get experience for those level of enemies. So it's this sliding window. And if you recognize that they got it working at level 17 and they got it working at level 42, that probably they could have made it work for level 10,500. And just the game doesn't go that far. But that's what idle games do. They find a formula that works, and then they're just like, well, here you go. Go hog wild. Have fun forever. Here's a very simple progression where you adjust the cost for the first skill of each character. Equals C10. Wait, but this means if I have the rogue and I get their second ability, does it cost me 150? Hey, Franco. And thank your friend Joe for it. Anyway, I still need to put some thought into this. Did I get this working and then just not test it? Oh, it's still granting me abilities. This should be down here. And I guess technically that's only needed once we do this, right? Actually, it doesn't matter what abilities we have. Let me update the label of this here. Okay. Hey, comp. It's the only way to make it such that a lower nth skill is always cheaper. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess then that's not actually a requirement. Yeah, I agree that time waste isn't always a negative. I try to avoid idle games for that reason, that I know I'm going to probably get hooked at the beginning because it is fun watching things progress, but then there's not going to be an end to it. And typical idle games are going to keep stretching out the time it takes you to feel like you got the next power of 10, or they're going to try to get you to spend money. And I just don't like that. Ever consider doing gaming streams? Find it interesting to hear your thoughts about a certain game now that you spent a lot of time designing and developing one yourself. You mean like a gaming critique stream where I'm playing someone's game and giving feedback? Because that I would be more open to than just gaming. Gaming for me is a relaxing hobby, and I don't find streaming gaming to be relaxing. I've tried in the past with a few different kinds of games, and I don't know. I don't cultivate the right stream atmosphere while programming for that to translate to gaming. Like for gaming, I'd probably want to be chatting constantly, and it's just I didn't train chat to be that active. So, and I don't want them to be that active when I'm coding, or else I'd never get anything done. So I'm very happy with the current status quo. There was a problem as I was doing this, and I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to show you your money in this dialogue, because otherwise you won't know how much you can spend. There's no reason why we can't have a money label there. Yeah. All right, I'll add that in. Add a money label just above the button so that you can see how much money you have. We can throw pogs in chat when you 360 no scope. I can barely 5 scope. We've been playing a lot of the finals. We play about once a week, my friends and me. And I've gotten better. Actually, I'd say I'm decent at the game at this point. I wouldn't say good. I think I'm decent. So I'm gonna click on a file on my desktop. Windy spins in his chair. He does the 720 and then just clicks arbitrarily off his monitor. Yeah, well, maybe tomorrow. Disable this when you've unlocked everything. We should also disable this when you don't have money. I think that's what we do over here. Yeah, that's what we do over here. And we just show the cost in there. All right, so disable this when you've unlocked everything or when you can't afford the next upgrade. And upon obtaining money, potentially re-enable the button if it was disabled because you didn't have money. Okay, so what's this thing gonna say? Unlock button text is gonna be unlock skill. Do we capitalize that? No, we don't. Unlock skill. And then in parentheses, we put cost. Cost string. Yeah, cost string. Okay. I'd say elements should be separated by a line. What? Why? These aren't. Oh, because this spans 2 lines? Are you kidding me? Okay, so at some point we need to update the cost of this. The only way we need to do that is if you just unlocked update, it's not cost button, update unlock button label. Yeah, or if you have selected a new character. Yep. Update cost. Unlock button label. Yeah, cool. Okay. Now let's go plug that in. Cost text equals. Wow, I'm surprised I got this. That's pretty good. We don't need this. APX. Okay, so now the label should be set correctly. Let's go try that out. We're making baby steps at this point. I've been super productive today, so I'm already happy. If I called it a day right now, that'd be great. We're gonna just do easy stuff for the rest of the day, and it probably won't last too long. This says 100, but not 100G. This should be string cost string equals $, cost game constants on money symbol. I wonder if that should be a localized thing. This pattern is going to exist in a lot of the code. And this does not open it up to localization, so this is probably a bad idea. Yeah, we should have one public message somewhere that does this. I'm going to write a note about that. And I don't know how we should do that, but yeah. Make one static localizable money string message that just does cost game constants dot money symbol. Add a second table I think you'll like more. Nth skill for the first adventurer costs the average of the nth minus 1 skill. The average of the nth minus 1 skill. I see. So the issue and why I want to spend some time when my brain is fresh thinking about this is if you just look at the costs of these, for example, they rise pretty steeply. And maybe that's desirable. I'm not actually sure. But the way I'm thinking about it is in terms of like your first skill on your first couple adventures, like, yeah, these are pretty reasonable. But then they shoot up quite a lot. And yeah, I know we can just change the average of these things, but then we probably are ruining what the 7th skill is. Sorry, the first skill is for your 7th adventure. Hey, Spherophoria. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream today? I need to be giving shout outs more often. Wait, why doesn't it auto-complete names? There we go. I'm not typing out Spherophoria. On this keyboard? No way. Stream wasn't too bad. Trying to understand if my game idea. Game idea, do share. What are you working on? Starting to lean toward no. I mean, you never really know until you try it. I think there are probably a lot of games out there that sounded dumb on paper and ended up being a ton of fun. Like, do you think if you described Minecraft to people, well, maybe you would have because people like Lego blocks. But what's another hit game that sounds stupid? I don't know. Among Us. There we go. Among Us. Among Us would have probably sounded really dumb, right? And yet that game was wildly popular. All right, so I'm going to do the cost string thing like this. Then we also need to search through this. Did this work? Did I even restart this? No, I didn't. How did I miss the whole 7 hours of stream? I don't know. Are you on Discord / have you opted into this thing? What is going on? Okay, here we go. So if you click channels and roles, there's only one question there, and it's, do you want to be notified when Adam starts a stream? So if you click yes, then in content announcements, you will automatically get tagged because of live stream notifications. Let me see if this is working. Yeah, 100 gold. Nice. Now we need to disable that properly. Game is supposed to be like an incredibly simplistic RTS that can be played with controllers on the couch. Some little guys fight automatically when they ram into each other. We feed some slugs with corpses of our foes, and the slugs give birth to new pieces of the army. Okay, sorry. There's a lot of processing as my brain slug tries to consume your
your game idea. Because first of all, what this reminds me of a little bit is Shotgun Farmers. I don't know if you played that, but Quasi TV made that a long time ago. The idea was you are firing guns, and if you miss your opponent, it's planting a seed that then grows into a gun. And it sounds similar to that in that whatever happens out of a battle ends up becoming a new army. And I don't know how this game played out. I didn't play it. I think people liked it, and I think it was a good game. But like, was it a fun gameplay edition? Was it more of a gimmick? But yeah, I like the idea of recycling things. It was a super fun game. Yeah. I think it all depends on what you're expecting on an FPS. Because if you're expecting the next like AAA, super competitive, matchmaking actually matters, no cheaters are here, like that's probably never going to happen with an indie game. But if you're expecting to have fun with your friends, like that could totally happen. In fact, one of my favorite games to play with friends is Soldat. Soldat is like, I'd love to make a Soldat clone someday. This game, if people haven't seen this, it's just an arena shooter. You run around, got a little jetpack thing, blow each other up. Looks really bad nowadays, but yeah, it's a fun game. The other game I'd really like to make someday is Magic Carpet 2. If I were doing clones. Magic Carpet 2 was super cool. I'm guessing not many people played this game. Can I find a picture of the interface? No, for some reason. Does Google do a better job? Also, no. Is this just getting clipped or something? Oh, here we go. Here's one. Okay, so the way this game worked. Here's a really, really tiny picture of it. Good, they have a slightly bigger picture. Yeah, the way this game worked is you were on a magic carpet flying around a 3D world, and you had these spells, and you had this concept of like a home base, which was a castle, and it stored mana for you. So you would bring more mana to your castle, and it would unlock new spells, and then you try to like take over the other players' castles and stuff. That was super cool. But I think number one on the I want to clone this game list is Kirby Air Ride City Trial. That game is the best game. And for those who haven't played this game, you play as Kirby riding around on a little warp star, and you go through this city and collect power-ups. And the power-ups are things like your speed, your power, your defense. And then at the end of this timer, you do an event that would probably prefer some of those stats. So maybe it was a race, in which case you wanted to be fast. Maybe it was a battle, in which case you wanted attack and defense. It was just so fun. Love that game. Yeah. Lyra? Never heard of that. Huh. I'll have to look that up. Yeah. Let me write that down over here. See what this game was about. Hey, Clamort. We can make a game idea into reality. You know, unfortunately, one, I'm glad to hear it's inspiring. So I'm happy about that. But I was going to say, unfortunately about games, I feel like the days of just being able to kind of tinker on a game for a day here and there, and maybe 6 months or 12 months later, you've got a game you can release. I don't think that's really possible anymore. I think you need to devote quite a lot of time to meet sort of common expectations of gamers. Now, that said, you don't necessarily need to reach that level of polish to do something. You can do a game jam, and in 2 days, you can make a game. And you can launch games in any state of being finished. And people might like it. You never know. But I think it'd be hard to make a game like this in, let's say, a month and have it look like what people might expect. Anyway, what we're trying to do right now is get all this stuff to be like proper UX here. So let's make this button be disabled when you don't have enough money. Hey, Malmsey, thanks for the resub. Saw a game jam in 2 days in your notes. You joining one? No. I'm just responding to something in chat. We're still working on Skeleseller. Not planning on doing any game jams. We've been making some huge changes to this game now. The big ones in the past like month or so, we added a fishing pond. We added a farm. And these have their own mechanics too, which I'm just not even showing off. But anyway, you can like plant seeds
they grow. You can harvest the crops. There are perk boards on a bunch of different things. You can upgrade, like, you can, hang on a sec. You can get rid of some of the rocks on the farm and get more planting space. Get different crops that you can plant. You can turn this thing on, which will make your workers go and drop potions off to this thing automatically, plant crops for you. Neat. You can upgrade your fishing pond, put some potions into here, go battle your fishing pond. We got this cool new map. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Battle some fish in your game. And then we were working on unlocking skills by paying money. So instead of just getting all the skills and when you have a point, you put it in the ones you want, you now unlock a random skill. That did not do anything. That doesn't seem good. What happened there? Did it break? Why did that not? Huh. It's not actually showing anything for some reason. I bet I called these things out of order. Yeah, I probably did. Because I just changed something and I wasn't paying super close attention to how I moved these things. Unlock ability. Yeah, update label needs to be after unlock ability. There we go. Briefly checked out the last demo and was super impressed by how fast it changed. Looking great. Yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited. I'm just so excited. And I will say this. I don't advertise this a lot, but April Fool's Day is coming up. And you won't want to miss. Actually, I guess I'll share at least this a little bit. What I'm doing doesn't have to be done live. So I guess you could miss the day of, but you won't want to miss what I'm doing. You don't have to be there at a particular time. But if you show up on April 2nd or something, make sure to type that command, April Fools. Yeah. Let's just say I put a lot of time and I expect a lot of people to cringe pretty hard at what I'm doing. I'm not proud of that. That's just a fact of life. But I'm excited. I cannot wait. My wife was unironically incredibly impressed. So she's like, this isn't cringy. What are you talking about? I'm like, oh, it's cringy. I'm very excited though. But yeah, I'm also excited for the game. And I think that April is going to mark me having paid off hopefully all those hours of April Fool's planning, but also the demo is going to come out in mid-April. So if you're looking forward to playing the updated version of this game, I can't believe how long that one has been. What year was that? 2019. Wow. Yeah, that was one of my more preferred ones that I did. I also really, really like Chat Royale. I don't think anyone could enjoy that again nowadays, but it was a silly chat game that we all played that no one knew the rules of ahead of time. And there were some funny moments. Time does fly. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to this thing. I'm gonna code at least the disable button thing, but clearly I'm running out of steam here. Okay, so this is not just update unlock button label, it's update the button. And if you don't have enough money, we'll set it to disabled. Unlock button disabled is that you don't have enough. And now we need to call this every time the money changes. Init town.money changed. We could call this. Yeah. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's try that out. Every January, 9 other guys still. We're all around 40. We play some Sold Out every time. It's so good. That sounds awesome. Have you seen, there was a thing that showed up on Hacker News. Someone made a LAN house. Yeah, this. This is nuts. Is there a, yeah, here we go. So this person spent a whole bunch of money on their house set up specifically for LAN gaming. Yeah, here we go. The desks like pop up into monitors. They have all their like coworkers over. They've got a server room with customized air conditioning. Like this has got to be super cool. And the house itself looks great, right? This is a total hangout spot. I have a hobby that I probably shouldn't share.
But I like to look up houses that are in the like $5 million to $20 million range. Not because I ever plan to live in one, but because I want to just see what are those kinds of houses like. And I was talking to my wife about this the other day. I'm like, okay, some of these houses, like just whatever you have in your mind, picture a $12 million house. What does it look like to you? I cannot imagine these houses paying off unless you have people over like all the time. And you look at a house like that, which I think I already closed. Yeah, you look at a house like that and you see, where is it? This sort of room. Like this is probably not a typical room anyone has seen in their house, right? Like you have a living room, you have a kitchen, but it's not like this open and spacious and tall ceilings and floor to ceiling windows and whatever else. And like this is made for hanging out. You can even just tell by the arrangement of chairs here that there are basically two tables set up. Well, I guess the countertop is used as a bar, but still there's a table right behind it and everything. Like this is probably really good. And I don't know what the acoustics are like or anything, or if it's too loud, but then you look at some of these like super expensive houses and their rooms are like triple the size of that. I'm like, if you don't have 40 people over, what are you doing? Are you just sitting in a gigantic room, just tinkering around on your phone anyway? I feel like my apartment is too big for the amount of people I have over. Dare I ask, how many people do you tend to have over Spherophoria? What a nerd. I also go on Zillow and do that. Yeah, I get such a kick out of it. Oh, and the other thing too, as long as we're less than 10. Okay. I thought this was a joke set up for like having 0 people over or something. What was I about to say? Oh yeah. When you do see a house that's like in that range, you can usually tell what the person who lived there or people who live there, what they cared about. Like some people have a tiny kitchen. I'm like, what are you even doing? They must not have cooked. They must have just catered meals or something. And some people have like a killer bathroom or bedroom or closet or something like that. Yeah, let's see if this is working. All right, so it's enabled. We click it. It should be disabled. We get enough money though. And it's enabled again. Yeah. Okay, so that is done. That is not done yet. When you've unlocked everything, we need to disable it again. So that should be disabled if there is no unlockable ability. Where's that? Can't find this thing. Oh, I was scrolled way up in this file. That's why I couldn't find this thing. All right, get locked abilities. Here it is. Var foo equals this. I just want to change the var into something else. Yeah, locked abilities list. Cool. So it's disabled if you don't have enough money or if there are no locked abilities. But if you don't have enough money, or sorry, if there are no more abilities for you to unlock, then I guess we want a different message for that. Unlock button at max. So unlock skill. I guess you say, maybe we should just delete it. Just get rid of the button altogether. You can never click it again. I'm gonna see what it looks like. Now let's try this out. What's the problem with that? Get unlock button at max. Oh, it's just not text. Okay, so let's make that a Boolean now. Has locked abilities. Yeah, so if you don't have any locked abilities, otherwise we render the cost. Cool. Normally, what kind of home is normal due to generational? Oh, that kind of home is normal due to generational wealth. As such, a single room the size of normal people's houses would be normal to the person living in it. Yeah. But what I mean is, there's sort of two things here. One is normal based on what you see around you, and two is normal based on what you see in media. And I imagine super rich people still watch TV and see like, wow, their homes are like nothing compared to mine. and, and they must, I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'm just rambling at this point anyway. Maybe just hide it. Yeah, I'm debating on whether I want to do that. And I want to see what this looks like first, because maybe it looks fine. Oh, I don't have the money. There. So now it says unlock skill max. If I save and load, does it just still show maxed? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. All right, that's done. That is done. This is probably done, and I didn't test it. So we don't see any buttons here, but if we go beat the first boss, then it shows up. Yeah. And if I save and load, it should be there. Good. And if I save and load here, it should not be there. Yeah, good. Cool. Okay, that's working. Add a money label just above the button, increase the cost. After unlocking a skill, show it in the tree. We've done that. That can be up here. Save and load the unlocked skills. It's already all done. Wow, we made a lot of progress today. I'm not going to finish this up today. I'm like clearly floundering in terms of energy. And I have some other stuff I've got to do, IRL. So we got to fill out the journal. Man, I'm so happy with the changes to skill points. I'll talk about this a little bit longer. I'm not going to just end the stream right now, but worked on, or like designed a new way to unlock skill points and then coded most of it. Yeah. So originally the plan was a little bit convoluted. You would randomly get skill gems from battles, and then you would spend those on skill points for adventurers. And you would have 7 skills shown by default. This part was already the case beforehand. But yeah, how you got skill points was going to be different. Now we're keeping it the same. It's just when you beat bosses. And now how you get the skills is going to be what's different. This is going to drastically affect the balance of the game. Because like here, I just unlocked this skill, Stealth. You're able to maintain Cloak of Shadows for longer. I think that's not bad. An extra 2 seconds, which gives you 20% more power and 5% chance to dodge. And because it lasts for 5 seconds and its cooldown is 5 seconds, it means that you're just permanently buffed with those 2 things. But like maybe that's not such a great skill, or maybe it doesn't synergize with what you're trying to go for. In which case, I guess you set your goals on another thing to purchase. Like this probably sucks if you haven't increased the power of Quick Strike. Oh well, it doesn't matter. How long will that take? It's 0.4 seconds. Yeah, so about 4 seconds. Yeah, and then every new skill you unlock after that has, I guess, a lot more possibilities. Yeah, I think this is cool. I think this is a really good change. So here's what I'm thinking. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm probably going to work on some of this stuff off stream and just try to like finish this feature up. And then what I need to start, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's Friday, I need to start working on how do we get stats to work. There's a whole lot of other adventurer progression stuff. And all these systems that I showed off earlier, so farming, fishing, even the tavern, they feed into how you get stats for your adventurer. I think we can make this easy enough to understand, because originally we had a convoluted system of like you could remove stat points from one adventurer and put them into another one. I don't think we're going to do that. I think if you ever make a number go up here, it never goes back down. So if you want to increase the fortitude on your mage for some reason and you're like, oh, that was a mistake, too bad. go farm some more fish. That might have sounded like me misspeaking, but I meant farm in the RPG grinding kind of way. Yeah, go get some more fish and get more scales and raise your fortitude on the other character then.
So yeah, I'm pumped. And then after we get that done, which, like I said, hopefully is not too terribly long, like at most another week, then we're just going to go full throttle on making the game as good as possible for the people who play the next version of the demo. So there is no shortage of work. That is for sure. Things are looking pretty good. Oh, also, for those who haven't seen, we just did this the other day. I made it so that you click the book, it opens, it's got these little spell particles and stuff, and it casts. But we added in all these perks now, so you can improve the power of your mana regeneration, of your spells, and you can also get auto casting, which looks a little doofy right now, but it works. If you click one of these buttons, it casts the spell, and then after the spell runs out, I'm speeding up the game, it'll just auto cast it. So it'll just be pretty much active forever. Oh wait, will it be? Am I gaining mana here? No, I'm losing mana. Yeah, so now it's going to cast and then have a delay of quite a long time, right? Not quite a long time, 10 seconds, I guess. Yeah. Anyway. What a day. Good day. I'm really glad we had some good progress. I took like a 15-minute lunch break, so I'm going to go do a bunch of stuff now. I see a lot of good people online. Who shall I raid? I think I want to raid John because he just started and because he's been raiding me a lot lately. He was just on the front page. Love the autocasting. Yeah, I think these things are going to add a lot. I'm really looking forward to hearing what... I had some of my friends play the game. Hang on, let me show this on stream. I had my friends play the game a while ago. Some of them played when the game was 1 month old or 3 months old or something. And I'm wondering what some of those friends will think about the current version. Will they be like, whoa, this is a totally different game, or I get it now, or yeah, this is fun, but it wasn't before. Anyway, we'll see. Yeah, if you haven't wished the game, by the way, anyone who's watching, please do. Really helps. Just go to Steam, click a button. Easy peasy. And we're up to how many? We are at 1,433. So we're slowly making progress. Anyway, that's it for me. I'll be back on, what is it, Wednesday? Yeah, I'll be back on Friday. So thanks for watching, and I will catch you next time. Bye, everybody.